Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Monkey Deku got Harem. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Crowd began cheering when Midnight announced the result of the match. On the Jumbotron, Bakugo's face was displayed with the word winner next to it. Part of the ring was destroyed in the aftermath of Ochako and Katsuki's battle. Cementos had to immediately begin repairing the ring with his quirk for the next match. Robotic paramedics came and began carrying Ochako away in a stretcher. Take her to Recovery Girl, Midnight commanded. I know. The robots then took Ochako to Recovery Girl's temporary office so that she could get patched up for her injuries. Bakugo stared wide-eyed to where Ochako was stretchered out. The pain in his left cheek still stung and lingered from where Ochiko's sucker punched him across the ring. She was actually doing damage to him during the fight. She made him actually try. And even after all of that, he didn't even land the final blow on her to win. She collapsed before he could beat her the way he wanted to win. If she had not run out of energy, would I still have won? This is bullshit. Why did she have to pass out? Our fight was not over yet. Dimmin' it all. Bakugo wanted a match with a proper finish. But it seems like it was not meant to be. Even if he got the win in the end, his pride still could barely fathom the possibility of the match having a different outcome if Ochako never passed out. The third match of the first round. Oh, Uraraka, oh yeah, Bakugo advances to the quarterfinals. Present Mike announced as with his tone of voice, it was clear that he was upset that Ochako didn't pull off the miracle win that he and a lot of other people were hoping for. If you are going to do it properly. Commentators are supposed to be unbiased. Aizawa commented with a monotone voice. Now let's pull ourselves together. You're really letting your personal feelings take over? We still have 5 more matches left in the first round. The next match should begin momentarily. Cementos needs a little more time to fix up the ring, but after he's done the fights will continue. The crowd cheered in excitement. After seeing a match like that, they couldn't wait to see what else was in store. Wow, Uraraka sure was something else, huh, Midoriya? Ida said as he and the rest of the first years were still trying to recover after seeing the battle between Ochako and Katsuki. However, he got no response from the green-haired scion. Ida turned his head to see that Izuku was no longer present in the bleachers. Where did he go? Player waiting rooms? Izuku took small steps in the halls. He was looking downward as his eyes were shadowed. Let's meet in the semifinals. Ochako-chan. I'm sorry. Izuku knew that Ochako was giving her absolute best in that match. He could feel it all the way up in the bleachers. She was determined to win. She even pulled out a Kamehameha out of nowhere. She did her best, but it just was not enough. And unfortunately, they won't be meeting in the semifinals as she had hoped. Bakugo was walking up the stairs until he saw Izuku at the top of his flight. Deku. He snarled at the freckled boy like how he always does when addressing him. Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts. Oh, hey Kaken. I did not expect to see you here. What the dash? What the hell do you want? What are you talking about? You addressed me first. Listen, I was just heading to the waiting rooms, so I will see you later. Oh, and congrats on advancing to the quarterfinals. Izuku began walking away, but Bakugo walked up the stairs fully and called out to him again. That was your idea, was it not? That damned desperate plan. You just have to be annoying, don't you? What the hell it wasn't? Izuku turned around to look at Bakugo with a serious expression. All of it? Ochako-chan planned it all thinking about how she could beat you. She thought up of that strategy all on her own. I had absolutely nothing to do with it. If you thought that was annoying, that was because Ochako-chan had you on the ropes. Izuku proclaimed as he stared Bagwo dead in the eye. Bakugo growled in anger. Why you son of a... Wait a minute. You're facing Four Eyes next round, right? Ueda. Yeah, we are the first match of the quarterfinals. Why do you ask? Bakugo smirked. If I and you win our respective matches, you know what that means, right? Izuku widened his eyes as he realized what Bakugo was referring to. The way that the brackets were set up if both he and Bakugo win their matches in the quarterfinals. Yes, I do. Bakugo began shaking in excitement. Good. You better win your match against Four Eyes, or else. He lit up a small explosion in his hand as a demonstration for what would happen if Izuku were to fail. Bakugo then walked off as he began laughing like a maniac as he mumbled, "Deku is gonna die today." Izuku sighed and shook his head. He can worry about Kaken later. Right now he was more worried about Ochako. He walked to player waiting room 2 and opened the door. "Man, I lost." "Huh." Izuku saw Ochako giving him a 1,000-watt smile as she sat down with a new PE uniform wrapped up for her. "I got carried away at the end thinking I could win, dang it," Ochako said with a happy tone as she rubbed the back of her head. "Ochako-chan, what about your injuries? Are you okay?" Izuku didn't think she would seem so happy. "What is going on here?" "Yeah, recovery girl took care of me. It was only moderate healing so it wouldn't drain my stamina, so I've still got scratches and stuff, though. Man, but that Bakugo was really strong. He totally got me. I was so close too. I need to work harder." Ochako cried out in a frustrated tone as she raised her fist up, annoyed about her defeat. Izuku looked at her with a neutral gaze. Are you sure you're alright?" "I'm fine. Better than expected." Ochiko's phone began vibrating. The called ID read, "Daddy?" She pushed the phone towards her sister. "I mean, you immediately started looking ahead, Deku-kun, and just because I lost, that doesn't mean you can lose. You better do your best. Don't worry about me, go focus on your own matches." "Are you sure? There are still 5 more matches left in the first round. So I have time to keep you company if you want." "No. I'm fine. Go and join the others. I'll be there in a minute, okay?" Ochako reassured him. Izuku gave her a soft smile as he walked to the door. "Okay if you say so. Take your time, Ochako." He then closed the door behind him. As soon as Izuku was gone, Ochako pulled out her phone and dialed her father's phone number. It rang a few times before he picked up. "Sorry about not picking up earlier, Daddy." "It's fine. Sorry for calling when you were busy. Your mom and I watched you on TV. You were so close. But you were amazing." "It wasn't that close. And I wasn't amazing. I rushed too much in the end too. I didn't have a plan for what to do after that, either. I was completely beaten." Ochako replied with a low and sad tone. Her eyes looking down the entire time. "Is that so? I don't understand how all of this works and all, it's a little complicated to me, but just because you lost, that doesn't mean your path has been closed off, right? There's always next year, right? The further you advance, the more you can show how well you do against different types. The scouts can't tell with just one match." Ochako began choking on her words. "What are you in such a hurry for?" "I want to hurry and help you guys." Ochiko's eyes began to leak tears. "Ochako, it's fine even if you don't rush. You feeling that way shows you're kind, so I know you'll be a hero." Ochako sobbed as her tears dripped on the table next to her new PE uniform. Her father was too kind. She failed but he still encouraged her. Thank you, Daddy. I won't give up no matter what. I will become a hero and I will help you as soon as possible. That's my girl. I'll leave you alone for now. Your mom and I are going to keep on watching the festival. So go and join your friends. Call us when you get home." Ochako began wiping her tears. "Hey, bye Daddy. I will talk to you soon. I love you and tell Mom I love her too." "I love you too, sweetie. Don't worry, I'll let her know. Take care." The call ended. Ochako placed her phone on the table as she tried to wipe the tears that were still dripping. She turned around to see Izuku standing behind her as he too had a sad expression. He had heard everything. Ochako couldn't hold it in any longer. She immediately attacked Izuku with a crushing hug as she began sobbing again. Her tears wetting his shirt. What are you doing here, Deku-kun? I thought I told you I was fine." Izuku rubbed his fingers through her brown locks. "Isn't it obvious? There's no way you weren't frustrated. I knew you were lying to me when you said that you were okay. I could tell that you were sad, but you tried to hide it. It's okay though. I get it. But I just couldn't let a friend stay sad. You've encouraged me before, so I'm here to return the favor." Ochako sniffed as she buried her face in Izuku's. "I want to help them. I really want to, Deku-kun. But I lost. I couldn't even get past the first round. I don't know how much longer they can wait, but every year, business has been declining and I couldn't even make it to the semifinals to face you like I said I was. I couldn't win, instead I lost like an idiot. I'm a fail dash, don't you dare finish that sentence. Izuku suddenly shouted. Ochako gasped as she looked up to see staring at her with unrelenting resolve. You are not a failure. Don't ever say something like that about yourself ever again. You hear me? Listen, it's okay to lose. Nobody is upset at you for that. Everybody was amazed at what you were able to do in your match. You put on a show. You even had Kaken on the ropes. That in of itself is a win in my book. Do you honestly think that with all the skills you showed in that last match, that no pro scouted you? Of course they did. You were amazing and you did come close. So be proud for what you have accomplished in one match. I'm positive that there will be plenty of pros lining up to take you in after the sports festival is over. So you have nothing to worry about. Your parents are proud of you and so am I, Izuku exclaimed as his voice was projected throughout the entire room. Ochako sniffed and rubbed her eyes and looked at Izuku with her teary eyes. When you say all of that to me, do you really believe it? Izuku nodded, I do. With every fiber of my being. Ochako as she hugged him even tighter than before. Thank you. That really means a lot to me, Deku-kun. Izuku hugged back, no problem. Anytime. What are heroes for? As Izuku hugged her back, she felt the strong and warm embrace of his arms. She then notices the huge difference in size and structure. It was clear that Deku had the body of a diligent trainer which is suited for his extremely powerful quirk. She just never noticed it until now due to their NTMT position and the fact that she had never seen him without a shirt. The image of a shirtless Deku quickly came to mind as her face flushed red due to the perverted thought. She was getting embarrassed as they were still hugging, but she did not want to ruin the good moment. She also enjoyed being held by Deku's strong arms as it made her feel safe and secure. He always managed to inspire hope in her. It also didn't hurt that he looked like a total bad Ochako. He's just a friend. Nothing more, nothing less. After a couple of minutes, Ochako was able to get her thoughts under control and dry any existing tears. She then started chuckling. Look at me acting like a big baby, crying in front of you. Sorry about that, Deku-kun. Don't apologize for crying. It actually shows that you're strong. Crying is a sign of strength, not weakness. Crying helps you release pent-up feelings. You meet your emotions head-on, like a true hero, instead of trying to hide from them. You feel a lot better after crying, don't you? Izuku asked. Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Deku-kun. Ochako chirped. She was back to her bubbly self again. Izuku smiled happily as he was always glad to help a friend out. Ochako then began rubbing her head in an embarrassing manner. You see, the truth is, I envy you, Deku-kun. Izuku's eyes went wide. Why? What is there to envy about me? Well, I don't know, it's just that ever since I've met you, you just never cease to amaze me. You're smart, kind, loving, strong, and have the spirit of a true hero. You always keep on pushing through thick and thin, no matter what. You don't let failures or anything else hold you back from your dreams. I wish I was as strong as you. Every time I look at you, it's like a reminder of what I'm not. I want to be as strong as you, Deku-kun, so that I can become the hero I always wanted to be, in order to help my parents. You're everything that I'm not. She then remembered the CLMX of her match with Bakugo. When I was about to lose against Katsuki, I was about to fall. But then I thought about you and all of the power you showcased. I was so jealous of you because of how easy you made it look, and you always did it with a smile. I wanted some of that power, even if it was just a little bit, in order for me to win. So then out of nowhere, I just got this huge energy spike and I never had felt so strong than in that very moment. I even remembered the time you saved me in the entrance exams and I borrowed that special move of yours that you used to obliterate the zero-pointer. That image of you empowered me, Deku-kun. Izuku didn't know what to say. All of his life, people would have laughed at the thought that somebody would envy quirkless little Deku. Why would they? He had nothing special. He was an outcast. Not even worth acknowledging. For most of his life, It was quite the contrary, since he was mainly the one who envied all of the kids who were lucky enough to be born with quirks. They had a special power that was exclusive to them and them only, while Deku had nothing. This was a new phenomenon for Izuku. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously and smiled sheepishly. "Wow, I don't know what to say. Nobody has ever told me that they were jealous of me before. You're the first." Izuku then gently clasped Ochako's shoulder. "But listen, I understand what you're going through. I really do. But you don't have to be jealous of me. Want to know why? Well, it is because you are your own person. You are a very strong and kind person as well, Ochako-chan. So give yourself some credit and just work harder to better and improve yourself so that you won't ever have to envy another person, because you will be right where you need to be. Can you do that for?" Ochako blushed faintly as she felt Izuku's warm and gentle touch. She nodded her head as her face was filled with determination. "Yes, I will. I promise I will become the great hero I always wanted to be." Izuku nodded his head as he retracted his hand from her shoulder. Then grabbed something out of his pocket. "Here, this." Izuku gave Ochako a small, plain green bean. "What's this, Deku-kun?" "It's a medicine that will help you feel better. Go on, try it. It won't hurt you, trust me." Ochako gazed at him for a moment as she took a look at the bean. "All right, I trust you, Deku-kun." She proceeded to eat, and as soon as she swallowed it, all of her remaining injuries were instantly healed like nothing. Her energy levels were back to normal, and she felt completely fresh, as if she had not faced up against Bakugo at all today. "Well, I feel amazing." She then frowned as she stared at Izuku suspiciously. "Devon, you didn't give me some illegal drag, did you?" "What? No, I would never do that. It's 100% safe, I promise." Izuku flailed his arms around as he didn't consider the probability of people thinking of him as some sort of drag dealer due to him giving out a magical bean that literally heals a person in an instant. Ochako then smiled at him softly. "Don't worry, I was just teasing you. I know you would not do something like that. You don't seem like that kind of person." Izuku sighed in relief. "Okay, thanks." In the corner of his eye, he caught that Ochako's torn PE shirt was hanging by a chair. When did that get there? The only person he saw walking from this direction of the hall was. Izuku smirked in realization. "Kaken? Of course." Izuku then began making his way to the door. "All right, well, since you seem all better now, I'm going to leave you so that you can change. I'll see you with the others." "Okay, thanks for everything, Deku-kun. You're a great friend." Ochako cringed when she said the word friend. For some reason, it didn't sit well with her to refer to Izuku as a friend. "No problem. Anytime." Izuku then left the player waiting room and closed the door behind him. Izuku sighed as his face was now serious. "It was you, wasn't it? Guilty as charged. How did you figure it out?" Inner Deku smirked as he was casually watching the events in the real world play out through Izuku's eyes. "She said that she saw an image of me and it empowered her. I simply connected the dots. There's no way that the power she showcased at the CLMX of her fight with Kaken was her zero-gravity quirk. It was something much more. So why did you do it?" Inner Deku shrugged. "I didn't really do anything. Remember the key you shared with the girls in the Rivalry battle? Well, I noticed that there was some leftover energy in her, so I just reawakened the latent power within her. To be honest with you, I was quite surprised. I had no idea her key was that powerful. She had Kaken on the ropes, for crying out loud. And her aura was quite unique. Such an appealing and pink color. Her will and drive to win were outstanding. Ochako-chan, she sure has some potential." Izuku began walking down the hall as he gasped at the new information. Wait for just a minute. You're telling me that you didn't give her any extra power at all? That strength that she showed was all her own?" "That's right, and I was quite surprised myself. It took the turtle hermit, Netarashi, 50 whole years to invent the Kamehameha wave. But she was able to do it from only seeing it once. That in of itself is a feat that should not be glossed over. Her potential is much higher than meets the eye." "Wow. Ochako-chan, she really is amazing." "Yes, I agree. Which makes me more perplexed as to why you have not claimed her as your mate yet." Izuku's face resembled a tomato as he flushed red. WBU, what in the world are you talking about? Oh please, don't act all innocent. I've seen the way you look at her. She's really cute, don't you think? She's also has a strong will and will do anything to protect her kin. She's a perfect woman for a scion. I do not look at her that way. She's just a friend. Dude, are you seriously trying to argue with yourself? I know about thoughts that you don't even know about. Like Momo-chan in her hero costume. Izuku began steaming. Oh, by the way, heads up. We've got company, just around the corner. Oh wow, what is this? This looks so cool. Inner Deku turned around to see Nana Shimura and the other past holders of One for All in front of the first golden door as they were knocking at it and trying to pick the locks. His eyes widened in horror. You fools. Don't touch that. Hey, listen Izuku, I gotta go before your predecessors kill us by being curious idiots. Don't worry about Endeavor, I don't sense any ill intent coming from him, so you should be fine. Wait. Stop touching the locks. Okay, talk to you later, gotta go bye. Inner Deku cut the connection as he rushed towards Nana Shimura who was about to smash the door in with her quirk. Predecessors. Before Izuku could ponder on what he was referring to any further, he was halted as a certain fiery number 2 hero walked right in front of Izuku who was about to turn the corner. Izuku immediately stopped in his tracks as he gasped in shock due to being in such close proximity to the second strongest hero. Endeavor. Izuku cried out in surprise as he certainly wasn't expecting to meet the fire hero face to face. Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you ever since your match ended. Endeavor turned the corner as he was now facing directly at the green-haired scion. Endeavor, what are you doing here? Izuku sputtered. I watched your fight. You have a wonderful quirk. You created so much wind pressure just by yelling. If we're talking about power alone, yours is comparable to All Might's. Endeavor pointed at Izuku as if he caught him at something. What are you? What are you trying to say? Izuku did his best to maintain eye contact to look less suspicious, but the flames present on Endeavor's face were quite intimidating. Endeavor knows about One for All. No, from the way he talked, he doesn't know. Anyway, this is the one person I can't let find out. I'm saying that, from watching you, you and All Might are quite similar. But enough about that. The reason I came here was to personally meet the son of Hisashi. Endeavor crossed his arms as he gazed at Izuku curiously. Ah, you know my father. Izuku had no idea that Hisashi had a connection with the number 2 hero. Endeavor smirked. Know him? Why, I and that guy go way back. We were childhood friends and rivals. He really was something else. He was the only person that could actually match my flames. That fire of his was blazing hot. He was like a dragon. Roaring crimson flames. That quirk of his is truly something to behold. If I'm being honest, I would like to see how he would fare against All Might. Your old man is one tough guy. I considered him an equal. Endeavor then frowned, but I have not seen or heard of him for over 15 years now. I'm not sure where he is. Last time I checked, he was working overseas somewhere, but I'm not sure where. He never told me he had a son. No. And after watching you from up in the stands, I have no doubt you carry his BLD in your veins. You are the spitting image of him. Izuku's mind began moving at lightning speed. His dad and Endeavor were buddies. Where did this come from? He had no idea that Hisashi and Endeavor grew up together. And apparently he was strong enough to be able to rival Endeavor. The number 2 hero. Now this made Izuku just a lot more curious to find more about his father's past. Maybe he could ask his mom when he got back home later today. Wow, I never knew that my father was friends with you, Endeavor. Although, I'm just about as lost as you when it comes to my father's whereabouts, so if you thought that I would know where he is, I'm not sure about that either. I haven't seen my dad in a very long time. The next time I see him, I'll make sure to mention you though. Endeavor sighed. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping he was back in town, but hopefully another time. I have a favor to ask of you, Izuku. What is it? What could the number 2 hero want from him? It is my son, Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. I have no doubt that you and him will face each in the finals. With that being said, his match with you will be a very instructive test bed. I'm asking you, please save my son. He has rejected his left side due to a personal vendetta against me that he has held for years now. Nothing that I say gets through him. But with you being Hisashi's son, I trust that somehow, someway, you can bring Shoto to finally see the light and make him realize his true potential. I won't try to force or bribe you into doing this. It is your decision whether to accept my request or not. I am asking you not as the number 2 hero Endeavor, but as Enji Todoroki, the father of Shoto and your father's best friend. Without using my DM an old man's quirk, I will reject him completely by winning first place without using his power. Izuku remembered the conversation he had with Shoto after the cavalry battle. He gripped his fists as he nodded his head. I will save Shoto. Endeavor smiled, thank you, but not in the way you want me to. Izuku walked past Endeavor as he began to take his leave. I am not all might nor am I my father. That's obvious, that's obvious, right? Shoto is not you either. Izuku gave Endeavor a strong stare before he began walking again. I promise I will save Shoto. And I never go back on my word. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Izuku shook his head as Shoto's words reverberated in his head. This is not about All Might or Endeavor, Todoroki. This is about me and you. Endeavor grunted before walking off. I really do hope you can save my son, Izuku. Player waiting room 1. Momo heard the results of the third match a couple of minutes ago. She sighed sadly. She was rooting for Ochako to somehow pull the victory against Bakugo, but her more rational and intellectual side said that Bakugo winning was the most likely outcome. And it seems that she was right. But she could not dwell on it for too long. She had an upcoming match against Tokoyami to worry about. She knew he was a strong competitor, so she should not underestimate him. She was about to get up and leave the room to make her way to the ring, until the door was opened by somebody she was not expecting. Izuku-kun, what are you doing here? I thought you were with the others. Izuku being her made her confused. His match wasn't until the beginning of the semifinals. So why was he here in the player waiting rooms? Hey, Momo-chan, sorry for interrupting you. I know you have a match coming up next against Tokoyami, but I have something you might want to take a look at it. What is it? Izuku pulled out his hero journal and presented it to Momo. I made the same offer to Ochako-chan right before her match as well. But she rejected the offer. Inside this notebook are notes taken on all members of Class 1A. I have written down their strengths, weaknesses, ways for them to improve their quirks and overall ability, and I've also included the best strategies that I could come up with to beat them in a fight. If you want an example, here let me show a page dedicated specifically to you. Izuku flipped to a page near the end of the book and showed it to Momo. Within the contents of the page was a rough sketch of her in her hero costume, what her quirk was, strengths, weaknesses, and a couple of numbers that made her eyes gain a curious glint. Besides her rough sketch were the numbers that followed: stats power 2/5 D speed, 3/5 C technique, 4/5 B intelligence, 6/5 S cooperativeness, 5/5 A strengths. Momo's greatest asset is her mind and intellect. With the versatility of her creation quirk, it can allow her to adapt to almost any situation. Her limit being only her imagination. This makes her intelligence, technique and cooperativeness stats extremely high, as from observing her, she has a fighting style that could in theory work against any opponent. Weaknesses: her physical strength and speed is not quite up to par as the other students in Class 1A, but this can easily be made up for with her supreme intellect. In order for her creation quirk to work, she needs to know the atomic makeup of what she is creating while also sacrificing the lipids in her body. Also, the bigger the object she is creating, then the more exposed skin is needed. If she creates too many things at all time, she could tire out, which would make her vulnerable to opponents. In order for her to be at her best, she would need to eat a meal full of fats and protein beforehand, and wear clothing that leaves much of her body exposed. However, if she can overcome these limitations, then she will be a force to be reckoned with in the future. Extra notes: still working on a costume idea that can counter her skin exposure limitation while also keeping her appearance modest. At first, she frowned when she saw that he had given her low power and speed stats, but nodded in agreement as it was true that she had not trained her physical body like some of her other classmates, making it reasonable for her to have those respective stats. However, she widened her eyes in surprise when she read her technique, intelligence, and cooperativeness stats. According to Izuku's observations, her intelligence is high enough to even go beyond his own scale. She knew she was a smart girl, but she didn't think she was that smart. Her cheeks blushed a little when she read the notes regarding her strengths as she thought Izuku was being a little too nice. When she read her weaknesses, she humbly had to agree as while her quirk was amazing, it didn't come without its many limitations. However, those extra notes about an idea for her costume made her curious. She would have to discuss with Izuku another time. Wow, Izuku-kun, your observations are on point. And you have notes like these on every student in our class. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, it's pretty much what I do when I have free time. I have been doing things like this since I was 3 years old. I make sure that my notes are as thorough as possible. If you want, I can show you Tokoyami's page. With it, you can prepare for your match with him. Although we would have to hurry, since your match can start any moment now. Momo looked at the notebook and pondered. If she took up on his offer, then she would most likely have the best strategy to beat Tokoyami in her disposal. But, deep down, she felt as though it were cheating. In this tournament, the students were supposed to showcase their skills so that pros can scout them and maybe send them internships. So if she were to take a peek inside Izuku's notebook, it would be like relying on his own notes for her own benefit. She didn't think it was fair for her to just take Izuku's own ideas and use them as her own, especially when she knows he has put so much time and effort into writing those notes. With all of this in mind, she had made her decision. Momo shook her head. I'm sorry, Izuku, but just like Ochako, I am going to have to decline your offer. It is really kind of you and I can tell you have the best intentions, but I just feel like a cheater if I use your own notes to my benefit. You put your time and effort into those observations and strategies, so it isn't fair for me to just take them and use them for my benefit. I appreciate the thought, you're a good person for making such an offer, but my answer is no. Izuku smiled and nodded his head in understanding. He expected her to say something like that. And if he were being honest, he would have declined his own offer as well. It's okay, you have nothing to apologize for. I understand why you don't want to accept my offer and it's fine. But before I go, I just want to give you one piece of advice. Izuku touched his forehead with his index finger. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can achieve. Izuku opened the door as he prepared to take his leave. Always remember that. Do your best. I will be rooting for you. Izuku then closed the door behind him as he left Momo alone to prepare for her match. Izuku's words of advice reverberated in Momo's head as she thought of strategies to use against Tokoyami. She smiled. Thank you, Tristan. I will keep that in mind. Now we have no time to lose. Let's move on to the fourth match. Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering, ready for the next match. The two competitors took their place in the ring as the fire ignited in each of the four corners, signaling for Present Mike to give proper introductions. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokoyami. Versus All-Purpose Creation. She was admitted through recommendations so her abilities are certified. From the hero course, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, what do you think of this match? Ojiro asked as he sat behind the green-haired scion. I think time will be the key. Izuku replied as he had his hero journal in his hands, ready to take notes. Ojiro questioned. It's just as Mr. Present Mike says, I'm up against Tokoyami with Dark Shadow, offense and defense in one body. In addition, Tokoyami can bring out Dark Shadow with no time lag, so there is no doubt he will start with a preemptive strike. If I create a simple shield that doesn't take much time and block Tokoyami's attack. If I just give myself enough time to make a weapon, fourth match, start. Momo's train of thought was cut off by Present Mike who called for the start of the match. Go, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami called out as the black form of Dark Shadow was brought out of Tokoyami's stomach and was rushed forward. Got it. Dark Shadow went in for an early attack against Momo. Quickly, create a shield. Momo produced a simple silver shield that easily blocked Dark Shadow's advance towards her. Dark Shadow was sent back towards the air. Next, a weapon. But before she could do so, Dark Shadow immediately went towards her again and smacked her shield with enough force to push her a couple of steps back. I can't collect my thoughts. Dark Shadow attacked her again and knocked her shield out of her hand. She was forced to create another one. She saw Dark Shadow coming towards her again. She was able to dodge the last attack by rolling out of the way. She looked behind her to see that she was almost knocked out of bounds. Oh no, at this point he will just push me out of bounds. I need a moment to think without Dark Shadow attacking me. Momo created a small flashbang grenade in her left hand. She then threw overhead towards Tokoyami. Tokoyami's eyes widened as he saw exactly what Momo had thrown. OCRP, Dark Shadow, look out. Tokoyami shouted, but it was too late. The flashbang had already gone off as it lit up the entire ring. Oh, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Dark Shadow yelled out in agony. Dark Shadow's size began to get smaller as his form dissipated. Momo saw this and gasped in realization. That's it. It's the light. The light is his weakness. If I can create a weapon and shield out of light, then I can overwhelm Dark Shadow easily. But how do I do that? Momo pondered in thought. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can achieve. Izuku's words were replayed in her head. I get it. All I have to do is think. It's just like what Izuku-kun's note said. My limit is only my imagination. Come on, Momo, imagine, imagine, imagine. Imagine some sort of weapon and shield of light. As she thought of this, something interesting happened. In Momo's left hand, a red sword of light appeared and Momo's shield transformed into red light that shaped itself into a shield. Around Momo's body was a crimson aura that enveloped her entire body. The aura almost resembling a fiery spirit that just emanated energy and passion. Momo felt a second wind as suddenly she felt more powerful than ever before. This is just like when Izuku-kun shared some of his energy back in cavalry battle. Only this one feels different. This feels a lot more powerful and potent. Like a raging volcano, ready to erupt. Izuku face-bombed, her too. Momo immediately took the initiative and rushed straight towards Tokoyami. He willed Dark Shadow to block her, but Momo simply swiped Dark Shadow with her sword. The light radiating from the sword caused Dark Shadow to howl in pain as he was cut in half and was forced to go back inside Tokoyami. The light was too much for the dark entity to bear. Momo then pointed her sword towards Tokoyami's neck. Do you yield? Tokoyami, seeing no way out due to his quirk literally being burnt out, sighed in defeat. I yield. Midnight raised her WHP. Momo Yaoyorozu wins by SB MSN. She will advance to the quarterfinals. Momo and Tokoyami both give a bow of respect towards each other as the crowd begins cheering. An overwhelming victory. A completely overwhelming victory. Yaoyorozu makes Tokoyami submit. Man, that sword and shield looked so cool. That creation quirk is really versatile. Let me guess. It was you again, right? Who else? She has a lot of potential as well, just like Ochako-chan. You plan on claiming her as your mate too, right? Izuku fought back a blush. Can you shut up about mates already? Izuku shook his head as he collected himself. Wow, though. Momo-chan is really amazing. It seems as though she didn't need my notes at all. She was able to identify Dark Shadow's weakness to light, and in the process, create a weapon that would render Tokoyami completely defenseless, forcing him to surrender. Izuku began to make specific adjustments to Momo's stats in his hero journal. The next match was Denki Kaminari vs. Ibara Shiozaki. Kaminari attempted to finish the match in 1 second by discharging all of his electricity in one shot. However, Ibara was able to block the attack with no problem using her vine quirk. While Kaminari was in his retarded mode, she wrapped him up in many vines, getting herself the easy victory. After that it was Mina Ashido vs. Yuga Aoyama. Mina was able to use her acid quirk on her feet to make it easy for her to evade Aoyama's blasts from his naval laser. She waited for 1 second until his stomach began to hurt. She remembered his weakness due to him saying it in front of everyone during the quirk assessment tests. She shot some acid to his belt, rendering it useless. She then finished it with one big uppercut straight to Aoyama's noggin, which effectively knocked him out. Mina advanced to the quarterfinals. The 7th match was Tetsu versus Eijiro Kirishima. Due to them literally possessing the same exact quirk, the fight dragged on for longer than it should, with each of them going back and forth. The match ended when the two landed a punch against one another and knocked each other out. Thus, Midnight announced it as a draw, and the two will compete against each other in an arm wrestling match to determine who will advance to the quarterfinals. Shoto Todoroki exited player waiting room 2 as he knew his match was up next. Midoriya won. Shoto turned the corner but then stopped when he saw who was waiting for him. "You are in the way." The person who Shoto was referring to was none other than his father, Endeavor. He had his back leaning against the wall in the middle of the hallway. "You're acting disgracefully, Shoto." Shoto ignored him and continued walking down the hall. "If you had used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. Stop this childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might. Do you understand? You are different from your siblings. You are the greatest masterpiece." Endeavor said as Shoto walked past him. "Is that all you can say, you DMNBSTRD? I will win and advance with just Mom's power. I will never use your power when I fight." Shoto replied as he still had his back facing towards Endeavor. Endeavor narrowed his eyes at his son. "Even if that works for now, you will soon reach the limits of that power. Thanks for waiting. It's now time to start the 8th and final match of the first round. Next up is these guys." Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered, seeing the Jumbotron displaying images of Todoroki and Siro. "He's good. He's good, but what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of? From the hero course, it's hand to Siro." "That's mean," Siro said in response to Present Mike's comment. Versus, taking second place in both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. "You're way too strong, kid." He wasn't recommended for admission for nothing. Also from the hero course, it's Shoto Todoroki. And now, for the 8th and last match of the first round. Ready, start. "Well, I don't feel like I can win." Siro then wrapped Todoroki around with his tape, "But I don't feel like losing either." Siro yelled as he began pushing Todoroki with his tape towards the end of the ring. A surprise attack aimed to push his opponent out of bounds. "Don't you think this was the best choice for this situation? Seriously, get him, Siro." Present Mike shouted as Siro was close to getting Todoroki out of bounds. "Sorry." Todoroki planted his foot down as he launched a stream of ice towards Siro. The ice transformed into a giant ice wall that resembled a glacier. It was able to reach the top of the entire stadium, and it completely froze Siro in place. Everybody gawked at the sheer magnitude of the ice wall that Shoto created. "Don't you think that's a bit much?" Siro stuttered as he shivered. He was DMN near freezing to death. "Siro, can you move?" Midnight asked. She too had some ice on her. "Of course not." Siro is immobilized. Shoto Todoroki advances to the quarterfinals. Everybody in the crowd was speechless until one pro hero said, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Everybody in the crowd started chanting, "Don't worry about," in attempt to cheer up Siro for his devastating defeat. "Sorry, I went overboard. I was angry," Shoto said as he begun melting the ice glacier with his left hand. As he was doing so, he looked straight at Izuku in the bleachers with a cold glare. "He's trying to tell you that is what awaits you, should you face each other in the finals," Inner Deku said as he easily picked up on what Todoroki was trying to communicate to Izuku with that glare. "For some reason, he also looks very sad to me," Izuku thought as he could tell something was troubling Shoto. He was hell-bent on helping his classmate whatever way he can. After the 8th match, Tetsu and Kirishima were both called down to ring so that they could have their arm wrestling match to determine who would advance to the quarterfinals. After a little back and forth, Kirishima noticed a little crack in Tetsu's iron. The hardening quirk user took that as an opportunity to gain the upper hand and pink his hand to the table, thus him winning the arm wrestling match. Midnight announced that Kirishima was advancing to the quarterfinals. After the match, both Kirishima and Tetsu made amends and promised each other a rematch in the future. But now that we have all of the brackets settled, let's move on to the quarterfinals. Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered. Izuku got up from his seat. Well, that's my cue. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Good luck. Both Momo and Ochako said to him simultaneously as he went down to the ring. Alright, let's begin. Will the competitors step forth please? Present Mike said. Izuku and Tenya both entered the ring as the fire was ignited in all four corners of the ring, signaling that the match was about to begin. First up, we got the green powerhouse that continues to shock us in each and every round. From the hero course, it's none other than Izuku Midoriya. Versus, he was a part of a marketing scheme in the last round. Also from the hero course, Tenya Ida. Present Mike introduced each combatant. Please don't remind me. Tenya cried out as he was still not over the fact that he was used by Hatsum. Ida bowed respectfully. I hope we have a great match Midoriya. I will be doing my best to beat you. Izuku also bowed. Me too Ida. May the best man win. Ready. Both Izuku and Tenya got into their stances, ready for Present Mike to give the call. Start. After hearing Present Mike signal the start of the match, Tenya used his engine quirk to rush towards Izuku. He attempted to grab Izuku and rush him towards out of bounds. That's not going to work on me. Izuku foresaw this and immediately leaped out of the way. Tenya backtracked and tried again. But Izuku dodged all the same. Izuku decided it was his turn to try something. He dashed towards Ida and attempted to land some offense in, but Ida rejected the notion and used his engines to quickly get away from Izuku. Seeing as now Ida was on the defensive, Izuku followed him by running after the engine quirk user, but Ida kept on using his superior speed to evade all of Izuku's attack. Getting tired of playing cat and mouse all day, Izuku decided to stop in the middle of the ring. Ida saw this and stopped moving as well, thinking that he should give his engines some rest. Ida smirked once he stopped running. I hate to state the obvious, but we both know that at this rate, I will win. With my quirk, it is clear that I have the superior speed. You can't land any hits on me, so you will have no way of defeating me if you can't immobilize me or force me out of bounds. So what will you do Midoriya? Will you give up, or will you fruitlessly try to drag on the match? Izuku smiled as he already had formed a plan ages ago. I appreciate the concern. It's true, I am nowhere near as fast as I would like to be. Midoriya, it's time to end this. Ready? Ida was about to activate his quirk again. Wait, hold up just a minute please. What's wrong? Before we continue, I need to shed some of these clothes. Ida was confused by the request. Suit yourself. If you're going to lose, you might as well be comfortable. I can tell you trained strong these last couple of weeks. In preparation for the sports festival Izuku said as he took off the top of his PE uniform revealing a blue shirt underneath. I'm glad you noticed. I told you that I was going to challenge you, didn't I Midoriya? Izuku then began to take off his blue shirt, but it looked like he was struggling to get the shirt over his head. Midoriya, do you need some help with that? Ida asked as he and the rest of the crowd watching were confused on why Izuku was having trouble taking off a simple shirt. No, it's okay, I got it. Izuku replied. He was finally to get the shirt off, his toned and defined six-pack on full display. Females in the arena couldn't help but drool at the Scion's marble body while most of the men shot him glares of envy as they wondered what kind of training he did since they didn't have bodies like that even in their prime. Midoriya, you stripping here in front of all of these people is very inappropriate and it is not befitting of a class president. Ida shouted as he made many aggressive chopping motions. What? Oh yeah, my bad. Give me a second. Let me put the uniform back on. Izuku dropped his blue shirt to the ground. When the shirt touched the ground, it caused what seemed to be a mini earthquake as the entire stadium shook. Many people lost their balance as they fell towards the floor. A dust cloud was formed from where the shirt was dropped as Izuku put the top half of the PE uniform back on, much to the displeased to Midnight who wanted to eat Izuku for dinner. What in the world was that? Present Mike cried out. Everybody had their eyes as wide as dinner plates. What in the hell was that shirt made of? Midoriya, do you mind if I take a look at your shirt? Ida asked. Izuku replied. Ida attempted to lift the shirt off of the ground, but to his shock, it was much heavier than a regular shirt. He could not lift it up no matter how strong he tried. It was like the shirt was stuck to the ground. What is this? Midoriya, this thing weighs a ton. Have you been wearing this for the entire sports festival? Yep. It was part of my training. Izuku took off his blue wristbands as they made a crack in the ring floor. He took off his shoes as well, as they also made a crack on the floor. Your wristbands as well. And your shoes. How do you manage to even walk while wearing all of that weight? Well, this was part of the training program that I used to prepare for the entrance exams. And after I got used to the weight, I just kept on increasing it more and more, until it got to this point. I did this because my quirk requires a really strong vessel in order to be able to survive the backlash and recoil. If I had not done this intensive training, then every time I used my quirk, I probably would break every bone in my body. Ida gasped, "Are you for real? What kind of quirk do you have?" Izuku did some stretches to test the weight of his body. He smirked as he jumped up and down in the air. "I'm lighter than a feather." Izuku then started sprinting in high speeds, doing multiple laps around the ring in literal seconds. Midoriya just keeps on amazing us. I thought there was no surprise left, but to carry that much weight around casually. That's just crazy. Your students really are monsters, aren't they, Eraserhead? Present Mike said after he had gotten over his shock. Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with that crazy training regime. Aizawa replied as he too couldn't believe that Izuku wore all of that weight as actual clothes. After throwing some high-speed punches and kicks to the air, Izuku got back into his stance as he faced Ida. Ida, I'm ready now. Show me what you got. Ida stopped his gawking as he too got into his stance. All right, Midoriya, I'm ready. Let's continue our battle. Izuku dashed towards Ida at neck-breaking speeds. Ida almost couldn't believe it. He was so much faster than before. Tenya turned around to see Izuku skipping around him. He was moving so quickly, it almost seemed like there were multiple Izukus. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or do I see like 5 or 6 Midoriyas just hopping around Ida? Present Mike shouted as everybody else watching was seeing the exact same thing. Over here. Ida tried to land a kick on Izuku, but then he suddenly disappeared. Missed me. Ida turned around and aimed another kick, but it looked like there were multiple Izukus just moving all over the place. You gotta be quicker than that. You're too slow. Ida thought he was hallucinated. It seemed like Izuku was one place, but then the image fades and he suddenly is someplace else. What is this? Ida yelled out. Izuku stopped moving as he returned to the middle of the ring. I call it the afterimage strike. You like it? It's a technique I picked up during my training. It requires for me to move faster than the eye can see. I move so fast that I create afterimages of myself. These images are used to confuse my opponent to make them think they are hitting me, when they are really not. It allows me to attack them, while they are distracted. Izuku used the afterimage again, and while Ida was trying to locate the real Izuku, he got hit in the head by Izuku's foot, which caused the engine quirk user to be sent across the ring, almost touching out of bounds. Like that? Izuku called out as Tenya got back up. He's too fast for me to outrun now. His speed is on a whole other different level than before. I can't beat him in a head-on fight. I'm going to have to finish this now, or he will immobilize me. Ida thought as he activated his quirk. Blue flames began to exhaust out of his engine. He leapt high in the air. Wow, a standing long jump. Present Mike commentated as Ida was about to descend towards Izuku. Recipro burst. Ida called out his special move. He aimed towards at Izuku at a very high speed. But the green-haired scion was able to dodge it just in time, thanks to his now increased speed he got from taking off all of his weights. I have about 10 seconds before my engine stall. I have to win it in that time. Ida used his momentum to aim another kick towards Izuku, and this time, he actually managed to kick him right at the back of his head, causing Izuku to fall to the floor. A direct hit. Present Mike shouted. He got a pretty heavy hit in. Siro said that kick was way too fast. Kaminari yelled. Using the opening he got with his direct hit, Ida grabbed a hold of Izuku by the back of his shirt and began running towards out of bounds at full speed. 8 seconds left. I can do it. I will throw him out of bounds like T-dash, but suddenly Ida's engine stopped working as she stopped mid-run. My muffler is fried. When did that happen? When you kicked me? Tenya looked to see Izuku with a yellow ki blast in his hand aimed directly at Tenya's engines. Since I have only shown physical attacks, you forgot I could create energy blasts like this too, didn't you? I knew you were going to immediately rush me with your recipro after I closed the gap in speed. I could have dodged your last kick as well, but I let you hit me on purpose, so that I could find a way to easily fry one of your engines. You fell for my trap. Do you mean it? I played right into his hands. And now? Izuku grabbed Ida's leg and lifted him up into the air. Since his engines were fried, he had no way to maneuver himself in the air. Izuku used this as his chance. Izuku kicked him square in his iki. The kick was strong enough to send him straight out of the ring and onto the floor. That's game. Midnight raised her WP. Tenya Ida is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins and advances to the semifinals. The entire crowd cheered as yet again, Izuku had surprised them with his physical and intellectual demps over his opponents. Izuku walked over and reached out his hand to Ida. That was a pretty good match. You almost had me there. Let's do it again some other time. Ida took his hand and smiled as Izuku pulled him up. Yes, thank you for pushing me. I will continue to train strong as I await our rematch. So youthful. Midnight cried out in delight as Izuku and Tenya showed good sportsmanship. So Midoriya is the first competitor to advance to the semifinals. Let's move on to the next match to find out who will join him. Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering in anticipation for the next matches. You completely outclassed me, Midoriya. I thought I had a chance to win, but it seems as though you had control of the entire match from beginning to end. Ida said as he waved his arms around robotically while he and Izuku were walking down the halls of the player waiting rooms. Izuku nervously chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. You give me too much credit, Ida. You should not sell yourself short. You were a good competitor. Just keep on training strong, and I know you will become a great hero someday. Ida nodded. Thank you, Midoriya. He stopped at the door to player waiting room 1. Please excuse me for a moment. I'm going to give my brother a quick call. I will meet with you and the others in a little bit. Alright, no problem. Take your time, we'll see you in a little. Izuku made his way up to the bleachers. Ida went inside the waiting room and dialed his brother's number. Hello, Tensei. It's me, Tenya Dash. I am currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone. Tensei's voicemail played as Tenya hung up the phone. I hope you're alright. Unbeknownst to him, right at that moment, Ida's brother was face to face with a certain hero killer. When Izuku made it back to his seat, he saw that the second match of the quarterfinals was about to begin. It was Katsuki going up against Momo. Under normal circumstances, in a one-on-one fight, Izuku would say that Bakugo would most likely win as his fighting prowess was just on a whole other level. But ever since Inner Deku opened up Momo's hidden key, this was actually able to give Momo a fighting chance, just like with Ochako. When the match started, Momo immediately tried to create her red weapons of light, like she did against Tokoyami in the previous round. But she ended up creating her usual shield and staff. This confused her as she had imagined the weapons of light like she had done before. Izuku observed her and came to a conclusion. She and Ochako-chan cannons summon their ki at will. In order for them to do so, they would require some extensive training. It seems like my inner self was only able to open the ki reserves that was hidden in their bodies, but not give them full control over it. Well, it looks like Momo-chan is at a great disadvantage. Izuku thought as Katsuki proceeded to rush towards Momo with his explosions. Momo did her best to evade the attacks, but it was no use. His explosions were just too strong and he was too quick. Without her ki weapons, she was not strong enough to do any substantial damage to him. After a minute of going back and forth, Bakugo let off an explosion with enough strength to knock Momo out of the ring. Midnight swung her WHP. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo advances to the semifinals. The crowd cheered as 2 of the final 4 were decided. Bakugo smirked evilly as he turned and pointed directly at Izuku. Finally, I'm going to get my hands on Deku. Izuku gave him his own smirk as he cracked his knuckles. Bring it on, Kaken. Let's settle this. The next match was Mina versus Ibra. The winner turned out to be Mina when she just straight up spammed acid shots towards Ibra's vines. Mina's acid disrupted the flow of Ibra's vines and they turned out to be completely useless even when she tried to produce more. Mina took this as her opportunity to push Ibra out of the ring using the extra mobility when she placed acid on her feet. The final match of the quarterfinals was Kirishima versus Todoroki. Kirishima's hardening allowed for him to break out of Todoroki's ice. He realized that Kirishima's quirk had a limit to how much he could tank. So, Todoroki just kept on firing ice towards him until he broke through his hardening quirk. Then, just like with Zero, Todoroki immobilized him by holding him in place with his ice. Kirishima had no way out, and thus Todoroki advanced to the semifinals, completing the final 4. Now that we have our final 4, let's start the first match of the semifinals. Present Mic announced as the Jumbotron displayed Izuku and Katsuki. The crowd cheered as they knew this was going to be a good match. We have 2 students who can pack a punch. First off is the green powerhouse that has just kept on dominating this entire sports festival with each and every round. From the hero course, it's none other than Izuku Midoriya. Versus, he's got some anger issues. He has only faced girls so far in the tournament. Let's see how he does against one of the strongest in his class. Also from the hero course, it is Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mic introduced the 2 combatants as Bakugo grew an angry tick mark. What did that BSTRD say? I'll kill you. Bakugo yelled as he clearly did not take lightly to present Mic's comment. This ought to be one to remember, Aizawa said as he knew Izuku and Katsuki both had a heated history between them. Both were exceptional in combat, but they were about to find out who was better between the 2. Music, Boku no Hero Academia S3 OS Teach Katsuki and Izuku, you say Run plus Bombing King. Looks like we will be getting a rematch from their fight in hero training at the start of the school year. Tsuyu said as she could feel the tension in the air. A fated match between rivals. Ochako said seriously as her eyes were now glued to the 2 rivals. Man, this is going to be intense. Kaminari said as if their first fight in the hero training was anything to go by. This match was definitely going to personal. You said it, a fight between men? Kirishima yelled out as this fight might be the most destructive out of the entire tournament. I am going to crush you, Deku. Bakugo spat. Hee, we will see about that, Kaken. Izuku replied as he got into his fighting stance. His weights were off, and he replaced his blue shoes with his usual red sneakers. He didn't think fighting barefoot against Bakugo was a good idea. Ready? Present Mic was about to begin the match but was cut off. Wait, Bakugo shouted, stopping Present Mic before he could officially start the match. I have a proposition to make for Deku. What do you mean? Izuku looked curiously at Bakugo. Bakugo smirked as he pointed at Deku. One-on-one. No ring outs, no disqualifications. No holds barred. The winner is decided when one of us submits or is completely knocked out. And here is the best part. If I beat you, you have to quit at trying to become a hero. The entire crowd shouted as everybody thought that. Bakugo was making an asinine offer. What kind of preposition was that? Izuku narrowed his eyes. What's in it for me? Bakugo shrugged his shoulders. If you win, I'll grant you one request. I'll do whatever you want me to as long as it's reasonable and it is within my power to do so. Izuku hummed as he closed his eyes in thought. Okay, this is just crazy. There's no way that Midoriya is actually considering this, right? I mean, come on. If he loses, he has to quit becoming a hero. That just makes no sense. Any person with a brain would decline that offer. Mineta cried out. Yeah, you have a point, but if Midoriya wins, he can make Bakugo do any one thing that he wants him to do. Do you really think he would pass up an opportunity like that? Zero added his own 2 cents in as while the deal kind of seemed crazy, it might be a good trade-off. Hell, if Izuku won, he could make Bakugo quit becoming a hero as well. You idiots, it's much bigger than that. Kirishima suddenly yelled. This is more about a tournament, or becoming a hero. This is a grudge match between two men. They have a history and rivalry that goes long before UA. They are willing to put everything on the line to see who truly is the best between them. Well, when you put it like that, this is pretty personal. Kaminari's sweat dropped as he didn't realize how important this fight was. After a moment of careful thinking, Izuku opened his eyes and made his decision. I accept. What? The crowd shouted in unison as they now thought that Izuku was out of his mind. Why was he willing to put his dream career on the line like that, especially after coming this far? Bakugo smirked. I knew you wouldn't turn it down. But let's make this clear. If I beat you, you promise one request, all right? Your word. You have my word, Minute, you think I'm a liar or something. Just make sure you don't regret putting your dream on the line, because once I'm done with you, I'm going to send you home crying. Eraserhead, is this following the rules? Can they actually do this? Present Mike asked. Aizawa shrugged his shoulders. It's Midnight's decision whether she will allow it or not. She is the umpire, so she gets final call in everything. Midnight though for a second. A part of her didn't want to risk Izuku's dream job, but when she looked into his eyes, she could tell he was absolutely sure. She could not deny the youth that was on display here. So she made her decision. I will allow it. This match has officially turned into a no-holds-barred stipulation. There are no ring-outs or out-of-bounds. The two competitors can take their match anyway as long as I can see them. There are no disqualifications, so anything goes, meaning foul play and villainous acts are now allowed, as long as it isn't anything life-threatening. However, nobody else can get involved in their match besides me and Cementos. The winner is decided via knockout or SBMSN. If Izuku Midoriya loses, he quits becoming a hero, and if Katsuki Bakugo loses, he has to whatever Midoriya asks him. Do you agree with these stipulations, gentlemen? Yes, let's go already. Fine by me. Okay, shake on it and the match will begin. Izuku and Katsuki shook each other's hand, and as they did, Izuku spoke up before the match started. You're not going to send me home crying, by the way. I vow to win, and I'm going all the way, and I'm bringing home the W. You're acting a little arrogant. Don't underestimate me, Deku, or else your dreams will be snapped in a blink of an eye. Izuku let go of his hand. It's not arrogance. I just know that I'm going to beat you, whether you like it or not. And that's a promise, and I never go back on my word. Bakugo grit his teeth. Since when did he grow a pair? Why is he all of a sudden so damn prideful? Ready? Izuku and Katsuki both got into their respective stances as they waited for Present Mike to give the call. Start. And the match was officially underway. Bakugo immediately rushed Deku with a right hook, like he always does. Deku sighed, you never learn, Kaken. How many times do I have to tell Yo dash? However, he cut off, when Bakugo suddenly changed trajectory and instead used an explosion in his right hand to make him go sideways toward the left and hit Deku with an unexpected explosion straight to the face that sent him across the ring. Oh snap! Bakugo hits Midoriya with a flaming bomb right to the noggin. Present Mike commented as many people were shocked to see how Bakugo was able to catch Deku off guard like that. Todoroki widened his eyes in shock. That is completely different from the way he was fighting during the hero training. Izuku got back up as he looked towards Bakugo in shock. That explosion felt a lot more powerful than before. What was that? Bakugo smirked. Did you really think I was going to use the same strategy as the one in our last battle? I know you have been observing me and I do always start with a right hook. But guess what? Ever since that day when you beat me during the hero training, I have been training and working out non-stop every day in order to create a fighting style that I will use specifically against you, Deku. These moves are things that you have not seen before. I am a lot stronger than before. I just had been holding this back until I faced you one-on-one. And now that it's finally me and you only, with nobody else getting in our way, I can finally let loose and let off all of this pent-up rage that I have been holding in ever since that day. Izuku gasped. He sensed Bakugo to try to see if he was telling the truth, and he was. His power level was much higher than it was before. The only reason he had not noticed before was because, Bakugo had been saving it all for him and their match. Now he can go all out on Deku and release all of the rage he has been keeping inside of him for all of this time. Izuku ran towards Bakugo and aimed a punch towards his shoulder, but Bakugo was quick enough to dodge the blow and counterattack with an explosion straight to Izuku's Is-T, sending him back some distance. Izuku smiled as he was now getting excited. Wow, Kaken, you really have improved. I'm impressed. Now let's see what you can do about this. Izuku began firing many mini-sized yellow ki blasts at Bakugo. To his surprise, the ash blonde was able to dodge many of the incoming projectiles. The ones he wasn't able to dodge, he simply blasted them away with his explosions. Stop playing games, do you, and get serious. If not, then I'm going to destroy you. Bakugo yelled as he used an explosion to propel himself towards Deku at high speeds. He went in for a direct blow, but Deku was fast enough to dodge the punch and send him back with a kick to the cystic. Bakugo was sent flying, but he used his explosions to land him safely on the ground. Izuku dusted himself off. All right then, you asked for it. Deku proceeded to power up to one for all, full cowl. Green electricity swirled around him as the winds started to increase in pressure and speed. Bakugo smirked. Finally, let's get this show on the road. Bakugo raced towards Deku at full speed with a maniacal grin on his face. Deku powered up to 15%, Delaware Smash. Izuku flicked his finger, sending a powerful wind blast straight at Bakugo. Get that SHT out of my face. Stun Grenade. Bakugo yelled out as he fired an explosion to negate the Delaware Smash. There was a bright flash as smoke covered the ring. Bakugo used the smoke to his advantage and tried to sneak behind Deku. You're going to have to hit a lot harder than that if you want to land a scratch on me. Bakugo was about to explode Deku, but he dodged at the last second. Okay then, how about this? Izuku gave Bakugo a one-for-all infused punch to the ribs, which sent the explosion boy flying across the ring. Oh, so much action. This match got me on the edge of my seat. Present Mike yelled as the crowd cheered, showing their agreement. Bakugo got up and rubbed his ribs. That was pretty good shot, Deku. But you won't be landing any more punches on me like that for the rest of this fight. Oh yeah. Come at me then. Show me what you got, Kaken. Deku yelled as the thrill and excitement from the battle was making his BLD pump. With pleasure. Bakugo fired off multiple stun grenades to disrupt Deku's vision. However, Deku did not fall for this as he was focused on Bakugo's power level. Somehow it was still continuing to rise, which just made him question, just exactly how much power does Bakugo still have left that he hasn't shown? Deku focused and felt Bakugo attacking him from above. He sidestepped and attempted to counterattack with a jab, but Bakugo was already anticipating that and quickly set off an explosion in order to create some distance. However, the gap was closed when Deku dodged the explosion and caught up top Katsuki, who seethed in anger at seeing Deku handling his explosions with ease. Looks like I'm going to have to up the ante. You really are annoying, you know that. Stop dodging my explosions, you dipshit. Bakugo roared as he started to throw even more powerful explosions than before. Deku was forced to blast the explosions away with his own ki blasts, as there were too many to dodge. Izuku then flew straight towards Bakugo and aimed a roundhouse kick to the side of his head. Bakugo tried to block it with an explosion, but Deku already saw this coming. Montana Smash. Deku used his other leg to kick Bakugo straight in the midsection with monster force that sent him tumbling towards the floor. It, however, was not strong enough to knock him out, as Bakugo was back on his feet. Like I said before, those attacks won't be enough to stop me, Deku. Bakugo grinned as he started lighting explosions in his hands. Fine, so let's spice things up a little. Deku then used the afterimage on Bakugo, as now there were multiple images of Deku all over the ring. You think you can fool me just like you did with Four Eyes? Not gonna happen, Bakugo was able to catch the real Deku almost instantly as he grabbed hold of him. COP, he's a lot faster than before. I didn't think he was going to be able to find me so easily. Deku thought as he saw Bakugo preparing for an attack. I got you now, Now get ready to be burned to ashes. Bakugo's hands began to light up. Oh no, he's going for a point-blank shot. He's trying to end it. I got a counterattack, right now. Take this. Die, Deku. But before Bakugo could let off the explosion, Deku was able to fly away and create some space. That isn't going to help you, but I'm still going to kill you with this explosion. Now die. Bakugo finally let off the explosion as it was aiming straight for Deku. Deku placed his hands together on his forehead. Misenko. The two attacks collided, as once they touched each other, it set off a big explosion that lit up the entire stadium. There was a bunch of smoke covering the ring, for a minute before it cleared to show both Deku and Bakugo kneeling on the ground. Bakugo was panting, and Deku was looking straight towards his opponent calmly as he did not expect for one of Bakugo's explosions to be able to take on a Misenko. Wow. You got some really flashy students, Eraserhead. No wonder you haven't expelled them yet. Present Mike yelled as just like him, the crowd was greatly enjoying the match between the rivals. I only expel those with absolutely no potential at all. As you can clearly see, these guys have an enormous amount of potential to become great pro heroes one day. Which is why I did not expel them, yet. Aizawa said as he too was enjoying the battle between two of the strongest students of the class he teaches. Bakugo grinned. You know what they say, don't you, Deku? Deku remained quiet as he observed Bakugo and whatever plan he was trying to pull. When two people are powerful enough, they are able to read each other's thoughts simply by an exchange of fists. Without ever uttering a single word, get it? Deku narrowed his eyes. What was he trying to do? You have always been naive, Deku. Tell me, do you know my thoughts? Bakugo fully stood up. Can you tell what's on my mind? Suddenly, Bakugo's power level just spiked out of nowhere. Bakugo fired multiple explosions towards Deku. Deku, in response, jumped out of the way, but not even a second later, he felt Bakugo right behind him. What the? So fast. I didn't even see him move. Where did that speed come from? Bakugo proceeded to punch Deku square in the face, sending him crashing to the floor, making a loud crash as he did so. You make me so angry. Did you know that, Deku? Izuku got back up on his feet. He felt a throbbing pain in his cheek. That Katsuki really packed a punch. But before he could even register what was going on, Bakugo was already back on him, pummeling him with multiple punches and kicks. He finished his combo with an explosion sent straight to Deku's ST, which sent all the way across the stage. But since it was no holds barred, the match wasn't over yet even if Deku had gone out of bounds. You have always been following behind me, ever since we were kids. You were always behind me, out whole lives. Deku got back up again as there's several burn marks over his skin. You were stuck to me. I could not get rid of you. No matter how much I tried, you kept coming back. Deku got into his stance as he saw Bakugo walking towards him. But then out of nowhere, you just kept on getting stronger and stronger. Until, the roles were eventually reversed. Now I ended up chasing after you, who was always so far behind me. Why did a small fry like you get so strong? You got so much better, and for the two preliminary rounds, you made me look like a total fool. You have been looking down on me this entire time, haven't you? Deku gasped, as Bakugo's words caused him to drop his stance, getting his mind off of the fight. What you really believe, Kaken? Bakugo grit his teeth in anger. Say something, you dipshit? In a burst of speed, Bakugo was up in Deku's face. Deku didn't have enough time to react to Bakugo's harsh explosion to his face. Bakugo sent him all the way towards the wall. The force was so strong that it made Deku stuck to the wall, as he has his arms and legs spread out. Bakugo walked to where Deku was pinned on the wall and smirked. What's the matter? Not winning as easily as you thought. Deku looked at him and gave a smirk of his own. I never said it would be easy. Bakugo growled, you won't be winning at all. He slapped Deku twice as strong as he could. Deku grit his teeth as he growled at him as well. What, nerd? Are you feeling angry, humiliated? Is that it? Bakugo kneed him in the stomach, causing Deku to spit out some saliva. You son of a beach. You don't know what humiliation is. Bakugo proceeded to punch Deku repeatedly in the face, making the crowd cringe at the brutal acts of violence that Bakugo was committing. I will teach you what humiliation feels like, just like how you have taught me. Just like how you have been looking down on me this entire time. The way you have humiliated me in this entire sports festival. I will embarrass you in front of all of these people, and give you the humiliation you truly deserve. Bakugo finished with a flaming hot explosion to Deku's face. Hey, watch it, Bakugo. This may be no holds barred, but all of that is unnecessary. You better calm down. Midnight said as she swung her WHP. For some reason, seeing Izuku get violently beat up made her mad. She was restraining herself from kicking Bakugo upside the head. Shut the F up, Beach. This has nothing to do with you. Mind your own DMN business. Bakugo yelled out as he didn't like that Midnight was trying to interrupt their fight. Midnight started to unseal some of her clothing as purple smoke began to form. Why you lit dash, he's right. Deku looked at Midnight and told her, this is between me and him. Nobody else should intervene. Don't worry, I have this under control. Deku was able to convince Midnight to back off as she scoffed at Bakugo. You have this under control? How many times are you going to look down on me, Deku? Bakugo aimed another explosion to Deku's face, but Deku caught Bakugo's hand before he could hit his target. Deku caught Bakugo's hand. Enough. Deku powered up to full cowl 20% and headbutt Bakugo. The resulting blow made the ash blonde go across the ring as the headbutt was stronger than what he had anticipated. You really are an idiot, Kaken. Bakugo looked up to see Deku flying in the air, with the green electric aura of one for all enveloping his body as he now had a serious and threatening expression on his face. What did you say, Mataf? I said. Deku reappeared in front of Bakugo, faster than the eye could blink. You're an idiot. Deku landed a Texas smash square in Bakugo's face and sent him across the entire stage. You actually thought I looked down on you. Is that what you actually believe all this time? It's the exact opposite, Kaken. Think about it. If I looked down on you, I would not want anything to do with you anymore. But I'm still here. I noticed things you couldn't all these years because I had nothing at first. There were things I hate about you, sure. But I could clearly see how amazing you were. You had so much going for you that I didn't have. All Might was my hero, but you were the one actually in my life. Deku shouted as his green electric aura began to grow more fierce due to his emotion. Bakugo widened his eyes in shock when he heard Deku's words. I thought you were incredible, Kaken. I wanted to see what you would become. That's the reason I kept chasing after you. I haven't told you this, but the truth is, when I get wild up, my longing to win surpasses my longing to save someone. Without meaning to, I start talking like you. You're so mean sometimes and I hate it. But my idea of victory is so tied to the image of you in my head that in those moments, I can't help but imitate you. Right now my BLD is pumping. For some reason, I don't know why, but I just love the thrill of the fight. Especially when I go up against you. It just fuels my longing to win. That's why I can't afford to lose to you. I may make you really angry. And your wrath may make you incredibly strong, but your wrath will never surpass my pride. Deku yelled out at the top of his lungs as he began powering up and growing stronger. His pride of a scion increasing his power while the fight continues on. Everybody could feel the pure power oozing from Deku as he began concentrating all of his power. I'm all fired up now, Kaken. Give me everything you got. Bakugo digested all of what Deku just said. He began shaking and seething in wrath. Deku, you have angered me for the last time. You think that just because you feel finally grew a pair and decided to have some pride, you're going to beat me. Not a fat chance. You were supposed to be just a stepping stone in my path to becoming the #1 hero. And after I beat you and finish you off with this final attack, you will no longer be a threat or a hindrance to my goal. So get ready to go home crying. Bakugo began to focus all of his energy. Smoke started to surround him as he used his explosions to spin around like a tornado. He began to pick up more and more speed until he was ready. Kakamda. This is everything I have. Don't you dare hold back. Howitzer impact. Bakugo rushed towards at supersonic speeds with his tornado of explosion red to detonate and incinerate Deku. Deku smiled as he arched his right arm back. Let's end this, Kaken. Detroit. Once Bakugo was close enough, Deku finally released his power. Smash. The signature attacks collided as the two former best friends and now rivals were clashing for Demps. This lasted for 30 seconds before Deku noticed that Bakugo was getting the upper hand and was actually starting to push Deku back. "Don't underestimate me, I'm going to kill you." "No. I refuse to lose." Deku shouted back as increased his power even more. One for all, full cowl, 21%. As soon as Deku increased his power output, there was a huge explosion as the entire stadium was engulfed in a bright flash of took cover as this explosion was even bigger than the clash between Ochako and Katsuki in the first round. It took a full minute for the smoke to clear and what everybody saw made their jaws drop. The entire ring was destroyed. There was smoke and ashes everywhere. Half of Deku's shirt was torn off as there was blood spilling from his left shoulder. He also had many more burn marks than before. Bakugo was somewhat in the same state. However, Deku has his fist implanted into Bakugo's gut. Deku pulled back his fist as he sensed that Bakugo power reserves were completely depleted. When Deku released him, Bakugo started stumbling a bit, but before he was about to hit the ground, he muttered, "I will not lose to." Deku. Deku gaped in awe. "You're still standing even after all of that. You truly are amazing, Kaken. You are going to become something legendary someday." But even so, Deku took a fighting stance as he powered up to his maximum 25%. Then in the blink of an eye, Deku punched Kaken all over his body exactly 100 times at a speed that was hypersonic. Deku then aimed his fingers straight at Kaken's forehead. "Warida." Deku flicked his fingers and hit Bakugo with a Delaware smash straight to his forehead. Bakugo was sent across the stage as he collapsed to the floor. He was completely rendered unconscious. It took a moment for everybody else to process what just happened before Midnight ran over to Bakugo's collapsed form to check his state. After nudging him a couple of times and checking his pulse, Midnight raised her W. "Katsuki Bakugo has been knocked out. Izuku Midoriya advanced to the finals." Izuku turned around and pointed straight at Shoto Todoroki. "You're next." Katsuki slowly opened his eyes. His mind was currently at a blank. He had no idea where he was or what just happened. He tried to remember just had exactly what he was doing moments before he blacked out. He looked up to see a completely white ceiling only to immediately sit up in a panic. "Where are you?" "I'm going to finish T-," but the explosion quirk user stopped as he realized he wasn't in the fighting stage anymore. He was currently in Recovery Girl's temporary nurse office. He then grunted in pain as he realized that his entire upper body was bandaged up and there was also a bandage wrapped around his forehead like a headband. "Oh, so you're up? That was a lot sooner than I expected." Katsuki turned his head towards the voice, to see Recovery Girl sitting on a chair as she was currently patching up Izuku who was sitting beside her. The green-haired scion had the left side of his P uniform completely torn off, exposing a large part of his torso. There was no more BLD on him since Recovery Girl cleaned him up, and she was also able to get rid of the ashes that were caused by Katsuki's explosions. Izuku perked his head up to see Katsuki sitting up and staring at him. He smiled and greeted him. "Oh, hey Kaken. You recover fast, don't you? Are you alright? I hope I didn't hurt you permanently anything." Katsuki gasped. "Wait a minute. What happened in our match?" Then Katsuki widened his eyes in horror. It was all starting to come back to him now. There was a huge clash and after the dust settled, he was barely able to even stand. He had absolutely no strength to keep on fighting. But he would rather die than to give up against Deku. Then in the blink of an eye, he had felt pain literally all over his body. And the last thing he remembered was Deku saying, "Arida." After that, it all went black for Katsuki. He looked straight at Izuku as the explosion quirk user was shaking sporadically. Did I lose?" He already knew the answer to his own question, but he still didn't want to face reality. He couldn't accept the fact that he would ever lose against Deku. Izuku nodded his head, "Yes. I won our battle. I will be advancing to the finals." Katsuki suddenly felt a spike of fear shuddering throughout his core. He finally figured out the gravity of the situation. He had lost to Deku twice. Deku just proved to the entire world that he, in fact, is superior to Bakugo. He embarrassed him on national television, which really was the least of his worries. But because right before their match, Deku and Bakugo had made a deal. If Deku lost, he quits becoming a hero forever. If Katsuki lost, then Deku can order Bakugo to do whatever one thing the green-haired boy wants. The reason that Bakugo was feeling a sensation of fear was that he had no idea what Deku was going to make him do. Would he force Bakugo to quit becoming a hero instead? Or, even worse, force him to never ever use his quirk again to make him feel how Deku had felt all of these years? That last thought just made Bakugo begin sweating nervously as his heart was beating dangerously fast. His fate was entirely in the hands of Deku, the same boy who he abused and bullied for so many years. Was karma about to give him the ultimate punishment? Bakugo took a deep breath to try to calm his nerves at least a little. But he was still scared to death. He was also really angry, but his anger didn't compare to the amount of fear he was feeling right now. He had never experienced any fear like this ever before. It makes him wonder how Deku had survived all of these years. He stared up at Deku as tears were almost beginning to form in his eyes. Just get it over with? Izuku tilted his head to the side in confusion. Huh? Get what over with? What are you talking about? Bakugo grit his teeth in anger. Was he trying to mock him? You know damn well what I'm talking about. Please don't patronize me, you have already humiliated and embarrassed me enough as it is. I'm referring to our DMN bet. You won. So what the hell do you want me to do? Hurry up and stop mocking me, DMN it. Bakugo's tears became visible as they slowly began to trail down his cheek. He thought that Deku was trying to add insult to injury and throw salt into the wound in Katsuki's most vulnerable state of defeat. Izuku widened his eyes as he looked at Katsuki's crying state. Oh yeah, that's right, we did make a deal and shook on it. My bad, I kind of almost forgot. So many things were happening and it all happened so fast as well. But in regards to your question, I know exactly what I want you to do. Bakugo sniffed as he wiped his eyes with his arm. Just get it over with and ruin my life already. The faster I'm out of here, the better. Izuku slowly raised his finger and pointed it straight at Katsuki. From now on, you are going to call everybody in Class 1A by their first names only. Bakugo's mouth was agape. Was he hearing things? He must be hallucinating. That beating he took from Deku seems to have affected his hearing somehow. Can you repeat that? Our fight must have done damages to my hearing. I think I'm hearing things. Izuku smiled. I said that from here on out, you have to start calling everybody by their first names in our class. You can still call me Deku if you want though. You've been calling me that for so long, I've pretty much gotten used to it. Plus that name has a new meaning to me now, so whenever you call me it, I will take it as a compliment more than anything. Recovery Girl sighed. Why am I not surprised? You had the poor boy scared to death. Don't play with his life like that. Recovery Girl lightly smacked Izuku at the back of his head. I'm sorry, okay? I wasn't trying to play or tease him or anything like that, I swear. I sincerely forgot because I was so focused on the match and then I was worried about Kaken's injuries since we didn't exactly go easy on each other. Izuku rubbed his head comically even though it shouldn't have hurt that much since he had his guard down. It ended up hurting a lot more than it should. Bakugo still had his eyes the size of dinner plates as he gawked at Izuku. In his mind, there was no way that Deku would just let him off as easy as that. He actually started to get a glimmer of hope, but he needed to be sure. Wait a minute, Deku. Are you being serious? You're not going to make me quit being a hero or force me to never use my quirk ever again or anything like that. Izuku smiled and shook his head. He knew that Katsuki would fear something like that. No, Kaken. Why would I want you to do any of that stuff? I would ruin your life. And I just could not live with myself if I ever did something so villainous. But I was going to make you Kadash, that doesn't matter. Did you already forget the vow that we made after our hero training battle? I regard you as my equal, and we promise to be rivals and push each other to become the #1 hero and to help one another become the greatest heroes that we can be. So explain to me why in the world I would order you to quit becoming a hero or to never use your quirk. That just doesn't make sense and it would contradict everything that I stand for. Izuku said as he sparked something in Katsuki. something that was completely alien to him. Gratitude. Recovery Girl smiled at seeing the scene play out before her. Looks like there was absolutely no flaw in your judgment when you chose your successor, huh, Toshinori. Katsuki looked at Izuku in awe. He had no retort. Everything that Izuku just told him was exactly 100% correct. Even after all of the torment and abuse that he put through Deku, the green-haired boy still found it in his heart to forgive the explosion boy no matter what. He was no longer following behind him, nor was he necessarily extremely ahead of him. He was now picking Kaken up and guiding him towards the promised land. And together they will legendary. But why did you choose to make me call all of our classmates by their given names? Oh, so that you can form a bond and mutual respect between. That way not only will it be just us two, but everybody will be pushing each other to be the best. That's what the sports festival is all about. Bakugo nodded in understanding as he smiled. You really are something else, Deku? Izuku walked towards Katsuki and held his fist out. So are we cool, Kaken? Bakugo smirked and fist bumped him. Yeah, we're cool. Yosh. Izuku gave Katsuki a senzabean as the explosion boy looked at it curiously. What's this? They're called senzabeans. They will heal you up. Just try it. Bakugo shrugged his shoulders. What's the worst that can happen? Once he ate, all of his injuries and marks disappeared, returning him back at full strength. What the food, Deku? I feel good as new. Did you just give me some illegal drag or something? Nope. I promise you that it's 100% safe. He proceeded to take another one out of his pocket and hand it to Recovery Girl. Do you mind giving this to Mr. Aizawa the next time you check up on him? I know his injuries are pretty bad and he risked his life protecting us back at the USJ. You can also study the bean and take some samples to try to use it as treatments for patients with much more serious injuries that would make your quirk harder to use. Recovery Girl looked at Izuku dumbfounded but nonetheless nodded her head. Sure, Sonny. I'll make sure to heal up his injuries. Izuku smiled and began walking towards the door. Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to have to leave now to prepare for my match in the finals. I'll see you guys later. But right when Izuku was about through the door, Bakugo called his name out. Thief. Izuku turned his head and looked at him straight in the eyes. Bakugo gulped as he swallowed his pride in order to say two phrases that he never would have dreamed of ever saying to Deku in his whole entire life. I'm sorry, and thank you. Izuku smiled sincerely and gave him a thumbs up. I forgive you, Kaken. And you're welcome. Anytime. When Izuku made it back to the bleachers with a fresh new PE'd shirt, he heard Present Mike shout out loud, and that's IT for the semifinals. Todoroki from Class 1A beats Ishido with complete ease in under 10 seconds. He will be moving on to face Midoriya in the finals. That match will begin shortly as we give our participants time to prepare for the final match of the sports festival. Izuku's eyes went wide comically, already. In less than 10 seconds. He looked towards the ring to see Mina completely trapped in a glacier-like ice structure, pretty much the same move he had used against Zero in the first round. Izuku's sweat dropped as she saw the pink-colored acid quirk user shivering to death. Poor Ishido. She never really stood a chance, did she? Oh well, at least she tried. Izuku felt a cold glare staring daggers at him. He saw Todoroki's eyes focused on him, and if looks could kill, then Izuku would have been vaporized by now. He smirked. Looks like he isn't playing any more games. It's all business from here on out. Welp, he better have the same energy in our match. Man. That Todoroki is so intimidating. He effortlessly finished her in one shot without even flinching. How can someone so young have so much power at will like that? And Izuku-kun is going to have to face that. Itsuka cried out as she sat there agape at the tremendous feat that Shoto performed with literally just a flick of his wrist. She hopes he doesn't give Izuku frostbite. Minoma nodded his head in agreement. Tell me about it. He's a prodigy. And he's only been using his right side of his quirk in this entire festival. So just imagine just how powerful he is at full power. Everybody in Class 1B shuddered at the thought. It ended up being a Class A paradise. Minute. Why do they have students with such overpowered quirks? It's so unfair. These guys are monsters. Did you see the fight between Myadria and Bakugo? That SHT was crazy, man. They blew up the entire ring. Tetsu cried out in frustration as not a single student from his class even made it to the finals. Class 1A was hogging all of that spotlight. It does not even matter who won or lost. This year's first years are all amazing. Looks like the draft will be exciting this year. The pro heroes in the crowd commentated as there were so many prospects that showed off their abilities in the sports festival. An image displaying Izuku and Shoto was shown on the Jumbotron, which got the crowd hyped up even more in anticipation for the main event. I wonder who will win in a match between those two. Kirishima, what do you think? Midoriya or Todoroki? Who's taking the gold medal home? Kaminari asked. Kirishima put his hand on his chin as he began thinking, well, when it comes to pure power, speed, and durability, I gotta give that to Midoriya. Dude is ripped. He blitzed Ida like it was nothing when he took all of that weight off of him. Also, did you see his fight with Bakugo? He was able to get hit with so many point-blank explosions to the face and still stand back up and knock him out. That's pretty hardcore right there. I don't think even I would be able to tank all of those explosions from Bakugo. But Todoroki's quirk is just so ridiculously overpowered. And he hasn't even used half of it this entire time. I don't know, man, it's a tough call. We will just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, what do you think Midoriya is gonna make Bakugo do? They did make that bet after all. You'll see soon enough. Everybody turned their heads to see Izuku standing behind them as he gave his classmates a wave. He'll be here soon enough. I just got here from Recovery Girl's office, but it looks like Todoroki wasn't playing any games and finished the match in an instant. I better go get ready. Todoroki ain't no pushover. Good luck, Izuku-kun. Good luck, Deku-kun. Both Momo and Ochako said simultaneously as they were relieved to see Izuku all healed up. His and Bakugo's match was not pretty, to say the least. The rest of his class wished him luck as well. Tenya got up and began waving his arms around. Best of luck to you in your final match against Todoroki. When working with him in the cavalry battle, I can tell he will be a very formidable opponent. Thanks, Ida. Suddenly, Tenya's whole body began shaking up and down. Well, what is it? Ochako yelled. Oh, that's my phone. Ida replied as he took it out from his pocket. His phone. Tenya looked at the caller ID and raised his eyebrows. Mother? Tenya walked to the player waiting rooms and picked up the phone. Hello. Regretfully, I lost, Mother. I was weak. No, it's not about that. Oh, sorry. Tenya, please listen calmly. Tense, your brother? A villain got him. Ida widened his eyes in horror as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. They're all calling themselves heroes. In a dark alleyway, the pro-hero Ingenium was knocked lying unconscious in a pool of his own BLD. A figure could be seen covered by the shadows as his eyes illuminated a BLD red color. The eyes of a cold-hearted killer. But you bastards are not heroes. He stomped on Ingenium's phone, which showed a notification saying that he had a missed call from Tenya. Just him? The only one I'll let kill me. His sword was dripping BLD from the edges as a red scarf and headband were visible on the shadowed figure, is All Might. He licked the BLD off the sword as he enjoyed the bitter taste of his victim. You guys haven't even noticed this warped society covered with hypocrisy and vanity. To all who are called heroes, I will make you notice. He then heard a swirling sound from behind. He reacted extremely quicker as he poked his blade through a purple portal. Please stay calm. We are of the same mind. I have been looking for you, Hero Killer Stain. I have heard of your notoriety and wanted to meet you. May I have a moment of your time? Hey, what's going on with Ida? Ochako asked. He's been acting weird ever since he went to call his brother after his match with Izuku. I don't know, Izuku replied as he looked towards where Tenya had just left. Why am I starting to get a bad feeling about this? Just as he was about to make his way down to the fighting stage, he was stopped by none other than Katsuki, who now had his bandages removed thanks to the Senzabine. Katsuki grabbed him by the shoulders aggressively as he stared at Izuku with a serious demeanor. What is it, Kaken? Izuku asked curiously. Bakugo took a deep breath as he only had 3 very important words to say. But Izuku smiled and gave him a thumbs up. I vow to win. After 25 minutes of waiting, the flames in each of the 4 corners of the ring ignited, signaling that it was finally time for the main event. When the crowd saw the flames, they immediately began cheering as their excitement took over. They knew exactly what time it was, and it was now time for the battle that everyone was waiting for. The anticipation was killing them. They could not wait any longer. Thanks for waiting, everybody. You know what time it is. The match we have all been waiting is now set to start. It is the finals and the main event. This is a big match. Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered even louder, seeing both Izuku and Shoto both step onto the ring. The man who has won all of his matches up until this point with complete domination and literally left the audience frozen from the hero course. It's Shoto Todoroki. Shoto sent a cold glare towards Izuku as the Izuku returned the glare back. There was so much tension in the air that everybody watching, even at home, could feel it, as seeing both Izuku and Shoto glare each was giving all of them goosebumps. And his opponent is somebody who literally put his whole future career on the line in the semifinals in a no-holds-barred match. Wow, that's just insane. But he was able to silence all skeptics and doubters when he was able to pull out the victory even after taking so many vicious hits from Bakugo. What kind of fight will he shows us next time? Also from the hero course, it's none other than Izuku Midoriya. It's going to start. Man, this is going to be intense. So much firepower standing in that ring alone. Kirishima exclaimed as sweat could be seen trailing down his face. This is going to be a tough one, but I know Deku-kun can get it done. Ochako shouted as she raised her arm and cheered on her crew, friend. Yes, this battle will settle the debate on who truly is the best freshman in UNHI. Momo proclaimed as she was also silently cheering on Izuku. This must be fate. Tokoyami added in a dramatic tone, those two are really strong to make it all the way to the finals. Too bad you weren't able to make it there, Bakugo. Kaminari slyly said as Katsuki gained an angry tick mark. Shut the F up, Pika. Can you please be quiet, Denki? I'm trying to enjoy the match. Katsuki hesitantly stumbled on his words as he remembered the bet he made with Izuku. Everybody sitting in the bleachers almost fell out of the chairs. Did he just call him by his actual name? And he was polite. Mineta cried out as everybody else in class 1, minus Izuku, had the same thought as they were shocked at what they just witnessed from Katsuki. Katsuki sighed. He really shouldn't be surprised, due to the way he has treated all of his peers ever since the school year started. DMN that Deku, making me act all polite and SHT. But a bet is a bet, and this is what I get. Katsuki crossed his arms. Making to the finals is one thing. But winning it, going all the way, and getting the job done is a whole entirely different matter. So it doesn't really matter who makes it to the finals or not, Denki. What matters is who wins and the results. Right now, we are all about to really see the true difference between first and second place. So all of you better pay attention and don't blink. You might just miss the best part. He said his name again. Class 1A shouted in unison. Shoto kept on glaring at Izuku. So you're here? Of course I am. You told me that you will be waiting for me in the finals. So I couldn't disappoint. Shoto narrowed his eyes. Yes, that is true. I also said that to prepare yourself and that I will be waiting for you to deliver on your promise. So, do you still plan to stay true to your word? Izuku balled his fists. No doubt about it. I never go back on my word. It's what I live by. I also have something else that I need to do in this match, though that will take precedence over my initial goal. And what will that be? Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then looked straight back at Todoroki. I'll find the answer, in this fight. Todoroki scowled as he sent Izuku an even colder glare. He wasn't very pleased at the cryptic answer that Izuku gave him for his question. Was he trying to mock him? Is this another one of his mind games to try to throw him off right before the match began? It didn't matter. He was not going to let Izuku play him for a fool like he did in the obstacle race and in the cavalry battle. Especially not in front of his father, who he was trying to prove that he did not need his power to win. He was going to beat Izuku, fair and square with his mother's power, only. Inner Deku frowned as he sensed Todoroki. Be careful, Izuku. He is letting off so many negative emotions, it's almost suffocating me. He's nothing like Kaken. He's holding back so much power and he can actually challenge you in a fight if he goes all out. I know you have your own motives besides winning, but please be careful and don't let it cost you the match. Inner Deku almost frantically said. With Katsuki, he was 100% positive that Izuku was going to win since the two boys have known each other for practically their whole lives. He knew exactly what to expect when he was going to fight Katsuki. That's why he made the bet, even if it was putting his dream on the line. He knew that Katsuki still couldn't beat, even with all the secret training that he performed. But Todoroki is different. There is literally an entire half of his power that he has yet to show in battle. Izuku doesn't know his full capabilities. Shoto is an enigma. Meaning, Izuku doesn't know what to expect when it comes to fighting Todoroki. He has to make sure to stay on his toes and not let his guard down. Not even for a moment. Because the fight can be over in just the blink of an eye. Tokoyami, what do you think of this match? Ochako asked the bird-like student who was sitting beside her. It depends on whether or not Midoriya jumps in close to Todoroki. He replied. Yeah. What is Deku-kun going to do about that ice? Watch carefully and prepare, Tamura Shigaraki. They may become obstacles to you one day. And you will have to face them in battle. A deep and villainous voice said through an audio-only call. Tamura scratched his neck in irritation as he saw Izuku's face from a computer in a dark room. Spiky brat. You pay for what you did to my Momo. Back at Izuku's house, Inko was crying her eyes out, overjoyed at seeing her son about to compete in the finals. Do your best, Izuku. Everyone, even the security guards such as MT Lady and Kamui Woods, had their eyes glued to the fighting stage, waiting for the moment the match to start. Those two both fought against the main villains during the USJ invasion, didn't they? The space hero, 13, asked to Tashinori, who was sitting right next to him. Yeah. It's just a feeling, but I think those two give off the same vibe. Tashinori replied as he could see the determination to win in both the eyes of Izuku and Shoto. Do your best, Izuku. I know you can win. I believe in you. You've worked so strong. I'll be proud of you no matter what. Tashinori said in his mind. At this year's sports festival, both have shown top-class performances. It's like two great rivals fighting against each other. Present Mike shouted as Izuku had wrapped up his warm-up stretches. He made sure to take off his weighted clothing as there was no point in wearing them when he was already in the finals. Now Izuku and Shoto both got into their respective fighting stances. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Everybody watching began to hold their breath as they waited for present Nick's signal. Izuku was ready, as he already had the electric energy of one for all circulating through his veins. Start. Go. Todoroki cried out as he launched a huge attack of ice straight towards Izuku at a very high speed. Delaware Smash. Izuku flicked his finger, sending a force of energy right towards the ice. The smash easily tore through Todoroki's offensive move as it sent many shards all over the place, created strong and fast winds which were forcing the spectators to shield their faces. So cold. Just the wind is already this cold. Todoroki created a small wall of ice behind him so that he wasn't pushed back by Izuku's Delaware Smash. He unshielded his face to see Izuku with his fingers stretched out, watching Todoroki's every move. Just as I expected. He was prepared to negate the attack easily with his strength quirk. Such boundless power. It will be dangerous to let him use that power as he likes. If he lands a direct hit on me at full power, I'm done for. I have to keep him at a range. Make sure he doesn't get anywhere near me. That way, I will have the advantage. Todoroki concluded mentally as he saw that Izuku was waiting for him to make the next move. Midoriya stopped Todoroki's attack like it was nothing. Present Mike shouted as the crowd cheered at seeing Izuku's glorious strength once again. He didn't know what scale of attack young Todoroki would use, so he decided to just fire a smash at 15% just to be safe and push him back a little bit, which is making young Todoroki hesitant to attack him head-on. What an amazing opening! Tashinori cheered his successor mentally. Just then, Todoroki fired off the same ice attack as before. Again, Izuku said as he simply flicked his fingers again to completely destroy the ice attack just like he did the first time. He did it effortless, as using only 15% of one for all wasn't taxing on the body at all. He stopped it again. Present Mike continued on with his play-by-play commentary. Demon. Todoroki scowled in annoyance as he saw Izuku staring back at him impassively, almost as if he was letting him know that he was going to have to do much better than that. From what I know of Todoroki's fighting, he always attacks in an instant, so I don't have much data on him. But from the way he has been fighting so far, it's obvious that he's playing the long-range game with me. He knows that in a close-ranged, hand-to-hand fight, I will beat him. So he's trying to keep me as far away as possible so that I can't land a direct hit on him with one of my smashes. The ice he has stuck behind him is probably how he plans to keep himself from being blown away. Which means, it's better for me to only use 15% or higher in order to increase my pressure on him with every offensive move I make. He can't keep me away from him forever. And this isn't a no-holds-barred match like with me and Kaken, so ring-outs do count. He may not know it yet, but it's only a matter of time before I overwhelm him and force him to use his right side. Izuku planned in his head. He already knew exactly what he needed to do in this match. Now, it is only a matter of whether Todoroki would listen or not. Todoroki breathed out cold air and sent another ice attack towards Izuku. Izuku responded exactly like how he did before and just fired another Delaware smash and obliterated Todoroki's ice once again. We can do this all day, Todoroki. Keep him coming. Man, Midoriya and Todoroki can both shoot off powerful attacks that cover a lot of ground. Like B. Kirishima shouted as he and the rest of Class 1A were amazed at the impressive display of feats that both Izuku and Todoroki were showcasing to the world. And they can do it with no time lag. Siro added. They are not just shooting them off. Don't underestimate them. Bakugo suddenly said. If you overuse your muscles, the muscle fibers tear, and if you keep running, you'll run out of breath. There's a limit to how much power I can produce too. That's why I designed my costume so that I could fire blasts in excess of what my body allows without any risk. Quirks are physical abilities too. They must also have some kind of limit. Bakugo said as he noticed that Todoroki was getting pushed farther and farther back towards out of bounds. If I think about it like that, I guess that makes sense. Then, against the instant killer Todoroki, Midoriya wants. Kirishima trailed off before Todoroki finished his thought. An endurance match, huh? Shoto noticed that he was about to fall off out of bounds due to Izuku's Delaware smashes constantly blowing him back with his ferocious force. Oh, I got it. So, Midoriya is trying to outlast Todoroki in endurance and stamina. So once he gassed out, Midoriya can just go in for the win. Kaminari added as he bumped his fist onto his palm. Exactly. But it seems like Shoto has already noticed that he is about to get thrown out of bounds if he stays in that spot. So if he doesn't move now, this match will be over before it even began. Katsuki stated with confidence. Todoroki looks behind him to see that he was a few feet away from going out of bounds. He sucked his teeth as he looked straight towards Izuku. I'll end this quickly. Todoroki shot another ice attack towards Izuku at a speed even faster than the previous ice attacks. Izuku immediately reacted by flicking his fingers once again and sent another Delaware smash straight towards the ice attack. While the smash completely destroyed the ice attack, Todoroki used that as a distraction to sidestep towards to Izuku's right side and was closing in on him. Todoroki doesn't recoil from Midoriya's power and gets in close. Present Mike shouted. Todoroki made an ice path and began running up and above Izuku. That isn't going to work. I don't even have to move my feet to tear down your defense. Izuku Delaware smashed Todoroki's ice path. But Todoroki jumped up before he could get hit by Izuku's smash. Todoroki came down and aimed an ice punch towards Izuku's head, attempting a knockout punch. However, Izuku saw that punch coming from a mile away and easily dodged it. Oh, so you're finally decided to close the gap. Getting a little confident? Let's see if you can hang with me in close-ranged combat. Izuku shouted and threw a Detroit smash in Todoroki's direction. The smash was so powerful that it created even greater shockwaves than all of his previous Delaware smashes. It blew Todoroki away, but he was able to shield himself with some ice just before he got hit with the full brunt of the smash. Right before he was going to go out of bounds, he created another ice wall behind him so he could balance himself and stand back up. That's a lot more powerful than before. Are you trying to keep me away? Todoroki said as he picked himself back up. He was breathing out frost as he wasn't injured too bad since he has yet to have taken a full-on direct attack from Izuku. It's not just his quirk. His judgment, application skills, mobility, all of his abilities are strong. Izuku thought as he was really impressive. His power level with his ice was extremely high. Hell, it was stronger than Izuku without using one for all. And if he's able to keep up with him with just his ice, he can only imagine how strong he could be with both his fire and ice. The thought just pumped him up even more. He's already better than the average pro. It's like what you get from the son of the number 2 hero. Several spectators from the crowd could only gawk in amazement at Shoto Todoroki's high power at such a young age. Endeavor grunted. You're only playing yourself, Shoto. Keep holding back and underestimating him and it will come and bite you in the butt. Use your left side already. Endeavor didn't like that Shoto wasn't using his flames out of spite to his father. You're keeping me at a distance. You haven't landed a direct hit on me this entire match. You can't break through my ice defense. Shoto said as he tried to egg on Izuku so that he could make a mistake and Todoroki could capitalize. Izuku was about to reply, but then stopped as he saw Shoto. Shivering. He's trembling. Izuku noticed that there was frost on Shoto's right arm. Is that how it is? A minute. His quirk has a limit to how much ice he can use before he overfreezes. If he does not use his left, then he will freeze himself, and it's probably true in reverse if he overuses his left side. Thanks, Midoriya. That guy's face is clouded over thanks to you. Shoto said, motioning his head towards Endeavor, who was scowling at the fact that Todoroki had yet to use his flames. Izuku grit his teeth as he remembered what Shoto said to him, without using my demon old man's quirk? I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Todoroki felt that he was getting near his limit. He had to finish this immediately before his power ran out. Let's finish this. Todoroki sent another huge attack of ice. Todoroki keeps attacking with overwhelming power. Here comes the finishing ice attack. Present Mike shouted as this ice attack was bigger than all of the previous ones he had used against Izuku. Everybody were holding their breath as they anticipated how Izuku would deal with such an attack. Izuku's eyes were shadowed until he looked up. His eyes were filled with anger. Where are you looking? Izuku then fired off a huge yellow ki blast, the size of beach ball, and sent it straight towards the ice. Shoto's eyes widened as all of his ice was exploded. None of the ice was left. It was all vaporized. The ki blast was potent enough to cause an explosion and sent Todoroki stumbling backward. He almost slipped out of bounds, but was able to create another ice wall to bounce him back in the ring. Busy. Todoroki mumbled as his back was aching due to the force of Izuku's ki blast. Even if he didn't get hit by the ki blast directly, the area of effect was still enough to do some damage to him. Such power. Why are you going so far? Todoroki said as he got back up. Your fight is with me, not Endeavor. Stop looking at him and look at me. Don't you remember what I told you? Look at me when I'm talking to you. You're trembling, Todoroki. Izuku said as he balled his fists. It was clear that he was angry. Shoto gasped as he realized that Izuku had noticed his weakness. Quirks are physical abilities too. There is a limit to how much cold your body can take, isn't there? And isn't that something you could solve by using the heat from your left side? Everyone's fighting with everything they've got to win and get closer to their dream. To become number one, and you over here want to win with just half of your power just because of some daddy issues. Izuku yelled as his voice was laced with fury and anger that was making his milky white ki and green one for all energy circulate around his body. His emotions was enhancing his powers as they kept on bottling up inside of him. You haven't put a single scratch on me yet, you know. Come at me with everything you've got, in IT. You're already at your limit with only your ice, you idiot. You're just making this harder on yourself. Give me a competitive fight. Young Midoriya? Toshinori thought in awe. Endeavor was looking on with eyes widened as he too was surprised by Izuku's sudden outburst. Todoroki isn't either. This kid. Endeavor thought as he was shocked by what the son of his longtime friend was saying. Midoriya, what are you planning? Everything I've got. Did my DM an old man bribe you or something? Now I'm angry. Todoroki began rushing straight towards Izuku. Izuku raised his eyebrows when he noticed something about how Todoroki was moving. His movements are slow. Katsuki thought simultaneously with Izuku. It's because frost fell on his body. Unlike the limit to my power, it's probably like the MP in a game. Was the scale during his fight with Hanta the upper limit? You're angry, Izuku said as he lifted his head and looked straight at Todoroki. Izuku then charged up some one-for-all energy at 15%. He punched Todoroki straight in the gut. The blow was strong enough to make Shoto spit out some saliva. Izuku then uppercut Todoroki and sent him flipped through the air as he landed on his back. Todoroki felt like he was burning. Those two punches were the hardest punches he had ever felt in his life. He was pretty sure that uppercut broke his jaw. What was that guy made of? A solid hit. Present Mike shouted as the crowd began oohing and aahing as they were excited to finally see somebody actually land a direct hit on somebody. We've got some action. He got a hit on Todoroki. Man, what monster strength. That uppercut sent him flying through the air. His offense is so crazy, one direct punch from him can knock you out cold. Many people in the crowd didn't want to know what it felt like to in Todoroki's shoes after seeing him get punched so strong like that by Izuku. Well, guess what? I am even angrier than you. Izuku yelled as he flared his ki, which sent shockwaves throughout the entire stadium. Many people almost tumbled over due to the pressure that Izuku's aura alone was giving off. Todoroki got back up and coughed as that punch to the gut really did some damage. What? Todoroki sent some ice towards Izuku. But Izuku merely raised his hand and fired off multiple ki ball and vaporized the entire ice attack. The ice isn't coming as fast, Izuku said as Todoroki ran towards him and tried to launch ice at point-blank range, but Izuku merely fired another ki blast which sent him flying all the way back. Should I stop at midnight? That Midoriya's probably thinking, recovery girl will just heal him anyway, and he's being reckless with Todoroki. He's pushing Todoroki around all over the ring when he could have been finished the match. It's clear who the stronger between the two is. They may not be able to get healed in one go. Even if he just ends up knocking out Todoroki by accident, it could lead to very serious injuries. Cementos told Midnight through an earpiece. As he was talking, Izuku and Todoroki had been going back and forth for about a minute or so. Todoroki would send an ice attack, but Izuku would eviscerate it like it was nothing. Then Izuku would bully Todoroki around like a rag doll, sending him flying all over the ring. There was even a point where Izuku accidentally used a little too much power and sent Todoroki over the ring. He then flew up quickly and grabbed him before he could touch out of bounds and threw him back in the ring. You asked me why I was angry, Izuku said as he floated back down to the ring. Look at yourself. I'm beating you, up and down, all over this stage, and yet you refuse to go all out. Your movements are getting slower. Your attacks are getting weaker. You're just punishing yourself at this point. Hurry up and use your left side so that we can start fighting for real. Todoroki struggled to get back up. Why are you going so far? Because I want to live up to everyone's expectations. Todoroki raised his eyebrows. Huh? I want to be able to smile and respond to them. To be a cool hero? That's what I want to be. Shoto's eyes widened as he heard his mother's voice in his head. Shoto? That's why I'm angry. Izuku punched Shoto in the ziti and sent him rolling on the floor. Everyone's giving it their all. There's no way I can know all of your circumstances or your resolve. But for you to become the #1 hero without giving it your all, to completely reject your own father. Right now, I think that you should grow up and stop acting like a spoiled brat who thinks that he's entitled to everything. Izuku shouted as his ki enhanced his voice, making the sound waves reverberate in Shoto's head. Shoto shakily stood up as his most dreadful memories were starting to come back to him. He remembered the harsh training sessions with his father when he was only 5. He also remembered the abuse he gave to him and his mother. The ice in Shoto's right hand and leg began to expand as his right side has long been overfrozen. Shut up. I don't want him. I don't want to be like Dad. I don't want to become someone who bullies you, Mom. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay for you to be one. As long as you have a future you feel strongly about. Izuku balled his fists, that's why. I will win. Todoroki got up as he glared angrily at Izuku. Why do you care about me so much? Izuku's eyes were shadowed as he looked down towards the floor. You don't want to know. Yeah, I want to know how come. You want to know. I want to know. Shoto yelled as ice was erupting from his right arm and leg. Izuku grit his teeth and lifted his head to look at Shoto. Okay, I'm going to tell you. It's because you have the talent of a good fighter. And instead of that, you're over here half-assing it and not giving it your all, when you can do so much more. Todoroki sucked his teeth. Why does any of that matter to you? Izuku's eyes widened. He was now boiling in anger. He was about to go and rip Todoroki's head off. Because it's a waste of life. Todoroki gasped as even more memories started to come back to him. Kid Shoto was watching his older sibling play outside and having fun. However, that was interrupted when Enji forcefully grabbed hold of Shoto's arm and started dragging him off. Don't look at that, Shoto. They are from a different world than you. Todoroki's mind then stumbled upon his worst memory ever. Mom, I'm going crazy. I can't talk anymore. Every day, the children seem to become more and more like him. Shoto's. That child's left side sometimes reminds me of the devil that is his father. I can't raise him anymore. I feel like I shouldn't. Rei Todoroki looked at the boiling pot of water. She then looked at Shoto. She then proceeded to scar her own son for the rest of his life. Good grief, this is an important time, too. Where's Mom? Oh, she injured my masterpiece, so I put her in a mental hospital. It's your fault. You're the one who made Mom. Shoto shook his head to try to get the memories out of his mind. I will reject my old man's power. Izuku grit his teeth as now he was starting to get very pissed off. He was losing his patience. It's your power, not his. Shoto gasped in shock when he heard Izuku's words. Izuku looked at his hands. I didn't get this power by lifting weights. I got this power by lifting myself back up every single diamond time I was knocked down. I worked strong to be where I am today. Don't you dare disrespect all of my strong work and effort by not even showing me your 100%. Izuku then looked straight into Shoto's eyes. You want to be a hero, right? Well, what would your own mother say if she saw you right now? Shoto's eyes widened. Izuku balled his fists, grit his teeth, and yelled at the top of his lungs. Be the hero she wanted you to be. Shoto gasped as now he began to stumble upon a very fond and happy memory of his. Yes, that's right. Children can inherit quirks from their parents. But the really important thing is not that connection, but recognizing your own flesh and recognizing yourself. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. You see. All Might said on the TV as he gave a thumbs up. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay for you to be one. Before I knew it, I had forgotten. You don't have to be a prisoner of your BLD. It's okay for you to become who you want to be. Music, Dragon Ball Super Genki Dama theme. Before anyone knew it, Shoto Todoroki's entire right side was engulfed in bright orange flames. The flames lit up the entire fighting stage as everything spiked up in temperature. The flames looked so majestic. They were finally free to burn whatever they desired. Shoto Todoroki had finally found himself. This is. Present Mike stuttered in shock as everybody in the stadium was speechless. The flames just came out of nowhere and they were so appealing to look at. It was like a roaring sun that was ready to evaporate all of its enemies. So, I can feel the heat all the way from here. Ochako cried out. I thought he said he will never use his left side in battle. Kirishima yelled. Mrs. Shoto has finally gotten over his issues. He's now ready to face him. Katsuki said in awe. Even he had to admit that he wasn't expecting Shoto's flames to be so powerful. It hurts him to admit it, but if he would have faced Shoto in the finals like this, Katsuki would have lost. You made him use his left side. Young Midoriya, don't tell me you're trying to save young Todoroki, even though you want to win. Toshinori thought worryingly. He understood that now Todoroki had just closed the gap in the power between him and Izuku. He just hoped that his successor had some sort of backup plan, because this situation seems to have completely turned the tables. Izuku's mouth was agape as he saw the bright orange flames of Shoto that resembled the flames of a phoenix. His shocked expression was then replaced by a wide, goofy smirk. What's so funny? Shoto suddenly asked. You do realize what you have done, right? Even though you want to win for a minute? To help your enemy? Which one of us is screwing around now? I want to be a hero too. Shoto also had a goofy smirk on his face. All of the ice that was over-frozen on his right side was immediately melted. He wasn't playing any more games. Endeavor was on cloud 9. Shoto! He yelled out as flames ignited around him. Present Mike and everybody else was weirded out by the number 2 hero's sudden outburst. Have you finally accepted yourself? That's it. It all starts from here for you. With my BLD you will surpass me. You will fulfill my longing. Endeavor also gave a silent nod to Izuku. Thank you for saving my son. I knew you could do it. Endeavor suddenly shouts encouragement. Such a doting father. Present Mike said as everybody in the crowd sweat dropped at that comment. But Izuku then shook his head in order to get a hold of himself. He can focus on adjusting his notes later. And no, Todoroki, I'm not smiling because it's funny. I'm smiling because I'm happy. I'm happy that I was able to help you find your true self. I'm happy that I was able to help you find the best version of yourself, so now you can become the best hero you can be. Shoto smiled and shook his head. Midoriya, you're crazy. But in a good way. But this is still an official match and I don't plan on losing. So don't blame me for what happens next. You had plenty of chances to win. You brought this upon yourself. Shoto then charged up the ice in his right side as his power level began to increase even more. Izuku was shocked at how powerful Shoto really was. But Todoroki really is amazing. His power level just doubled. And he got this powerful all on his own. Men, if I hadn't done that extra training in the gravity chamber, I don't think I would be strong enough to fight him. But even so, Izuku balled his fists and spread his feet, shoulder-width apart. I was also smiling because of something else. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, and what would that be? Let me show you. Izuku then began charging up all of his remaining power. His ki and one for all energy and auras were starting to increase to their absolute maximum. Izuku was yelling as he was powering up. There were shockwaves and strong winds that causing the entire stadium to shake. People couldn't even stand on their feet as they were knocked over. Izuku's power level kept on increasing and increasing until Kaioken. A crimson aura of ki surrounded Izuku as his body and muscles bulked up, making them even bigger and more defined. The electricity of one for all became even more force as his energy and aura alone was enough to send waves of pressure throughout the entire stadium, pro heroes included. The power radiating off of Izuku was just insane. It was unreal. No UE student had ever displayed something like that ever in the sports festival. Shoto gasped in shock. What is this? Izuku sheepishly smiled as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I hate to say it but I haven't been completely honest. I also have been hiding a lot of my true power throughout this entire festival as well. Todoroki. This is the Kaioken. My trump card. This is my full power. Todoroki, this is everything I have. Toshinori almost sputtered. What is this? Has he been hiding this from me, this whole time? Such power. Katsuki grit his teeth in anger. Damn in that Deku. He was holding back in our fight. And he still won. The gap between us is larger than I thought. That sly BSTRD. Well, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I have never seen anything like this before. It's so surreal. How can a freshman student have so much power? Hell, even I'm scared to face him and fight. What are your thoughts on this, Eraserhead? Present Mike shakily said as he too was astonished at the raw power Izuku was emanating. Aizawa smirked. The real battle starts now. Izuku looked straight toward Shoto with an unyielding resolve. Todoroki. I'm ready. Come at me with everything you got. Shoto smirked. All right, but don't blame me for what happens next. I aim to win and become the #1 hero. Izuku gave his own smirk. I wouldn't have it any other way. Music, Ultimate Battle by Akira Kushida. Shoto immediately raced towards Izuku with ice shooting towards him. Izuku easily got rid of the ice by blasting Ki Ball towards it. But Shoto used that as a diversion and sidestepped to the left to catch Izuku by surprise with a torrent of flames. However, Izuku wasn't blind and instantly saw through his movements. You're going to have to be quicker than that if you want to get the upper hand on me. Izuku dodged the flames and flew to Shoto and roundhouse kicked him to the back of his head. When I'm in this state, all of my stats are doubled. My power, speed, durability, endurance, and everything else I use in a fight. I'm twice as powerful as I was before. Slow and easy to read offense like isn't going to help you at all in this match. So try harder. Izuku shot multiple mini blue ki blasts towards Todoroki, but he was able to disperse them with his fire and ice. Come Midoriya. Or are you scared to face me up, close and personal, like a man? Izuku smirked. You asked for it? Izuku then flew straight toward Shoto as his crimson aura enveloped his frame. Idiot. You do realize that was just a trap to lure you in, right? If you rush me head first, you're going to freeze and burn. Shoto yelled as he shot both his fire and ice simultaneously at Izuku. We'll just have to see about that. Hiya. Izuku charged a Detroit smash and punched through all of the fire and ice. His punch blew all of Todoroki's attacks away like they were flies. What? Shoto yelled in shock. Take this, Detroit smash. Izuku punched Shoto straight in the face and sent him flying. After Todoroki got up and dusted himself off, Izuku made a bring-it-on motion with both of his hands. Todoroki sucked his teeth and rushed towards the green-haired scion, full speed ahead. And when they clashed, they began to swap hands and match each other blow for blow. They kept each other on their toes as engaged in a vigorous melee that was sending shockwaves that was strong enough to shake the entire city block, the stadium, and other nearby buildings. The ring was getting destroyed as the tiles were coming off. Fire and ice was thrown around everywhere, while it was countered with energy blasts and green electric fists. Everybody was watching in awe at how fluid the movements of the two finalists were. They were able to blow away each other's attacks with equal force and strength. Izuku's bare hands was enough to crush entire city blocks, while Todoroki's ice was cold enough to freeze the entire stadium, and his flames was hot enough to melt glaciers. What is going on? They are moving so fast I can barely keep up. And why do they seem to be on such equal footing? Present Mike asked. Midoriya and Todoroki are pushing each other to the absolute limit. They are constantly improving as the fight goes on. With every strike, they get sharper. With every dodge, they get swifter and quicker. It's almost as if they are training each other and improving and making each other stronger and better, while also competing with each other. It really is a bizarre thing we are witnessing right now. Those two sure are a rarity. I have never seen anything like it before. Midoriya was able to help Todoroki get over his issues, while Todoroki is helping Midoriya improve and get stronger by pushing him beyond his limits. It really is amazing. Aizawa finished his explanation as he too was in awe of the show he was watching. And it was true. As the battle dragged on, both Izuku and Shoto were each getting stronger and were steadily improving. They were testing each other's limits and surpassing them as the battle was going on. And they both couldn't help but admit that they loved every second of it. It just felt so right. Izuku felt like he was a man possessed. It was almost as if his body was moving and reacting on its own, on pure instinct. Izuku felt the blood pumping through his veins and he couldn't help but absolutely enjoy the thrill of the battle of his life. Finally, there was somebody that was challenging him and pushing him beyond his limits. The melee was then stopped as Izuku kicked Shoto straight in the sensei and sent him all the way to the other side of the ring. Izuku was panting, but he was still smiling. Todoroki, I think it's time we finish this once and for all. It will be my pleasure, Shoto replied as he began charging up all of his remaining power into an attack. Izuku cupped his hands to his side as he decided to charge up all of his remaining power as well. Ka. Cementos widened his eyes as he began to use his quirk, Midnight. If they keep going it'll be bad me. Their bodies won't hold up. Midnight ripped a piece of her sleeve off as purple smoke began to form. Shoto grinned, come at me with your full power, Midoriya. If you don't you'll regret it. Ha! Midnight, brace for the impact. Cementos shouted. I know. The R-rated hero replied. Shoto fired all of the ice and fire he had left in his body. Thank you, Izuku. Ha! Izuku threw his hands forward and fired off a sparking Kaioken Kamehameha. Cementos and Midnight tried to negate the two ultimate moves from clashing, but it just wasn't enough. Izuku's sparking Kaioken Kamehameha was just too powerful and it completely tore through Cementos and Midnight's defenses. The resulting clash ended up in an explosion that sent shockwaves throughout half of the city. The winds were too strong and so they knocked everybody off their feet. After a minute, the winds calmed down and now there was a bunch of smoke present in the ring. Music end. Just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this is amazing. Cementos commented as he stood back up. What was that madness just now? What the heck is up with your class? Present Mike shouted from the floor. The air that had been cooled thoroughly was suddenly heated up and expanded. Aizawa calmly replied. That's what created this explosion. Just how hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, who won the match? Midnight got up groggily. Her glasses were probably vaporized somewhere during the collision. She tried to see what was going. When the smoke cleared, only Todoroki was left standing in the ring. But Izuku was nowhere to be found. But I can't find Midoriya-kun. Where is he? Midnight said nervously as she and everybody else started fearing the worst. Ochako then noticed something up in the sky before she gasped and pointed up. Look up there. Everybody started looking up, only to see Izuku Midoriya with his shirt completely torn and still in his Kaioken aura, flying straight towards Todoroki at maximum speed. Then, the purple vein-like markings of One for All began to appear on his forehead as his Kaioken energy began to merge with it. Toshinori gasped, he isn't doing what I think he's doing, right? Chicago. BLD started leaking from Toshinori's mouth. No, Izuku. You have to reconsider. This is too much. Smash hey. Izuku slammed his own head straight into Todoroki's. The resulting headbutt completely sent the bicolored teen flying all the way across the stadium. Todoroki crashed into the wall and fell face first onto the ground. It took a moment for everybody to just process what the hell just happened. Midnight suddenly raised her WP. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Times Square, New York City, United States of America. New York City, the city that never sleeps. It is currently 1 a.m., but Times Square was still buzzing with millions of people. Well, because of the annual U8 Sports Festival, of course. It was a tradition for people to go to Times Square to watch the sports festival that was taking place in Japan every year. It was kind of like New Year's Eve, but instead people were celebrating teenagers beating the SHT out of each other. There were now fireworks going off as the winner of the sports festival was just announced. It was none other than Izuku Midoriya. People were cheering below on the streets, but there was somebody who was watching from a really tall skyscraper. This man looked at Izuku winning and the confetti dropping all around him as the young boy shouted to the world, "I told you that I would win." The man looked on in fatherly pride. Yes, this man was Hisashi Midoriya, the father of Deku. Hisashi grew a prideful smirk. "I knew you could do it, kiddo. Great job. I believed in you every step of the way. You deserve it, my son." Hisashi's phone then vibrated. He had received a text. "Enji Todoroki, I didn't know you had a son. Why didn't you ever tell me?" Hisashi replied with, Hisashi Midoriya, you never asked, old friend. He then got an incoming call. The caller ID read, Inko. He answered the phone. So, oh my goodness, Hisashi my dear, were you watching? Were you watching our son? Our appealing and blessed boy. He just won. Oh my god, I'm crying right now I can. Hold back my tears of joy. Hisashi smiled. He really missed his wife. Yes, my love, I was watching the whole time from Times Square. He really has grown since the last time I've seen him. I'm really proud of him. However, at that moment, a black shadowy portal opened right behind Hisashi and out of it walked a person with a black hood covering his face. Hisashi noticed the presence. Honey, I'm going to have to call you back. Something work-related. I love you bye. Tell Izuku that I saw everything and that I'm proud of him. Hisashi then hung up and turned around to face the hooded person. Rouge, report. The hooded man bowed. Hisashi, sir. They have already began to make their move. Hisashi sighed. He knew this was coming. How much time do we have left, Rouge? 3 years at the very maximum, sir. Hisashi frowned. We're running out of time. He then turned back around to watch the live broadcast of the sports festival. Rouge, gather the team. I'm issuing an emergency meeting at once. Yes, sir. Then the hooded man disappeared with the shadows. Hisashi sighed as he saw his son, Izuku, smiling and celebrating over his victory. Keep on training strong, my son. Keep on following your ideals and dreams. There are times when the A suddenly determines everything. Question the world. The day we meet will come soon. Hisashi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You have to get stronger, we don't have much time left, because we are living in the last days. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight yelled out as she raised her WHP up high after she recovered from her shock. For a few moments, the entire stadium was dead quiet. Everybody was still trying to process just what the heck happened. And after their minds registered Midnight's words, they immediately started cheering at the top of their lungs. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A wins first place in the sports festival. Present Mike yelled out as fireworks were shot up and rainbow confetti fell down throughout the entire stadium. He did. Ochako yelled out as she jumped out of his seat. Amazing. I have never seen anything like it. Our class president truly is something else. Tokoyami said as he and everybody else got over their shock. Katsuki scoffed, he better have one. Or else, our fight would have been pointless. Even after saying that, if one looked strong enough, they would be able to see a small smile on Katsuki's face. He may act tough on the outside, but deep down he was really happy for Izuku. Izawa sighed, man, that was something else. I honestly didn't know who would come out on top after that big clash. Good thing they turned out okay. Nice job, Midoriya. You worked strong, and those who work strong achieve great things. You earned a kid. After hearing the official announcement and seeing all of the confetti falls on his face, Izuku smiled in relief. I did. I won. He looked up in the teacher's box and locked eyes with Toshinori. Izuku gave a thumbs up. I told you I would win. Toshinori couldn't help but smirk in pure pride. His successor had made a vow to win, and he kept his promise as a true hero would. Izuku had surpassed all expectations and won the big one. He had just told the world that he is here, and will become the greatest hero possible. Toshinori wanted to transform to his hero form and jumped straight towards Izuku, hug him, tell him how proud he was and give him his medal right now, but of course, he restrained himself. It would be way too suspicious if All Might of all people just started congratulating Izuku right after he won. His congratulations would have to wait until they met in private. After giving the thumbs up to Toshinori, Izuku's body started to get really heavy. He didn't notice it before due to the adrenaline rushing through him, but his body was exhausted due to him using Kaioken stacked on top of his one for all, full cowl. He was about to collapse onto the floor, but right before he hit the ground, a soft pair of arms caught him and stopped his fall. Don't worry, I got you. You're really tired, aren't you? I can imagine after seeing you go all out like that. Midnight said as she held Izuku. Izuku smiled sheepishly, thanks, Midnight Sensei. I really pushed my body to limit, didn't I? I actually wasn't supposed to that. Using Kaioken multiplies my power, but in return, it saps away at my stamina and makes my body more vulnerable. It was too dangerous for me to use, which is why I saved it as my trump card. But I had to use it in this fight. Todoroki was just so strong. Many females in the crowd were shaking in anger and jealousy. A lot of them thought that it wasn't fair that Midnight got to hold Deku like that. They wanted to feel his abs and pecs too. Seeing him shirtless like that made them drool over him like a hot piece of meat. A lady wanted to step on Midnight like a bug for getting all handsy with him. Man, that was a crazy main event. So Midoriya won the finals by beating Endeavor's son. He egged him on to use his flames. I don't know why he would do that since he had the advantage and could have won much earlier. Maybe that was his plan. He provoked Todoroki to use all of his power so that he could get a challenge and prove just how strong he really was even if Todoroki used his flames. Yeah, you might be right. He did end up winning anyway, so it didn't really matter. But he was able to show off even more of his power after Todoroki activated his flames. So he probably wanted to show the pro heroes that were watching his true potential. That way, he could possibly get even more internships. Either way, that was some crazy power. I have never seen anything like it. Yeah, and it seems like he has excellent control over it. He will definitely become a monster pro hero when he graduates. He's got spirit too. His speech made me shed a tear. Toshinori smiled as he heard all of the comments about Izuku that pro heroes and others were making after evaluating his performance throughout the entire sports festival. You heard, my boy. You've impressed a lot of people. Just wait until you see the number of internships you'll get. If Midoriya is number 1, then Todoroki and Bakugo are a close second and third. Those two gave him a really good fight. Those two fights were definitely the highlight of this whole festival. And the rest of the freshmen were good as well. Oh man, this year's draft is going to something else. One random pro hero said in the crowd as everybody silently agreed on his observations. Yep, those 3 kids are monsters. They're already stronger than the average pro. Just imagine when they are in their primes. Oh man, the future generation of heroes sure is looking bright. Shoto groaned as he sat up on the floor. His entire body, mainly his ST, was in a lot of pain. But nevertheless, he was fine. Just a lot of bruises and maybe a couple of broken ribs. Nothing too serious. He was going to be fine. That Izuku sure has a strong head, man, that hurt. Shoto said as he struggled to get back on his feet. Izuku saw this and decided to give him a hand. Excuse me, Midnight Sensei. He slowly walked toward Shoto and outstretched his hand. Shoto looked at his hand and then looked to the floor. I lost? Izuku frowned, and Shoto raised his eyebrow and turned his attention to Izuku, curiously. Didn't you say you wanted to be a hero too? You can't become a great hero if you just quit every time you lose at something. Look at me. You have no ideas how many times I got knocked down. But guess what? I sucked it up and got right back to work. I worked my butt off and look where I am now. I just won the UA Sports Festival. Do you remember what I said in my student pledge? It's not about how strong you get hit. It's about how strong you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. You may get knocked down, but no matter what, you have to keep getting back up. That's how winning is done. You have so much potential and talent. Just imagine how much better you can get if instead of quitting every time you fall, you actually work strong, do your best and surpass your limits. That's what a true hero does to improve each and every single day. Todoroki gasped as he just took in everything that Izuku said. How could he have been so blind? All of this time, he had been limiting himself because of a vendetta to his father. But what if he just let go? What if he just got over that and instead focused on being the best hero that he can be and perfect his own craft and not worry about if he was using Endeavor's power or not? It's just like Izuku had said. It's your quirk, not his. So will you take my hand? Will you accept the path to true power? I promise you that if you take my hand, you will gain true strength. The strength that you couldn't even dream of. You won't be bounded to Endeavor anymore. You will become your own person and you will do it all with your own power that you were blessed with. So, do you accept, Shoto Todoroki? Izuku yelled as his right hand remained outstretched to the bicolored teen. He grabbed it with absolutely no hesitation. Yes, I accept. And thank you, Izuku, Shoto said as Izuku pulled him back up to his feet. No problem. What are friends for, right? Shoto smiled at that, friend. Now that Shoto thought about it, Izuku truly is his first friend. That was a good match, though. You really are strong, Shoto. You surpassed my expectations. You pushed me to my limits. Let's do it again sometime when we both get stronger. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Of course. I will be waiting for my rematch. You may have been the stronger one today, but next time, I will be using both my fire and ice right from the start. And I will be aiming for the win, Shoto said as he smirked. Izuku nodded his head and stretched out his fist. Rivals. Shoto graciously accepted the offer and bumped his fist with Izuku's. Rivals. Remember, you owe me a rematch. Everybody applauded the two for their excellent sportsmanship. Midnight was gushing over the youthfulness. Endeavor was happy that his son finally got a friend. Shoto raised Izuku's arm up high, pretty much respecting the fact that Izuku was the better out of the two, and he gratefully thanked him for finally making him see the light. Oh look, Bakugo, looks like you got some competition for being a rival to Midoriya, Kirishima said as everybody was finished their applause. Shut up, Ijiro. Shoto was walling through the tunnel until he stopped midway to see somebody that he honestly should have expected. You're in my way. You're not going to say that, Endeavor said with a smug and fatherly smirk on his face. He noticed that Shoto's entire left side of his shirt was torn off. You need to control your left side. You're just letting it all out, and it's dangerous. Izuku opened the door for you, but you still need to train even harder now to MSTR your power. The fire hero spread his arms out, but you have abandoned your childish tantrum and finally become a perfect upgrade of me. You can take today off, but as soon as you recover, I will personally train you on how to MSTR your left side. He stuck his hand out. After you graduate, come work for me. I will lead you down the path of the mighty. Shoto looked at his father suspiciously. Why are you so happy? You do realize I still lost, right? Shouldn't you be disappointed that your masterpiece got second place? Endeavor raised an eyebrow and then waved his hand. Oh no, don't worry about it. To be honest, I really was not expecting you to win anyway. Now Shoto was shocked. What? Why not? Don't you want me to surpass All Might? Endeavor sighed. Well, yeah. But you see, do you remember about my old friend that I told you and your sibling stories about? The one who has the quirk, Dragon's Breath. Shoto was now intrigued. Yeah, of course. You were always going on about how he was the only one who could match your flames and how he was a dragon. You even bragged about how he can somehow fight All Might on an equal playing field, which I still find strong to believe. But why are you bringing that up? What's your point? Well, his name is Hisashi Midoriya. And he is the father of Izuku Midoriya, the guy that you just lost to. Shoto eyeballs comically grew to the size of dinner plates. What? Since W-, but then Shoto remembered his conversation with Izuku right after the cavalry battle. What? That's not it. All Might is not my dad. Like, come on, we look nothing alike. My real father is a man named Hisashi Midoriya. He works overseas, so I have not really seen him in a really long time. His quirk is called Dragon's Breath. Anything but All Might. Why would you even suggest that? Shoto face-bombed. Wow. He literally told who exactly is his father, and I still didn't even figure it out until you just told me right now. But then, Shoto widened his eyes as he just realized something. Wait a minute. You and Hisashi Midoriya are best buddies, right? And Izuku is the son of my father's best friend. And the son of my father's best friend turned out to actually be my first ever friend. And he was the one to open my eyes to the truth. Is this fate? Endeavor shrugged his shoulders. Hell, if I know. I'm just not surprised that he beat you since he acts, thinks, and fights exactly like his old man. Seeing you and him fight to the limit made me feel nostalgic. It reminded me of how I and Hisashi used to fight in the good old days. Yes, I have heard all of the stories already. Shoto cut him off before he could go any further into his memories. Anyways, we can talk about that later. I'm just letting you know that there is no way that I can abandon anything. Shoto said. Shoto raised his left hand and looked at it deeply. It's not something that can be so easily reversed. It's just back, then, when Izuku and I were both pushing each other to the limit. For that one moment, I forgot about you. Endeavor gasped. Shoto walked past him and began to go on his way, whether that is a good thing or a bad thing. Whether it is correct or not. I need to think about it. But just know that from now on, I will be accepting both sides of myself. I am no longer associating my left side with you. It's just like Izuku said. It is my quirk, not yours. Endeavor processed his words and decided that now was the time to tell him. Wait, Shoto stopped and turned around to look at the number 2 hero. Endeavor sighed. It's going to be strong for him, but he had to do it anyway. He had to swallow his pride. I'm sorry, for everything. Shoto's eyes widened as he thought that his ears were playing tricks on him. Endeavor? Apologizing? No way. Those two don't go together. He must be dreaming. I understand that I have been a scumbag of a father. To you and your siblings. I was so hell-bent on having one of you surpass all might that I didn't even realize what I was doing until it was too late. I abused you and your mother. As a father and a husband, I should be caring and protecting you guys. But I was so blinded by my own selfish ambitions that I lost sight of what was truly important. And that was raising my family. It was my fault that our family is so messed up the way it is. As the man of the home, I take full responsibility for that, and I promise to you that it will never happen again. No matter what, I will be a real father and husband from now on. Seeing you and Izuku's fight made me realize something. And thanks to him, you have finally seen the light. So, I'm sorry, my son. Do you accept my apology? Shoto could not form words. His father was giving him a genuine apology. This was the first time he has ever heard him say the word, sorry. He felt the emotion in his words. Shoto had gotten over his issues with his father. He was ready to finally forgive him, but there was one thing he still had to do to prove that he was truly sorry and really wanted to turn over a new leaf. I will forgive you and accept your apology, on one condition. Endeavor paid heed. What is it, my son? Release my mother from the mental hospital you put her in all those years ago. Done. Shoto almost fell on his head when he heard the immediate response. What? Just like that? You're not going to argue saying that she hurt your masterpiece. Nothing like that. It's that fast and easy. Endeavor shook his head. Right after your fight with Izuku, I already called the hospital and told them to discharge her. They said they will get her ready as soon as possible. She's coming back home, tonight. Shoto gasped. His father had already done this even before asked. There was no way he knew he was going to ask that, right? So he just did it out of the kindness of his heart. Was this even Endeavor anymore? It almost seems like an entirely new person. Well, if you have already done that, then there's nothing much else to say, I guess. Yes, I forgive you and accept your apology. Endeavor smiled. Thank you, my son. No problem. Man, I really need to stop tearing up my shirt. Soon enough they're going to run out. Izuku said as he walked through the halls. He had just gotten another brand new PE shirt since his shirt got completely destroyed during the fight with Shoto. Recovery Girl warned him to learn how to control his power a little more because if he kept on destroying his PE uniform, he's going to have to go to gym class, shirtless. When he thought of that, he blushed in embarrassment and promised to be more careful and not try to destroy any more shirts. When Izuku was about to turn the corner, he bumped into Toshinori. Hey, just the man I was looking for. Nice job, kid. You won. And you did it with style. You've told the world that you are here. This is only the beginning. You still have a long road ahead of you, but damn it, it's a really fantastic start. Toshinori exclaimed as he gave Izuku a high five. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Thanks, Toshinori-sensei. You've been a big help. But then, Izuku stared at the floor as a more gloomy expression covered his features. Toshinori noticed the change in his successor's demeanor and wondered why he was like that. Hey kid, why the sad face? You just won the sports festival. What's the matter? Toshinori-sensei, you originally became a teacher at UA to find a successor, right? Yes, that is correct. Why do you bring this up? Putting everything I had into the Sports Festival, I could physically feel everyone's strong emotions of not wanting to give in. So I think that someone else should be my successor. Toshinori finished the sentence for him. Izuku gasped, but then sadly nodded his head. To be honest, I felt like I was cheating when I was using your power. Toshinori sighed. He really should have expected this from Izuku. They were really similar, so he should know how Izuku is feeling right now. It's true that this place is filled with wonderful potential heroes. One for all is the crystallization of power. For those who have quirks. For example, if young Todoroki were to inherit it, then with the super strength on top of his half-cold, half-hot, he would probably become a superhero. Izuku balled his fists, then dash, but you know. I was quirkless too. Izuku's eyes widened. His mouth widened and gasped as he looked straight up at Toshinori. Quirkless. You were? Toshinori pointed a thumb towards himself. Yup. Just like you, my boy. It wasn't as rare as for your generation, but it was still uncommon. Mayimsur had a quirk, but even so, Mayimsur believed in me and gave one for all to me, and raised me to become a hero. Inside Izuku's Mindscape, Nana Shimura nodded her head. You betcha. That's my Toshi. Inner Deku grew a tick mark. Be quiet. I'm trying to listen. This is a very important conversation that they are having. Izuku sputtered on his words. But you never told me the dash, because you never asked. Even though I thought you would. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. And thinking about it just makes me feel even more guilty about what I said when we first met when you asked me if somebody that's quirkless could become a hero. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't want my secret to be public knowledge. But I know I can trust you. Izuku still could barely comprehend it. All might? You were quirkless too. Yeah. At first, I saw the old me in you. But you have gone beyond what I imagined, time and time again. There is something that only you can draw out. I truly believe that with all of my heart. I don't regret at all, passing one for all on to you. Even after seeing all of the students in UA, I still believe you were the perfect successor that I could ever find. Izuku Midoriya, do you remember what I said right before I passed on one for all to you? Toshinori asked. Izuku shook his head. This is what I said. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident and the other, a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valued effort. Nana Shimura gasped. He remembers that after all of these years? Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? That's a very important lesson that you should remember for the rest of your life. Inner Deku replied. I remember. You did say that. Oh man, how could I forget? Izuku face-bombed at his own stupidity. You earned it, kid. Everything. You deserved one for all and you deserve to win first place. Don't ever sell yourself short. You have to know your worth. Toshinori exclaimed. Izuku wanted to cry. He really did feel blessed. He and All Might may have met upon chance, but he still proved himself to be a worthy successor. He just could not believe how far he had come from being a quirkless loser to the first-place winner of the Sports Festival. Strong work really does pay off. I'm sorry for ever doubting myself. I promise from now on, I will make sure to believe in myself and work even harder to become the #1 hero. Toshinori smirked. That's the spirit, my boy. But don't start crying. You have an awards ceremony to get to, don't you? Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, see, that's right. I'll talk to you in a bit. Izuku proceeded to run towards where the award ceremony was going to take place. Toshinori chuckled at seeing his successor's antics. That boy really is something else, huh? He's going to be something great someday. I just know it. All of the first-year events for this year's Sports Festival have been completed. And now we will begin the award ceremony. Midnight announced as she gave the signal. Smoke erupted from the ground as 3 podiums appeared from below the ground. On the third-place podium was Katsuki, won third place when he and Mina fought for it when the ring was restored back by Cementos. Obviously, Bakugo won with ease, but he was a lot more gentle than before, for some reason. He was surprisingly calm and had his arms crossed. One would think that he would be much more pissed off at the fact that he didn't get first place as he wished. They thought that somebody would have to tie him up so that he didn't go on a rampage. But no, that didn't happen. He was completely chill. On the podium for second place was Shoto Todoroki. Just like Izuku, he got a brand new PE shirt to replace his torn one. Shoto had a genuine smile on his face. He was clearly in a good mood ever since he heard the news from Endeavor that his mother will finally be coming back home tonight. And finally in the middle podium was Izuku Midoriya, who won first place. He still couldn't believe it. He was going to get the gold medal award that he saw be awarded for all of the years he had seen the sports festival on his TV back at home. But instead of watching it from a screen, he was actually there, experiencing how it felt for all of his strong work to be rewarded. He really wanted to cry tears of joy, but Toshinori told him that he needs to have better control of his emotions if he's going to be representing the absolute best that UH has to offer in regards to all of the freshmen in the high school. Every first year was standing in the floor below as they applauded the 3 students have won the first, second, and third place medals. However, there was one person that was missing. Izuku then gained a sad look as he remembered what Ida told him and the others earlier. Uraraka, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. This is sudden, but I must leave early. A villain got my older brother. Your brother? You mean Ingenium? Izuku asked in shock. Yes. How's he doing? Ochako asked worriedly. Yeah, is he going to be alright? Momo added. I don't know the details. So I'm going to visit him directly to see. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. Why am I getting such a bad feeling in my gut? That something really bad is going to happen really soon. Ingenium. For Ida's sake too, I hope that you're okay. Izuku thought as he prayed for Ida's brother to be okay. Now, we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man dash, ha. Is that All Might? At the top of the stadium in his hero costume was none other than the symbol of peace, and number 1 hero, All Might. Our very own hero, All Might. I have brought the medals here. All Might landed beside Midnight as there was silent pause of awkwardness. I talked over you. My bad, Midnight apologized as she clasped her hands in embarrassment. This year's first years are so lucky. They've got the number 1 hero watching them. Various spectators from the crowd commentated as they were not expecting All Might of all people to show up with the medals. Now then, All Might, please present the medals, starting with third place. Midnight said as she handed over the medals to All Might. He placed the bronze medal over Katsuki's neck. Young Bakugo, congratulations. You have the heart of a warrior. Your fiery rage and spirit will help ignite the future generations of heroes to come. You are very talented and have a bright future ahead of you. Keep on training and you will be a great hero someday, I promise you. Just don't let your anger blind. You have to make sure to find some inner peace one day. Thanks, All Might. Just watch. One day, I'm going to even surpass you. Bakugo exclaimed as he pridefully accepted his medal. Hee, I don't doubt that you will. He then gave Katsuki a hug and moved on to the next person. Young Todoroki, congratulations. He placed the silver medal over his neck. I assume there is a reason you didn't use your left side until the finals. I had an opportunity during my match with Izuku. There was something about him that just sparked something in me to push myself to the absolute limit and in order to try to win. And even though I still ended up losing, I still learned something important from our battle. I think I understand a little of why you are interested in him. I wanted to become a hero like you. But I didn't think it would be right for me to be the only one to break away. There is still something I must settle. Shoto finished as he replied to All Might. All Might nodded. The look on your face is completely different from before. All Might gave Shoto a hug as he whispered in his ear, I won't ask for the details. I'm sure that you will be able to do what you need to do. Yes. All Might then moved on to the next and final award. Now then, young Midoriya. Excellent job on doing what you said you would during the player pledge. You made a vow to win and you kept your promise. You completely surpassed all of our expectations and shocked the world in each and every round of the sports festival. And in your last 2 matches, you pushed young Bakugo and young Todoroki to the absolute limit and changed them for the better. Your actions and words have inspired us all. Izuku, we accept this gold medal as a tribute to all of your strong work and effort. You truly deserve more than anyone else. All Might exclaimed as he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. Thank you, All Might. Those words really mean a lot to me. I will keep on training harder and I will get even stronger to achieve my dream to become the greatest hero in the world. Izuku graciously accepted the gold medal as it shined in the sunlight. The golden color for some reason looked very good on Izuku. It's as if the golden color was always meant to symbolize the hero Deku. All Might gave Izuku a big and strong hug and whispered in his ear, I can't tell you enough how proud I am of you. You've become much stronger than even I anticipated. One day, my work will be done. And then you will take my place as the symbol of peace and the #1 hero. Keep up with your training and studies. And always keep your ideals with you. I promise you I will, Toshinori-sensei. Izuku whispered back. All Might then turned around to face the rest of the freshmen. Well, they were the winners this time. But listen here. Anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So I have just one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Ready, go dash, thanks for your strong work. Plus Ultra. What? It should have been Plus Ultra. There, All Might. Everybody shouted in unison. Well, I thought everyone worked strong. Oh, by the way, the sports festival is not over just yet. Midnight suddenly said. Everybody asked at the same time. Didn't the finals just finish? So what was she talking about? The R-rater hero adopted a sadistic smirk. Remember when I said after the obstacle course that there was going to be another opportunity for all of you after the official game's over? Oh, yes, she did say that. Kaminari exclaimed. But what other event could she be talking about? I thought every festival ended in one-on-one tournament and the awards ceremony. So this has to be something completely new and has never been done before. Kirishima deduced. Kirishima is right. Midnight flicked her WHP and out of nowhere, the spinning wheel from before appeared and started spinning extremely fast. The staff members discussed after the final match between Midoriya and Todoroki. And we decided it would be much more fair to at least give everyone a fighting chance. It's clear that the top 3 would dominate everybody else in a one-on-one match. So we decided on a stipulation and match type that would make things a lot more interesting. But what could that be? Izuku asked. He didn't expect for there to be an entirely different event after his final match. He thought everybody was supposed to leave after the award ceremony. But he couldn't deny the fact that he was still in the mood for a good fight. He just wondered what type of event this would be. You're going to find out, right, now? After Midnight gave the cue, the spinning wheel stopped and finally landed on the match type. And when it did, it was something that nobody at all was expecting. The wheel had landed on the words, Royal Rumble. A Royal Rumble. Is that what I think it is? Shoto anxiously asked. He knew exactly what those words meant. The rules are simple. Cementos is going to create another ring, but this one will be big enough to fit in all of the first-year students. There will be 3 ropes on each side of the ring with 3 turnbuckles, just like a wrestling ring. You are eliminated from the Royal Rumble once you are thrown over the top rope and both feet hit the floor. There are no disqualifications, which means that anything goes. Just make sure that there are no villain antics going on or I will remove you. Remember, this event is completely optional, meaning that you don't have to participate if you don't want to. But for those that didn't go far into the sports festival, this will be an excellent way to showcase your skills since you did not have much of a chance to. Everybody is allowed to enter. The first, second, and third place winners will not lose their places or standings. This round is for all of you students to show what you got. You all have 10 minutes to decide if you're entering or not. You can work together or you can do it solo, it doesn't really matter. In the end, there will only be one sole survivor and winner, so it's every man and woman for him and herself. This will test how well you can do when the odds are stacked against you. Once you have decided that you wish to participate, just enter the ring and wait for present mix signal to begin. Good luck everyone. And remember to go plus ultra. Midnight finished her explanation of the rules as Cementus just finished preparing the supersized 3-roped wrestling ring. However, instead of a mat, the floor was made of tiles just like before. Down on the field, Izuku was starting to sweat a little and was in deep thought. Okay, I already won and showed off what I can do, but this can help me more and show the world what I can really do when the odds are even less in my favor. If I'm able to win, then who knows how many opportunities one will get in the future. I won't let all might down, but for sure everyone is going to be after me again just like before, but for some reason, I'm more excited than I am scared or nervous. Just do it already. Inner Deku yelled out of nowhere. Are you sure? Yes, kid. Why not? You have nothing to lose. And you may not know it, but I definitely do. You want to challenge yourself, don't you? Yeah, Shoto and Kaken were really tough, but you still had a plan up your sleeve, so you knew you were always going to win in the end. But this is much different. This is everybody in your whole entire grade that's going to be in the picture. You have no idea what to expect. I can feel the Scion BLD in your veins demanding you to take the challenge and prove to the world that even if everybody is against you, you will still come out on top, no matter the odds. Do you understand what I'm saying? Izuku pondered in thought but then nodded. All right. You make a really valid point that I have no choice but to agree with. I don't know what, but something inside of me is just urging me on to enter and to win. I should be getting nervous, but I'm getting excited. All right, let's do it. Izuku then used one for all, full cowl, 25% to dash all the way back to the locker rooms to put away his gold medal and then dashed back in only a couple of seconds. He then jumped over the ring and planted his feet onto the tiles. Okay, let's do it. I'm ready whenever you guys are. Midoriya, but you already won the whole sports festival. Why do you need to participate in this event too? Mineta cried out in shock. After seeing all of what Izuku could do, he didn't want to even step foot in the same ring as him. Kirishima began to look at his classmates and decide to speak, so who's going to enter? I am because it's manly. Dude, are you crazy? Denki shouted. We all know how strong Midoriya is, plus you know Bakugo and Todoroki are going to fight him again. Do you really want to go up against those three? You must have forgotten what Todoroki did to you in your match with him in the quarterfinals. Yeah, Mineta added. Those three can pretty much take out everybody here. We won't even stand a chance against those three monsters. You guys are right, but you heard what they said. This is to show what we can do so we can get scouted out by awesome heroes. So I'm going down there and giving it my all. Who's with me? Just then some of the 1A students stood up and said yeah. They started to walk down to the ring. Bakugo watched as his classmates were waking to the ring and began walking to Cementos deep in thought. Deku beat me. Beat me sneak. I won't accept that. I am going to beat him and show that I am better than him, that I am number one, that I am the best. I'm going to murder him. Should you better win this time, show them who you are and why you're better than all of them. Endeavor screamed so that his son could hear him, but Shoto just kept walking lost in his thought as well. I'm thankful to Izuku for helping me with my fire problem. So this time I am going to fight and show him what I can do and win. Everyone who wanted to fight was already inside the ring. Even some students from 1B were there with fire in their eyes. Just then Midnight used her WHP to get the students' attention. Alright, listen up, let me quickly recap all of the rules. You all are going to fight each other, it's a free-for-all, so do what you want. You can work by yourself, team up, or just run around, hide, and try to last as long as you can. This special event is to show off what you can do. Remember, you're eliminated once you are thrown over the top rope and both of your feet hit the floor. The Royal Rumble will end when the last student or students are left standing in the ring. You will have 1 hour, however, most likely we will stop it at 30 minutes if it feels like it's dragging. Wait, if I win the Royal Rumble, doesn't that mean I get an opportunity for the Universal or WWE World Heavyweight Championship in the main event of WrestleMania? Izuku asked himself. No, you buffoon. This is not WWE. Just win. Inner Deku replied. Okay, everyone, you're all going to make a circle around the ring. Once you hear present mix signal, go after the person you want. It can be the person to your left, your right, across the ring, or center. Get going, everybody. Except for you, Midoriya. You're going to be in the center. What? Man, how come? How is that fair? Izuku cried out in shock of how he was going to be right smack in the middle, where everybody will easily be able to get him. Just then Midnight did a sadistic smile and said, because you're first place. Plus we want to see who will go after you. Man, it looks like the students are all ready. Poor Midoriya having to be in the center, but I have faith in him. Make sure to last till the end so I can get my money. I am betting good money that you last till the end to win. Present Mike shouted as he began the countdown. Okay students, are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang, start. Everybody immediately had their eyes locked and ready on Izuku. Izuku noticed all of the predatory glare. At first, it was making him nervous, but then he smirked in confidence. I guess there's no point in holding back anymore. All of the odds are stacked up against me like never before. It would be foolish for me to suppress myself when all of you are going to go after me. It truly is one versus all. Izuku balled his fists and spread his legs shoulder-width apart. It's been one versus all this entire time. So here you go. Here's all of my unsuppressed power in my base form. Izuku then began yelling, as his milky white aura of ki sprung to life. Rocks were levitating around him as the entire stadium and beyond was shaking. People struggled to stay on their feet as Izuku kept powering up, further and further. His milky white aura kept on expanding and enveloping him to bring all of his power and energy to life. There seemed to be no end to his power until... Ha-ya! With one last mighty roar, there was a large gust of wind that pushed everybody back to the ropes and turnbuckles. But luckily for them, none of them got thrown over the top rope. When the dust cleared, everybody gasped in shock. Well, here you go. Here is my unsuppressed full power in my base form. Let's see how far you can all push me when I'm this serious. Izuku finally said as around his whole frame was a swirling aura of pure ki that was enough to put fear into the hearts of even some pro heroes. The pressure of his energy was so strong that it could be felt by everyone in the stadium and even a couple of blocks away. And this was just his base form. He hasn't even used one for all or Kaioken yet. What in the world? He's been holding back this much power this whole time. It's unreal. He completely outclasses nearly all of his peers without even needing to use one for all. Toshinori thought in shock. He had no idea that his successor had gotten this much powerful in such a short span of time. Just what kind of training did he do between the USJ incident and the sports festival? Izuku spread his arms wide. What happened? Aren't you all going to attack me all at once? I was put in the middle for a reason, wasn't I? Or are you all scared now that I'm serious? Nobody said anything before a certain silver-haired metalhead from Class 1B yelled out. What did you say, you green monkey punk? You think I'm scared of you? You may have won first place, but you have still yet to face me. All of a sudden, Tetsu came out from the pack of students that surrounded the interior of the ring and jumped straight to the middle, face to face with Izuku. That may be true, but guess what? Your match with Kirishima ended in a draw. Which means that you two are pretty much equal. Then in the quarterfinals, Shoto completely decimated Kirishima only using his ice. And I beat that same Shoto who used both his fire and ice against me. So with all of that being said, what makes you think you can take me on? Izuku explained as he casually crossed his arms. Tetsu, he's right. There's no way you can take on Izuku-kun all on your own with no plan at all. Get out of there, and come back so we can form a plan as a class to take him out together. Itsuka cried out to her metal-headed classmate. She hated when he did things like this. Who said he's taking on Midoriya on his own? Suddenly, Kirishima appeared right beside Tetsu. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What's this? Kirishima, you want to fight me too? Kirishima activated his hardening quirk and bumped his fists together. Of course. I've been itching to fight you ever since school started. I always wondered how our quirks would combat each other. My unbreakable skin versus your monster strength. Hey, Tetsu. He may be stronger than us individually, but if we work together, we at least stand a chance. So let's see if he can tear down our defenses. Tetsu nodded. Alright, so let's take out this green-haired punk. He may look big and scary, but there's no way he can take us both out. We will win for sure. Izuku chuckled and got into his turtle hermit stance. We'll just have to see about that. In the blink of an eye, Izuku appeared right behind the two defense quirk users without them even realizing in a bright flash of speed. Aizawa widened his eyes. So fast? Ah, when did you get there? Both Kirishima and Tetsu shouted in unison. Izuku responded with 2 punches straight to the gut to the 2 students. They both spat out saliva. What? I wasn't supposed to feel that. Our quirks are supposed to make us indestructible for as long as we can sustain them. Tetsu said as held onto his gut in pain. Izuku followed up with a roundhouse kick to Kirishima and an uppercut to Tetsu. The former was sent across the ring and the latter flew into the air and then landed back on the ring with a loud thud. That's it. We're not going to be taking a beating. I'm going to knock you into next week. Tetsu and Kirishima both attacked Izuku at the same time. Izuku yawned in boredom and effortlessly dodged all of their simultaneous punches and strikes. Why can't we hit you? Kirishima asked as he panted due to using a lot of energy attempting to land a hit on Izuku. Oh, that's simple. You're too slow. Izuku followed up his taunt with a counterattack that made the two land in opposite turnbuckles. Now I am pissed off. Both said in unison as they charged Izuku at full speed and each aimed a punch to the green-haired scion. To Izuku, they were moving in slow motion and could have knocked them out right then and there, but he was waiting for the right time because he wanted to show them something really interesting. Izuku met both of their punches with his own fists as he connected with 2 fist bump-like clashes. When Izuku connected his fists with theirs, Kirishima and Tetsu's respective body shields started cracking and breaking apart. What? My quirk is breaking apart. They both said in shock. Quirks are like physical abilities. All of them have a certain limit. That's why you have to train your quirk so that you can have better control of them and increase your limit. You two got some bright hot pass ion. Keep on working strong and one day you two will be true tanks. But for now, Izuku fired 2 blue ki blasts at Kirishima and Tetsu which sent them flying over the top rope and both landed on the floor outside the ring with a large thud. Get some rest. Izuku finished. Kirishima and Tetsu are the first 2 to be eliminated from the Royal Rumble. Well, they didn't last long. Present Mike announced. Izuku turned around and faced Class 1B, you want some? Come and get some. Class 1B was stoic for a moment before one person yelled. Everybody in Class 1B all rushed Izuku at once, intending to eliminate the most dangerous student from the Royal Rumble so that all of their chances of winning were much higher. Izuku smirked, finally. This is what I was expecting. Needless to say, it didn't really end well for Class 1B. Izuku used his superior speed to just move behind all of them. And before they knew it, they were all blasted over the top rope. The only remaining survivors of Class 1B were Kendo and Momo. Midoriya eliminates most of Class 1B in one shot. Now there are only 2 students left from that class. Present Mike shouted. He just eliminated nearly all of us like nothing. Momo said in horror. Momo, hurry. Copy my quirk. Let's try to double team. It's our only shot to beat him. Momo quickly touched Kendo by the arm and immediately sprouted hands that were now 10 times bigger than before. They then proceeded to attempt to overwhelm Izuku with their big fists, but Izuku was still able to dodge all of their advances as if they were moving as fast as turtles. You two may have the same exact quirk right now, but Momo has a time limit, doesn't he? And just because you can use another person's quirk for a limited amount of time, it doesn't mean you have all of the original owner's techniques and skills. In order to improve and MSTR a quirk, you have to be constantly training your skills and mastering your craft. Your teamwork is sloppy. You won't be able to land a finger on me even if your hands are now extremely big. Izuku said as he blocked both of their punches at the same time, humanities. It would have been better if we coordinated as a class, but everybody else just decided to bum rush him like idiots. What do we do now? Kendo asked in frustration. She wanted to cooperate and form a plan with Class 1B to try to outlast Class 1A, but that obviously didn't work out. Here, let me help you. Izuku used his ki to create a gust of wind from his palm. He applied pressure to it and blew both Monoma and Kendo over the top rope and onto the floor. Kendo and Monoma have been eliminated. That's it for Class 1B. It looks like it's gonna be another Class 1A show, once again. Present Mike commented. Izuku waved to Kendo and the rest of Class 1B. You guys have a lot of potential, you know. Don't let this loss put you down. Keep on training. Kendo nodded. Thanks, Izuku-kun. Will do. Izuku then turned his attention to Class 1A. So how are you going to do this? Are you all going to attack me at once, or am I going to fight each of you one-on-one? You decide. I'm honestly fine with either one. Grape Rush. Mineta shouted as he threw numerous purple ball at Izuku. The ball stuck to all over his body and seemed to have immobilized him. Mina then shot acid at him to do some damage. Aoyama shot his laser beam. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to swat him away like a fly. Everybody else tried to use their respective quirks in the best way they could in order to try to detain Izuku. This lasted until Kaminari shouted, "Look out guys, I'm going to finish it in one shot." Momo made sure to create a large insulation sheet to prevent them from getting caught in the blast. Indiscriminate discharge 1,300,000 volts. Kaminari let out all of his power and shot Izuku head-on. There was a huge flash of light as smoke covered the ring. Did we get him? Mina asked. Of course we did. There's no way that he was able to survive all of those attacks simultaneously. Mineta shouted. Tokoyami looked up in the sky and widened his eyes. Everyone. Above us. Everybody looked up to the sky to see Izuku floating there without a single scratch on him. In his hand was a gigantic yellow key ball that had all of their names on it. Hiya! Izuku fired the key ball and there was a huge explosion that lit up the ring. Once the smoke cleared, there were only 5 people left in the ring. Midoriya blasts most of his own class away with one attack. The only people left in the Royal Rumble are Todoroki, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Midoriya. Wow, can this man not be stopped at all? Present Mike shouted as with that last blast, everybody minus the ones Present Mike just mentioned, were all blasted over the top rope and hit the floor. Thus, they were all eliminated. Izuku dusted himself off. Okay, so is it going to be a 5v1 or what? Are you guys going to do something, or should I make the first move? Shoto and Katsuki remained quiet as they stayed where they were. However, both Ochako and Momo stepped forward. We'll be taking you on now, Deku. Ochako exclaimed. All right. Come at me, then you too. Izuku replied. Ochako and Momo looked at each other and nodded. They then balled their fists and spread their legs shoulder-width apart. Hi-ya! Both of the girls started powering up as the stadium started to shake once again. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed that their respective power levels kept on increasing and increasing until, here we go. Full power. Ochako regained her pink aura that she awakened in her fight against Katsuki in the first round of the tournament. Momo also got back her crimson aura and her red sword and shield of light. Ochako also had rocks and other debris levitating around herself as the gravity kept on fluctuating in her vicinity. Izuku stood there with his mouth agape before he smirked. Now, that is what I'm talking about. Let me go full power too. Izuku activated one for all, full cowl, 25%. The scent of ozone filled the air as Izuku's body was surrounded by a green electric aura. He was stronger than before, thanks to the Zenkai boosts he got throughout the entire sports festival. Izuku motioned them to come with his finger. Let's go, ladies. Show me what this newfound power of yours can do. And with that, both Ochako and Momo charged Izuku head-on. Ochako used her power to throw many rocks and rubble towards the green-haired scion. Izuku easily dodged them, but that turned out to be a distraction to the real assault, which was Momo swiping her sword at him. Izuku managed to save his head from being cut off, thanks to his enhanced one-for-all speed allowing him to dodge right in the nick of time. Izuku tried to counterattack with the punch, but he ended up hitting Momo's shield instead. Wow, you girls are tougher than I thought. Well, let's try this. Oklahoma Smash. Izuku blew both Momo and Ochako back to opposite turnbuckles. Momo and Ochako were both dizzy from the attack but got right back up. Ochako tried to touch Izuku to use his quirk on him, but Izuku easily dodged and knocked her back. Momo attempted to aid her, but it was futile as Izuku was easily handling them since they couldn't even touch him. He was just too strong and quick for them. He also had the large height advantage, which proved to be troublesome for the two girls to get the upper hand on him to overwhelm the green powerhouse. But Deku-kun is just too strong. Doesn't he have some sort of weakness that we can exploit? Ochako grunted as she was barely able to stand back up thanks to all of the bruises she got from trying to fight Izuku. Oh, well, I do have one weakness. If you grab my tail, then I won't be able to move at all, Izuku said. Hosu, did I just say that out loud? Before he could do anything else, Momo created a flashbang grenade and threw it straight towards Izuku. The flashbang lit up and temporarily blinded Izuku. When Izuku recovered his sight, he looked behind him to see Momo holding onto his tail. Now Ochako. Use all of the remaining power you have left and blast Izuku-kun away. Ochako nodded and cupped her hands at her side and began charging up her pink energy. Came. Oh no. I can't believe I really just told them my one and only weakness. Izuku shouted. Yes. We will finally be able to eliminate you, Izuku-kun. You made a foolish mistake and it cost you in the long run. No strong feelings, right? Momo said. Izuku looked at Ochako and saw that she was ready. He then gave Momo a smug smirk. No strong feelings. Haeya. Ochako fired off her pink Kamehameha with the intent of eliminating Izuku. However, as soon as she blasted the energy wave, Izuku somehow was able to escape Momo's grasp and push her directly into the direction on where the pink Kamehameha was going. What? No, that's not who I want to hit. Ochako shouted, but it was too late. The attack had already blasted Momo. She was thrown over the top rope and landed on the floor outside the ring. Her crimson aura completely disappeared. I don't know what just happened, but Uraraka has eliminated Yaoyorozu. Present Mike announced. What? But how? I thought Yamamoto was holding tightly onto your tail. Ochako shouted in shock. Yes, she was. But the thing is that holding my tail is not my weakness. At least not anymore. I was able to train strong enough to get rid of that weakness some while ago. So I just used that to trick you into thinking that I was vulnerable so that it was easier for you to eliminate Momo-chan. And it seems like my plan worked. You completely fell for it. Izuku explained as he left the crowd speechless once again. The intelligence of Izuku Midoriya is just insane. He was able to come up with a genius trap like that out of nowhere when everybody least expected it. Well, I'm still in, so don't think I'm going to give up. Ochako exclaimed, but right as she said that, just like with Momo, her pink aura completely disappeared. She had put all of her remaining energy into the pink Kamehameha and now she was out of gas. And that's checkmate. Izuku proceeded to lightly flick Ochako's forehead, which sent her flying over the top rope and landed on the floor outside of the ring. Midoriya has eliminated Uraraka. We are now down to our final three. Present Mike announced. Izuku turned around to meet eyes with both Shoto and Katsuki. They then stepped forward to meet Izuku face to face. Mina sighed. Well, the final three turned out to be the guys who won first, second, and third place, anyway. Yeah, but this ain't no regular 1-1-1 match. It's a Royal Rumble, so you never know what could happen. Sato commented as now everybody had 100% of their attention on the final three. Shoto activated his flames and Katsuki lit up explosions in his palms as they prepared for an epic battle. Izuku smirked and activated Kaioken stacked on top of full cowl. So who wants to go first? I owe both of you rematches. I don't care who it is, just one of you come at me with all you got. Let's finish this sports festival off with a bang. Izuku shouted as he was now getting excited. Shoto and Katsuki met eyes. They stared at each other and then stared at Izuku. They then looked at each other again. They nodded. They came to a silent agreement. They then began walking towards Izuku, side by side. Everybody gasped. Todoroki and Bakugo are working together. Present Mike yelled. It makes actually when you think about. In the real world, you're going to have to work with people you may not really like all that much. But it will be necessary in order to achieve a common goal. It seems like Todoroki and Bakugo have already understood this and realized that there is no way that they can beat Midoriya one-on-one. But if they work together, now that's a different story. Aizawa explained as everybody watching started to get why they were teaming up out of nowhere. Izuku could only smile. Wow, you guys surprise me every day. To think that you two would put aside your differences in order to take me down. Now that's a sign of a true hero. But even so, Izuku began powering up as his power level began increasing more and more, until Kaigen times 3. Izuku's Crimson Ki aura got even more fierce and potent as it was stacked even further on top of One for All, full cowl. Everybody widened their eyes as they could literally feel the seemingly boundless power that Izuku was emitting. Just powering up was sending shockwaves throughout the city. Izuku smirked. He could feel like the power in his veins. His muscles bulged and were even more defined than before. His hair was slightly spikier as it was almost flowing upwards. The green electricity of One for All complemented the crimson aura well. Go ahead. Come at me both at the same time. Show me your real power. I'll show you what it looks like once I have passed my limit. Izuku shouted as he powered up even more. Pass his limit? Everybody yelled in unison. Is that even possible? Present Mike sputtered. Let's see, Aizawa replied. Just to let you know, I don't plan on losing. Every part of me is screaming to win, so I have to no matter what. I won't accept defeat. Izuku stated pridefully. He then signaled them to come forward with his finger. Let's go, just me and you. Let's go just 1-on-2. Music, ultimate battle, Haiya. Both Shoto and Katsuki both rushed Izuku at full speed. They started clashing fists and blows as they did their best to overwhelm the green-haired scion with their numbers advantage. Izuku was quick enough to grab both of their fists and send them 2 boys flying to the other side of the ring. Both of your strikes are sharper than they were before. Izuku said. Take this, Bakugo blasted a large-scale explosion that was strong enough to completely eviscerate whole city blocks. Izuku easily swatted it away like it was nothing and flew straight towards Katsuki at hypersonic speeds. He grabbed Katsuki's head and pushed it down to the ground. Those weak little explosions are going to have absolutely zero effect on me, Kaken. Not when I'm this powered up. Then from behind, Shoto shot some to Izuku's back and froze him in place. Don't tell me what to do, Shoto. Bakugo angrily replied as he blasted an explosion straight towards Izuku. However, Izuku was just too fast and easily caught the Bakugo's hand before he can set off the explosion. Izuku then easily broke out of Todoroki's ice and threw Katsuki towards him. Shoto was able to catch him, but they both fell towards the floor. DMNIT. I thought you froze him. I did. Well, you obviously didn't if he was able to move freely like that. Less arguing and more fighting. Izuku shouted as began pummeling Shoto and Katsuki when they were not paying attention. Shoto and Katsuki both tried to grab onto Izuku and use their quirks on him, but Izuku tanked the attacks like nothing and threw the two around like ragdolls. Come on. I thought you two were supposed to be my rivals. Give me the fight of my life. Make me push past my limits. Izuku kicked both of them upside the head as they were thrown to opposite turnbuckles. When they landed against with their backs, they began coughing up some spit since Izuku was throwing them around really strong. Shoto fired a blaze of flames towards Izuku. Those flames don't feel hot at all, Shoto. Izuku blasted the flames away with a ki blast and was about to hit Shoto with a direct hit, but Bakugo was able to block it just in time with an explosion. Izuku then began spamming ki blasts as they were lighting up the entire ring. Shoto and Katsuki tried to deflect them all, but they were all coming at such a rapid pace that there was no way that they were not going to get hit by at least some of them. After Izuku was done with his ki blast barrage, Shoto and Katsuki were visibly panting. We're going to have to combine our strongest attacks together. It's the only way that we're going to ever hope to beat him. Because he's just toying with us. At this rate we're going to be done for. Shoto said. Fine. Hurry up. Let's finish this quick before he counterattacks. Katsuki replied. Shoto and Katsuki then charged up all of the remaining power they had. They were going to use the final attacks that they performed against Izuku in their respective matches against him. Shoto had already gathered up all of the ice and fire. Katsuki created the biggest explosion possible. Here goes. Take this. They both shouted in unison. The combined attack was sent straight towards Izuku. He smirked. Alright then, two can play at that game. Take this, sparking Kamehameha. The two blasts collided with each other as just them touching each other was able to send shockwaves throughout the entire city and even a little beyond. Use more power. Shoto yelled as he and Katsuki were struggling against the sparking Kamehameha. I told you already. Don't tell me what to do. With the extra boost of rage and wrath, he was able to push beyond his current limit and add an even bigger and more powerful explosion. As a result, his and shots. Combined attack was now pushing Izuku's back. Izuku smiled as he saw that the two of them were now overpowering him. You two really are amazing. You keep on just surpassing my expectations each and every time. You guys really are strong. Izuku grits his teeth and planted his feet strong. But I'm even stronger. I refuse to lose. Then with one final mighty yell, Izuku unleashed his limit-breaking power. Kaigen ×4. With a surge of newfound strength, Izuku completely overtook Shoto and Katsuki's attack and blasted them all the way out of the ring. There was a huge explosion that generated enough joules of force to eradicate a whole city, but Izuku was able to focus it onto one point instead of an area of effect. There was a bright flash of light that illuminated the entire city. After a couple of moments the smoke cleared and now everybody was able to see the result of the epic collision. Izuku Midoriya? Your power knows no bounds. Shoto said as he landed face first on the ground outside of the ring. I failed. He's too strong. Katsuki said as he collapsed to the ground outside of the ring. Inside the ring, the sole survivor was none other than Izuku Midoriya. Unbelievable. The last man standing and winner of the Royal Rumble is Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced as the crowd began to cheer almost unbelievably loud. Izuku sheepishly smiled and gave Shoto and Katsuki a thumbs up. Let's do it again sometime. Izuku's one for all and Kaioken completely disappeared. He then proceeded to collapse to the floor unconscious. It was a rainy day, the morning that Izuku and the others had to return to UHI. In the days they had off after the sports festival, the competitors that competed were to let their injuries recover, and then they would start regular classes again today. Regular? You're right. That is what Izuku thought, but he would soon figure out that this will not be the case as today is the day that will set off a chain of events that will change the way Izuku perceives the world forever. Man, it's so crowded, and I'm still sore. Man, why do I have to take this train? I can literally run faster than a car. Your body is still sore after continuously breaking your limits in the sports festival. You were not supposed to use Kaioken in the way you did. I warned you to only use that technique only on your base form and do not stack it on top of your full cowl. And if you had to, don't go above X2. But you did not listen to any of that and decided that it would be a good idea to not only stack Kaioken on top of full cowl, but you went all the way up to X4 and did a full power sparking Kamehameha. So consider this your punishment for straining your body past its set limit. Izuku sighed in annoyance. Fine. But, still, I had a lot of fun. Kaken and Shoto were a lot more powerful than I expected. They really pushed me past my limits and beyond. Our matches made each other improve for the better. This just reinforces the fact that I have to get even stronger than now. The sports festival opened my eyes. There's no way that I can stay at the same level I am now. I have to prepare for the rematches that I promised. Thinking about it just makes me all fired up. After Izuku was announced the winner of the Royal Rumble, he immediately collapsed to unconsciousness due to all of the stamina he had lost after pushing his body past its limit. He actually was not supposed to use Kaioken on top of his one for all full cowl, and he definitely was not supposed to use it above X3. When he was training in the gravity chamber, he was able to get the hang of Kaioken X2 and a little of X3 right before the sports festival thanks to working under 20G. It was not at all a pleasant experience, but Izuku figured that it was all worth it since, after he finished training, inner Deku told him that he got over 5 times stronger from the USJ incident to right before the sports festival began. At first Izuku was shocked at how fast his power was progressing in just the span of a few weeks, but then realized that it made sense thanks to all of the Zenkais he must have gotten from all of the workouts he had done when he was preparing for the sports festival. He also felt stronger after he woke up from collapsing at the end of the festival. Thank God for Scion biology. But still, Zenkai boosts did not make him invincible though. Yes, his body learns to adapt to the damage and makes itself stronger for the next fight, but that still doesn't mean that there are drawbacks. If he puts too much strain on his body, like using the Kaioken for instance, there will be temporary side effects, such as his body feeling sore for a few days. This is why he was taking the public train instead of flying to school like he usually does. It was really crowded and there was not much space, but hey, what can you do? I could still walk, you know. Your body needs rest. Inner Deku replied. Izuku gave up and just decided to pass the time by opening up his phone. He was scrolling down the mainstream news lately and saw himself on the front page. After he had won first place in the Royal Rumble, he immediately made headlines all around the world. So many media outlets were shocked at just how much power that a first-year UH student had. He was even more powerful than the average pro hero. The main highlights that were shown were of his fight with Katsuki and Shoto in the semifinals, finals, and the Royal Rumble. The last one caused the most fuss since as they were fighting, Izuku's energy and attacks were sending shockwaves throughout the city. People thought that there was an earthquake, but no, it was just the UA. First years having a climactic battle. Izuku smiled as he read the comments of the highlight videos of his matches with Shoto and Katsuki. Most were praise of how just a cut above the rest, those 3 in particular were. Izuku was glad that all 3 of them had broken past their limits during their respective matches. It made him feel accomplished at the fact that not only did he improve himself, but he was able to help improve the others around to break their own limits and acquire power that would not have been possible if it were not for Deku inspiring them all to become the best heroes they can possibly be. He quickly remembered his match against Katsuki. The stakes were really high in that one. Man oh man, that bet was crazy. If he ended up losing, he had to quit becoming a hero. Why on God's blue earth would Izuku ever do something like that? Even to this day, he wasn't sure why exactly he had taken a bet so daring. But in the end it all worked out. Ultimately, he was able to resolve their issues with one another. And hey, Katsuki won't be calling any of their classmates mean and insulting names anymore. And as he was fighting, he knew that he was stronger than Bakugo by a considerable margin. He just kind of miscalculated by how much exactly. This is due to Katsuki secretly training and getting so much stronger in between the second day of school and the sports festival. He had no idea how he got so powerful in such a short amount of time. Inner Deku explained to him that Bakugo has always been a prodigy. Kind of like Todoroki. And because he was always so good at everything, he and Todoroki didn't see the point in seriously training. They may exercise here and there, but before coming to UA, they never dared to actually train to maybe on the level of Deku when he started training after his tail sprouted. Inner Deku theorized that since Bakugo was such a natural prodigy, it was much easier for him to get up to at least some of Deku's level in terms of strength and in such little time as well. He also thought that Bakugo was subconsciously using his wrath to fuel him to break beyond his normal limits. Izuku agreed with that as Bakugo just seemed so strong just out of nowhere to the point where it was almost unnatural. It just really shows his potential and how much a great hero he will become in the future. Izuku then began to remember his match with Shoto. Izuku analyzed that the bicolored teen was actually weaker than Bakugo at full power when he only used his ice. In reality, Izuku could have ended the match anytime he wanted. Shoto with only his right side was weaker than Bakugo, and Bakugo was weaker than Izuku. And after Izuku got his Zenkai boost from his fight with Katsuki, Izuku got stronger than that. A smart man would have ended the match as quickly as possible. But an even wiser man would have done what Deku did, which is draw out Shoto's hidden power. He helped get over his daddy issues and past trauma in order to overcome all of tragedy that had taken place in the young boy's life. Once Deku made Shoto realize that in fact, it was his quirk, not Endeavor's, it was enough motivation to bring out the latent power within the hybrid prodigy. Izuku was gobsmacked at the fact that Shoto's potential was on a whole other level than anybody else's in the sports festival. It was unreal. When he brought out both halves of his quirk, it was enough to double his overall power and bring him above Izuku's 25% of one for all. And Izuku loved every bit of it. He was hoping to go up against somebody that would actually force him to go beyond his limits. And thus he used Kaioken. And ultimately by the end of the sports festival, all three of them had helped to better themselves as a whole and will improve each other in the long run. They all got more powerful due to Izuku bringing out the best in everyone. Inner Deku commented on this and called Izuku a true fighting genius. It was proof of his scion heritage, as Goku and even Vegeta would have done the same exact thing. And his human side contributed, as the hero in him just genuinely wanted to help his classmates as well. Thinking about the improvements they made, it just brought a smile to his face at the fact he was able to help them grow stronger and break them out of their shackles. Man, that sports festival was really fun. I can't wait until next year. It's gonna be even better next time. As Izuku kept scrolling down, he also saw some comments about his so-called CC body from a lot of fangirls. Apparently he was rated as the hottest UA freshman by most of the females watching the event. Seeing some of the comments and memes about him when he was fighting with his shirt off made him flush in embarrassment. He didn't notice during the sports festival, since he was focused on his matches and only thought of the crowd reactions as white noise, which is how Inner Deku put it. But once he started to scroll through the web, he began to realize just how much more popular he was now with the opposite C ever since his upper body was revealed during his matches in the tournament. It made Izuku make a mental reminder to be a lot more careful with how he fights and to no accidentally tear his shirt apart again. He was still an introvert that had trouble communicating with members of the opposite SEC his age, so of course he would still get flustered from reading those comments about him. Inner Deku chuckled. This guy has enough power to destroy an entire city, but can't take compliments and flirts from girls without turning into a blushing mess. Oh, the irony. You're just like a typical shonen protagonist. Izuku made a confused face when he heard Inner Deku's comment. What protagonist? Inner Deku sighed. Never mind. You don't need to know. Inner Deku, can you not break the fourth wall, please? Fine, I will chill out, for now. Izuku continued to browse through his phone before he heard the person standing next to him on the packed train trying to get his attention. Excuse me. Are you Midoriya from Class 1A? Izuku turned around to see a middle-aged man giving him a thumbs up. A lot of commotion started to brew thanks to somebody pointing out that Izuku, the winner of the first year's sports festival, was on the train. It wasn't that strong to notice since Izuku was the tallest person in the car and was the only one with a brown tail wagging behind him. Good job at the sports festival. You really dominated. You got first place with style. You got number 1 in every round, even in the Royal Rumble. Man, never mind Demps. He completely murdered the competition. You were so cool. He looks a lot taller in person. He's freaking huge. How did you get so shredded? What gym do you go to? Tell me about it. This kid in high school has a way better physique than I ever had in my 20s. Must be some kind of freak genetics? What's up with that tail? Is that a part of your quirk? He must have worked really strong to get as powerful as he is now. Are you single? Everybody on the train started to surround Izuku like he was some kind of celebrity. Everybody was giving him congratulating remarks and praised him on his competence and nobility. A lot of people referenced his student pledge, which struck at their heartstrings. All of the males were especially envious of his well-defined and muscled body, as most of them could not even dream of having the same build as Izuku. Many teenage girls and even some young women in their 20s were either fangirling, asking for his number, or flirting with him. With all of these things going on at once, Izuku's brain began to short-circuit. However, Inner Deku calmed him down and told him that if he really expects to become the number 1 hero, then he's going to have to learn to deal with all the publicity it will bring. Because if he doesn't, then he will crumble under the pressure. After all of the fussing, Izuku told them that it was his stop and he had to get off or else he was going to be late for school. The civilians groaned in disappointment but told Izuku one last thing before he left. "Do your best, hero." Izuku nervously smiled as he waved them goodbye as he exited the train. I will." Izuku got back on the street and began walking towards the #1 hero school in Japan. Some people were able to recognize him on the streets and greeted the green-haired scion. He politely greeted back and kept on going his way. He had no idea he would get this famous after winning the U8 Sports Festival. Is this what All Might had to deal with on a daily basis? Man, it's only morning and so many people are recognizing me. I guess this is what Toshinori-sense had to deal with for so many years. And I'm still sore. Yeah, maybe I should not use Kaioken for a little while. I really underestimated the toll it puts on my body if I go above ×2. Even with the multiple Zenkai boosts I got during the sports festival, it still did not erase all of the force strain my physical body was put under when I was stacking Kaioken on top of full cowl. That combination gives me a lot of freaking power, but the drawbacks are just too much. It's best if I use the 2 in moderation for now on. Izuku pondered as he walked down the sidewalk. Hey, you know what they say? Experience is the best teacher. That's what you get for not listening to me. But to be fair, you probably would not have made as big of an impact if you didn't go beyond your limits. But your body will naturally adapt itself to grow stronger and to be able to take even higher levels of full cowl and Kaioken. So in the end, I guess it was for the best. That genius mind of yours truly is something else. Inner Deku replied to Izuku's thoughts. Inner Deku had also reminded Izuku of his second quirk, which is Pride of a Scion. Due to the scion cells in Deku's body, it merged with One for All and mutated it to the point where it created a secondary quirk called Pride of a Scion. This will further enhance the power of One for All and give Izuku an edge in all stats when he gets into the heat of battle. Without Izuku even knowing it, that quirk was active during his fights with Shinso, Bakugo, Todoroki, and in the Royal Rumble. And when he said all stats, he really meant all stats. Intelligence included. This quirk allowed him to adapt within every fight and learn from the experience so that he became even stronger after it. Izuku said that it did make sense. After all, whenever he got into the heat of battle, it always seemed like he became a super self. It was weird and strong to explain. You just needed to be a scion in order to understand the feeling. Good morning, Midoriya. Izuku turned around to see a familiar face. Ida. Wearing a pea poncho and rain boots. Why are you walking so slowly? I've seen you move way faster during our match at the sports festival. I know you can go much faster than that. You're going to be late. Ida exclaimed as he ran past the green-haired scion. There are still 5 minutes until the first bell. Izuku began to jog behind the engine quirk user. He was still sore, but it didn't mean he couldn't use some exercise. UA students should always arrive 10 minutes early. Ida proceeded to speed off to inside the building. Izuku just shook his head and used some ki to keep up with him as he entered the building with him. They went to the lockers and began to put away their umbrellas/poncho. Izuku had an uneasy feeling. He had heard of the news of Ingenium and wanted to talk to Ida about it. Listen, I heard about Ingenium and I'm sore. If it's about my older brother, there is no need to worry. I apologize for worrying you needlessly. Congratulations on winning first place, though. I saw the highlights on the internet and you truly outshined us all. Good work, and I hope I can get to your level someday. Thanks. Izuku still had an uneasy feeling. Tenya said that there was no need to worry, but something inside of him is telling him that there is still something troubling Ida. He just could not quite put his finger on it. It's different when they broadcast the matches on TV after all. So many people talked to me on the way here. Mina said. Yeah, me too. Kirishima stated. People were staring at me too. It was kind of embarrassing. Isn't that normal for you, Hagakure? I had some elementary schoolers suddenly tell me, don't worry about it. Siro said as he was annoyed every time somebody brought up the fact that Todoroki one-shot him in like 2 seconds. Don't worry about it. So you said. Not you too. Mina and other chuckled as they reassured Siro that they were just joking. Shoto was a cut above many of the others, so it shouldn't be a surprise that he utterly dominated Zero in their match. After just one day, we've suddenly been moved into the spotlight, huh? Kaminari said as he conversed with Mineta. You really is amazing, huh? As the conversations were going around in the Class 1A room, Izuku was sitting at his desk making adjustments to his hero notebook. He had just finished his analysis on one of the stats he was making adjustments to, until his notebook was snatched out of his hand. You're still doing these. I guess even though you're pretty strong now, your nerd habits will never go away, huh? Katsuki said as he took a glance at the page Izuku was working on. Hey, be careful with that. Don't go throwing it out the window like last time, Kaken. What the foo dash? Why is my name here? Bakugo asked as he took a clearer look at the contents of the page. Katsuki Bakugo powered, 5/5 A speed, 5/5 A technique, 5/5 A intelligence, 5/5 A cooperatives, 3/5 C Shoto Todoroki power 5. 2/5 A plus speed 5. 1/5 A plus technique, 5/5 A intelligence, 5/5 A cooperativeness, 4/5 B. Bakugo grit his teeth when he read his stats in comparison to Shoto's. Hey, Deku. Why the hell does Shoto have 0? 2 points more in power and 0. 1 points more in speed than I do. I would squash him in a fight. Because Kaken, if we look at it objectively, if Shoto uses both his fire and ice, he is in fact stronger and faster than you. My quirk allows me to sense people's strength, and that gives me a gauge on their level of power. And from what I got, when he's going all out, Shoto is slightly stronger than you. This is also backed up by the fact that he was able to keep up with me when I used Kaioken, which nobody else in the sports festival was able to push me to use. So yeah, as of right now, Shoto is indeed higher than you in those aspects. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you were holding back during our match? You nerd. You were supposed to go all out. Bakugo grew a tick mark as when he heard Izuku's explanation, he actually agreed with him. It still didn't mean that he liked it though. Dude. I at least increased your cooperativeness. I had it at a 1 before the sports festival. Izuku awkwardly replied as he tried to change the subject. Yeah, he did kind of hold back, maybe a little. But he didn't think Kaken had to know that. What's this about stats? Shoto asked curiously as he also took a look at Izuku's hero journal. He smiled when he saw his profile. He has been in a good mood ever since his mother had come back home. At first, it was a little uncomfortable due to all of the bad BLD that was between him, his father, and mother. But she apologized and Enji also apologized as well, and they all hugged it out. It wasn't perfect, but at least it was progress. He was still extremely grateful for all that Izuku has done for him. Shoto looks at his stats and compared it to Kasuki's. They're accurate. What? Say that again. I dare you. We can settle this right here, right now. I think you have already forgotten, but I was Deku's first ever rival. Irrelevant. I'll show you irrelevant. Hey, what's this about stats? Mina asked curiously as she also began to take a peek into Izuku's hero journal. Oh well, ever since I was a little boy, I was always fascinated by quirks and how heroes use them. I just started to write them down and analyze their strengths and weaknesses. It's a hobby I have never been able to quite get rid of. I have yours as well, Ishido-san, if you want to take a look. In fact, I have everybody's stats in the class. I just need to make a little adjustments to Ochako-chan's and Momo-chan's since they got exponential stronger during the sports festival. But everyone else's should be relatively accurate from what I have observed from all of you so far. Izuku explained as now everybody in the class had suddenly taken an interest in Izuku's notebook. Wow, really? I want to see mine. Toru energetically chirped as she and the rest of the class started to huddle around Izuku's desk. Izuku wasn't expecting this. Why, one at a time. You're going to destroy my notebook if you're all fighting for it. After a little going back and forth, everybody got the chance to see their character profiles and quirk analysis. It's safe to say that every member of Class 1A is astounded by the level of Izuku's observations. They all thanked Izuku for the advice as it would sure help them improve in the long run. After a couple of minutes, the door opened to reveal Aizawa. Good morning, my students. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. The class replied in unison. They proceeded to remove themselves from Izuku's desk and went towards their own seats. "Ribbit, Mr. Aizawa, your bandages are gone." "I'm glad," Tsuyu said as she noticed that Aizawa was back to 100% health. She had seen firsthand the injuries he had sustained from Nomu in the USJ incident, so she was happy that those injuries are finally gone. "Thanks for the concern. The old lady provided me with a special treatment that allowed me to recover a lot faster and easier." Aizawa gave Izuku a knowing look. Izuku knew that he was referring to the senzu that he had given to Recovery Girl. "More importantly, we are having a special hero informatics class today," Aizawa said as the class began to sweat at what was to come. "Here it is." "Special? Is it a quiz?" "I hope not. I'm bad at laws relating to heroes and stuff like that. Code names," Aizawa bluntly revealed. "You lot will be coming up with your very own hero names today. We're going to do something exciting." Aizawa's eyes flashed red as he activated his quirk for a split second in order to calm his students down. "This is related to the pro hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. The drafts begin in earnest in the second and third years after students have gained experience and can become immediate assets to the pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if the interest dies down after graduation. Adults are so selfish," Mineta mumbled. "So we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked?" Toru asked. "That's right. And here are the totals for those with offers." Aizawa proceeded to use a remote to show the number of internships each student got. Izuku Midoriya 7,011, Shoto Todoroki 4,123, Katsuki Bakugo 3,556, Momo Yaoyorozu 502, Ochako Uraraka 499, Fumikage Tokoyami 360, Tenya Idup 301, Denki Kaminari 272, Ejuru Kirishima 108, Hantasiro 14. In other years, it's been more spread out, but all eyes were on those three this year, Aizawa remarked as he pointed towards the names of Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki. 7,011. What the hell? Are there even that many pro heroes in Japan? Mineta cried out in shock as everybody else was also surprised at just how many offers Izuku had gotten. The gap between his amount of offers and Shoto's offers was even bigger than the gap between Shoto and Katsuki. It was surreal. Gah, there's such a big difference. Kaminari threw his head back in frustration at seeing his amount of offers and comparing it to the top three. Those pros don't know a good thing when they see one. Aoyama grumbled when he didn't see his name on the board. Midoriya's first, Todoroki's second, and Bakugo's third, Jiro said. It's exactly how their placements were at the end of the sports festival. Kirishima added. Well, of course the pros would much rather prefer Midoriya and Todoroki over Bakugo. Did you see how he acted during the entire festival? Siro comically threw shade at Katsuki. If I scared a pro, that means they're weak. And Demon Deku only got more than me because he proved that he was the better man in our match, which I don't have a problem with. He should get way more than me, DMN it. But what I do have a problem with is that F. Shoto got more than me even though we never even fought. Those Demon pros are biased. How can they say he's better than me when it was never proven in a one-on-one match? If you never had the guts to fight me, then you have no right to say you're better than me. Only Deku has that right. He's the only one that beat me. Bakugo finished his angry tirade as the class snickered at his antics. Momo sighed in relief. She had gotten more offers than she expected. Ochako thought the same as well. They mentally thanked Izuku for helping them unlocking their hidden power, which allowed them to gain the attention of more pros. She turned her head towards Shoto. You're amazing, Todoroki. You're only behind Izuku-kun. Shoto shrugged his shoulders. They're all probably because of my dad. The one you should be praising is Izuku. He got all of those offers because of his own strong work and determination to be the best. He gained all of his power through his own merit and not because of who his father is. That is why he is number one. Shoto still wanted his rematch, but that could wait. He still knew he was no match for the green-haired scion even if he used both his flames and ice. He was now devoted to train as strong as he can in order to catch up to his rival. Wow, we got offers. Yes. Ochako nudged Tenya's shoulders after seeing how many offers they each got. She didn't expect to get offers in the triple digits. She gushed at how many opportunities she had to get drafted once she graduated. Mineta nudged Izuku, "Hey, Midoriya. Everybody and their mother wants you to intern with them." They must have been super impressed by all of the monster feats of strength you displayed throughout the festival. And the way that you did it, it seemed like you had no exploitable weakness. You're like a green Superman. Izuku sheepishly smiled. "Yeah, I'm honored to have so many opportunities. I guess it's what you get for winning first place in the UA Sports Festival. Keeping these results in mind, whether or not anyone asked for you, you will all be participating in internship with pros." Aizawa revealed. Internships. Yeah. At USJ, you already got to experience combat with the real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand. So that explains the hero names, Sato said as he bumped his fists. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Ochako chirped. Well, those hero names are still temporary, but if you're not serious about it, you'll have hell to pay later. Kaminari, Zero, and Mineta perked up as they each grew a perverted grin as a certain R-rated heroine walked into the classroom. Because a lot of hero names used by students recognized by society, and they end up becoming professional hero names. Midnight, the class shouted in unison. Most of the boys got flustered seeing her walk in a stuck manner towards the front of the classroom. The girls all stared in awe at her beauty and maturity. Well, that's how it is. So Midnight will be making sure your names are okay. I'm not that good this kind of stuff. Aizawa brought out his sleeping bag. In his case, when he went to UEA, Present Mike actually gave him the name Eraserhead. And he just nonchalantly put it on as his official hero name, and the rest is history. When you give yourself a name, you get a more concrete image of what you want to be like in the future, and you get closer to it. This is what it means when they say names and natures do often agree. Like All Might, for example. Aizawa stated as he passed around dry erase boards and markers. All Might? My hero name. A name for what I want to be like in the future? Izuku began pondering on what his name will be. This is very important, and it will define his image for the rest of his life. He then widened his eyes as he figured what his full name will be. Inner Deku read his thoughts. Are you sure you want this? You probably won't be able to change it after this, even if they do say it's temporary. No, I'm 100% sure. Okay, let's start presenting names starting with those who are ready. Midnight announced. We're presenting these. Man, that'll take some nerve. After she said that, the students presented their names. Some were kind of comedic, such as Aoyama's, which was, I cannot stop twinkling. Midnight actually approved it and only said to take out the I and shorten the cannots to can't. Mina's code name turned out to be Alien Queen, but Midnight turned it down. Tsuyu went with Froppy and everybody agreed that it was perfect for her. Kirishima's was Red Riot, clearly inspired from Crimson Riot. Jiro went with Earphone Jack, Sato went with Sugarman. Mina finally decided on Pinky. Kaminari was Charged Bolt. Toru chose Invisible Girl. Momo decided on being the everything hero, Kriati. Tokoyami chose Tsukuyami. Mineta picked Grape Juice and Koda wants to be Anima. Ochako decided on Uravity. It was clearly a combination of her family name and quirk, since her whole motivation for being a hero is because of her family. A/N, bro, all of you know this already, so I don't need to go into great detail. Now let's move on to the more important names. Choosing hero names is going more smoothly than I thought it would. All that's left is Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki, and Midoriya-kun. Midnight said as everybody else have already decided on their names. Fine, I'll go. Katsuki went up to the podium but wanted to say something before he revealed his name. Listen, if any of you laugh, I'm blowing you up to Kingdom Come. He then revealed the name that was written on his board. Kaken, the Bombing King's. Wait, seriously? Isn't that Midoriya's nickname for you? I thought you hated it. Kirishima asked in shock as everybody including Izuku did not expect that to be his name. Listen, it was either this or King Explosion Murder. And after Deku called me this name for as long as I could remember, it just stuck with me. Kind of like how my nickname for him stuck with him. I don't care what any of you guys say. I like the name, I want to keep it, that's it. No F given. Midnight smirked. Alright, well I can't say no to that. Alright, 3 more to go. Okay, I'll go, Shoto said as he walked to the podium and revealed what was written on his board. Icy hot. The hybrid prodigy. Oh, I love it. You combined both halves of your quirk together and turned it into a hybrid. Midnight remarked. Shoto nodded, yes. After my battle with Midoriya, I realized something. I realized that I have been a fool for all of these years. To think I would hold an entire half of my power back just because of some issues that my father caused so many years ago. Well, I say no more. From now on, I will accept who I am, and I will learn to master both aspects of my quirk so that I can become the greatest hero I can be. Shoto then went to sit back down as everybody's respect for the bicolored teen grew even more. Izuku gave Shoto a thumbs up and he returned the gesture with a nod. Okay, just 2 more. Ida looked down on his board and began to write some letters before he stopped abruptly. Will you take the name Ingenium for me? Brother. Ida then erased what he started to write. I'm sorry, Tensei. Not yet. Ida then walked up to the front and revealed that he was only going to use Tenya as his hero name for now. Izuku looked into Tenya's eyes and he could easily tell that something was troubling him, like something was clawing inside of him and holding him back. Midoriya-kun, are you ready? Wise. Izuku walked up to the front of the classroom and took a deep breath. It's gotta be this. Izuku revealed his hero name. The majority of the class gasped, while Katsuki smirked in approval, and Ochako was smiling joyfully. Midoriya. Mineta and the others said as they were shocked at the name he chose. Are you really okay with that? Kaminari said. You might be called that forever, you know? Kirishima added. Yes. I didn't like this name until recently. But someone changed the meaning of it, and that had a huge impact on me. It made me really happy. Izuku's mind went back to the battle with Kaken in the hero versus villain battle training in the second day of school. All my life, I've always admired heroes. I admired what they were supposed to represent. In my eyes, a hero is a selfless and inspiring figure that always sacrifices himself to do whatever it takes to protect the innocent and weak. And a true hero's motivation for being a hero is because it's the right thing to do, and that's all the reason you need. I wish to become a symbol of peace like All Might. But I want to become something even better. I want to be a hero that inspires even more than he does. Izuku then gave a bright smile of confidence as he proudly pronounced, "This is my hero name." On his board, the name that was written was Deku, the hero of Hope Staff Room. Offers for the first years are still coming. There's one more. Cementos said as he saw a new offer come for a specific student. Toshinori was passing by as he heard him. Who's it for? Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori was intrigued. He was aware that his successor got over 7,000 offers thanks to his DMNT performance in the sports festival. Practically all of the pro heroes in Japan wanted Izuku to intern with them. Toshinori was proud of Izuku, but he was curious as to who else wanted him to intern with them. Really? Who is it? Toshinori looked at the name that the offer came from and began to have a heart attack. This person is? Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we'll go back to talking about the internships. They will last for a week. As for where you'll have them, those who had offers from pros will be given your own lists, so you can choose from those yourself. Those who didn't have offers will choose from among 40 agencies around the country that will be accepting our interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties. Aizawa explained. For example, 13 would be focused on rescues from accidents and disasters more than fighting villains. Midnight added as she explained that you have to be careful on what pro hero the students will choose to intern with. Think carefully before you choose. Aizawa finished. Sir. The students said in unison as the bell rang. I want to fight crime in urban areas. I hope I can intern at a place with floods. I wonder if they are any. Turn in your choices before the weekend, Aizawa said as he went out the door, and Midnight gave the class a wave of goodbye. What? We've only got 2 days. Make your decision efficiently. You're dismissed. And with that, Aizawa shut the door and went on his way. The students were trying to pick which hero they wanted to intern with as they had fun discussing it with their friends. Hey guys, have you decided what pro agency you're going to yet? Mina asked. I'm going to. Mineta yelled. Mineta, you're thinking about something perverted, aren't you? Tsuyu pointed out. Of course not. Mineta denied. Ashido, you made it pretty far in the tournament too. It's weird that you didn't get any offers. Ojiro said. You said it. Deku and have you decided already? Ochako asked but immediately dropped her jaw when she saw the state Izuku in. This is too much. Izuku said as he began muttering at just how many heroes were up for grabs for him and he had no idea who to choose. There was a stack of papers on his desk listed with all of the 7,011 offers he got. He had gotten offers from all of the top heroes. He even got one from Endeavor which sparked his interest a little. He wanted to thoroughly go over all of his options before he made his final decision though. But Deku-kun seems to be overwhelmed. Ochako said with a sweat drop. Yes, I couldn't even begin to imagine how I would decide if I had gotten a large amount of offers like him. Momo said as she and the rest of the class chuckled at seeing Izuku nervously panic due to the sheer number of offers he got. Izuku noticed that they were paying attention. Oh, sorry. I was just lost in thought. You're really thinking carefully about this, huh? Tsuyu asked. Actually, I've already decided. Ochako announced. Really? Where? Battle Hero, Gunhead's agency? Izuku widened his eyes in surprise. Huh. Gunhead's a huge battle type. You're going there, Fachtung? Yep. I got an offer from them. Really? I totally thought you were trying to be a hero like 13. Ultimately, but fighting Bakugo at the sports festival made me think, the stronger I get, the more possibilities I'll have. If I only do what I want, I'll have a narrower perspective. Izuku studied her and then nodded his head in agreement. I see. Ochako then started to get a worried expression. More importantly, this has been bothering me for a while, but you're trembling, aren't you? Oh, it's the air chair exercise. Izuku nonchalantly replied. Air chair. Don't tell me you do that all through class. There's no way. That's such an old-fashioned exercise. Ojiro shook his head. What are you saying? The isometric muscle contraction of the air means it's an easy way to train without moving. Ojiro knew how beneficial that type of training was thanks to him being a martial artist just like Izuku. Can you all quiet down a little? I'm trying to think. Bakugo shouted. I can't stay the way I am. I need to improve and strengthen my body so that I can be able to handle my stronger forms more. Izuku thought. He who follows two hares catches neither. Tokoyami randomly said a metaphor. After that, sunset came and the heroes in training were preparing to leave school to go to their homes. Izuku and his friends were about to go home together when All Might appeared in front of the door out of nowhere. I'm here. In a bizarre position. All Might. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Izuku asked. Come with me for a moment. All right. Izuku and All Might proceeded to somewhere they can have some privacy. Getting straight to the point, you've got an offer from another hero. What? Really? Who is it? Yes. The hero's name is Gran Torino. He was a teacher at U8 for only 1 year. The man who was my homeroom teacher and also my sensei who trained me personally. What? No way. He taught you, Toshinori-sensei. That's so cool. He knows about One for All too. In fact, he probably asked for you because of that. Wow, someone that amazing wants me to wait a minute. There is someone else who also knows about your secret. Izuku asked. He thought only he and the principal knew about One for All. Gran Torino was the sworn friend of my predecessor. He retired a long time ago, so I forgot to count him as one of the people who know. All Might's legs began nervously shaking. Was it because I wrote of you when I sent him that letter? Or because he couldn't just stand by and watch my inadequate teaching? If he went so far as to use his old name to make an offer. Too scary. Stop trembling legs. Toshinori-sensei is seriously shaking. Anyway, it is my duty to train you, but since you got an offer from my old sensei who is a far better teacher than I ever could be, you should most definitely go with him so that why you can learn more. Just how scary is your old teacher? Izuku yelped as he saw his idol shaking in fear at the mere thought of Gran Torino. All Might gave Izuku a slip of paper. Here's the address. I assume you're going correct. Izuku nodded his head. If he's really you old then what fool would pass the opportunity to train under him? Even though I got a lot of really good offers, I believe that this, without a doubt, is the best course of action for me. I need to learn how fully control and MSR one for all, and he seems to be the best candidate to help me do that. So yes, I will be accepting the offer. Great. Just one thing I gotta warn you about. What is it? Don't make him mad. You all have your costumes, right? Remember, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop them or anything. Aizawa said. All of the Class 1A students were in the train station ready to head to their internships. Yes, sir. Mina shouted. Speak clearly. It's yes, sir, Ishido. Yes, sir. Make sure you mind your manners with the heroes at your internships. Off with you now. Yes, sir. The class said in unison. Izuku walked over to where Bakugo and Todoroki were. So, Endeavor and Best Jeanist, while you guys went for the big leagues, well, train strong. I can't wait to see how strong you guys will get in the next week. Bakugo and Todoroki nodded and gave each other a fist bump. They then went on their way. Izuku saw Ida in the corner of his eye. Ida, wait up. Tenya turned around to see Izuku give him a soft expression. If you ever feel hopeless, make sure you let me and the others know. Izuku put a strong hand on Tenya's shoulder. We're friends, right? Ida gave Izuku a nod. Yeah? Ida then proceeded to walk away to go catch his train. Izuku is not a fool. He knew that there was something that Ida was not telling him, and he could feel the distress within his friend. He really wanted to help him, but alas, they had to go their separate ways for now. Inner Deku frowned. I have the ability to sense emotions. And let me tell you something. Right now, that kid is contaminated with hatred and vengeance. I don't know what exactly he's planning, but make sure to keep an eye on him. His actions could lead to his downfall. I'll make sure to focus on his energy signature just in case anything bad happens to him. I'll immediately let you know if something happens. Izuku nodded to himself, thanks. Once Izuku got off his train, he began making his way towards the address that All Might gave him. A hero that even All Might is afraid of. Gran Torino. I've never heard of him, but I'm sure he's an amazing person. Izuku finally made it to the address, and it wasn't what he was expecting. Why would All Might's old sensei be living in this dump? The address matches the one on the map. Did he give me the wrong address? Well, only one way to find out. He then knocked on the door. Nobody answered. He realized that the door was opened and went inside to see the lights were off. I'm here from Hi. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Does Gran Torino live her dash? Izuku didn't get the chance to finish his sentence because the moment he looked down, he saw a small old man in a yellow spandex suit with a cape lying motionless on the ground in a pool of what he assumed was BLD. Izuku screamed out in horror, he's dead. The old man picked up his head. I'm alive. He's alive. Izuku sighed in relief. He didn't want his first day on an internship to end up finding a dead body on the ground. When I was carrying a string of sausages with ketchup poured over them, I fell. The old man said as he dusted himself off. He then turned on the lights. That's too easily misunderstood. You had me worried there. Excuse me, but are you Gran Torino, by any chance? Yes, that's my hero name. Who are you? I'm Izuku Midoriya from UA. I'm here to intern with you. What? Gran Torino dumbly asked as he put his hand beside his ear. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said a little louder. Is he half-deaf or something? Who are you? Izuku's sweat dropped. See, he's All Might's teacher. I knew he would be pretty old, but this is... Gran Torino then abruptly sat on the floor. I want to eat something. Is this a joke? Gran Torino then perked up as if he remembered something. Toshinori. No, that's not me. You have mistaken me for my sensei. Gran Torino just stared dumbly at Izuku with his mouth open. Excuse me, I'm going to make a phone call. Izuku walked outside and pulled out his phone. Anyway, I should let All Might know about the state this guy's in. But before Izuku could dial the number, he heard some commotion inside. He turned to see Gran Torino messing with his scion armor. "What are you doing?" Izuku yelled out. "Fire off a one-for-all smash at me," Gran Torino said, now finally in a serious tone. Izuku stopped in his tracks as soon he heard Gran Torino mention one for all. "I want to know how well you can handle it. I want to test my theory and see if it's true." Gran Torino kept on rummaging through Izuku's hero costume. "What's with this guy? Suddenly, this is a good costume. Wear it and fire." Gran Torino then dumbly looked at Izuku again. "Who are you?" "It's no good," Izuku yelled out as he was getting really annoyed at Gran Torino's dumb antics. "Listen, I don't have time to waste. I need to hurry and quickly MSTR my power fully so that I can handle it at 100%. Because All Might doesn't have any time left. That's why I can't waste time messing around with you, sir. Please excuse me." Izuku was about to turn and leave until Gran Torino spoke up again. "In that case." Gran Torino took a deep breath and then jumped quickly up to the ceiling. He then used quick speed to jump all over the walls super fast, that Izuku had a strong time keeping up with him. Gran Torino stopped moving as he landed above Izuku and gave him a smirk. "In that case, there's even more reason to fire one off. UZYGT. I watched the UE8 Sports Festival on TV. You were very smart and proficient in the way you used your power. But, as I observed the way you fought, I came up with a theory. And that theory says that you have a large dormant power within you that you can't quite bring out. This limits you greatly and is like a wall you can't bypass. He's called the symbol of peace and the number one hero, but that justice-obsessed All Might is worse than a novice when it comes to teaching. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes?" He's using the same phrase. The way they play dumb is the same too. This person must be All Might's teacher, after all. Izuku thought as now he was sure that Gran Torino was the real deal. "I can't stand watching you waste your latent potential, so I'll teach you. Now, hurry up and put on your costume." Izuku smirked. "I look forward to working with you." Izuku proceeded to put on his scion armor. It was relatively the same. The only thing he asked was for it to be a little more durable since he didn't want it breaking all the time. He finished up once he tied his red headband. "My preparations are complete." "Good. Now then do it." Is this really okay? Honestly, I don't know if this is a good idea. We are in a close and tight place, and if I fire at 25%, which is so far my max, then your body wouldn't be able to take it, sir," Izuku said as he didn't want to cause unnecessary damage. Gran Torino sighed. "Good grief, you're such a chatterbox." Gran Torino starting hopping from wall to wall in high speeds. "I'm losing patience." He caught Izuku off guard and kicked him in the back. "We're having real combat." Izuku was not expecting a fight right off the bat. Gran Torino chuckled as he landed on a microwave and crushed it. "You couldn't see my true strength with that hit earlier. I can't believe that the ninth bearer of One for All is such a wet blanket. All Might is a real novice." Gran Torino activated his quirk again and blasted from wall to wall and landed another hit on Izuku. "He's too fast." "What's his quirk?" "No, that's not it. Under these circumstances where there's no place to hide and no openings, rather than carefully figuring out where he is, I should keep him from moving. All right, let's power up to maximum." The scent of ozone filled air as Izuku powered up to 25% of full cowl. "He's passed behind me twice." Then Izuku turned at the last second and was able to catch Gran Torino before he landed his strike. Analysis and prediction. Izuku prepared to deliver his blow. Smash. But Gran Torino was able to dodge the super-powered punch. "You're stiff. And there's discord within your mind. I sense an unbalance deep in your core." Gran Torino performed a takedown on Izuku by forcing his palm down towards his head. "And that's why it turned out like this." "I thought I had you for sure," Izuku exclaimed as he thought he read through the old man. "That's it. The way you used One for All in the cavalry battle and the tournament. You should already understand it. But your admiration for All Might and your sense of duty are like shackles." Gran Torino explained. "Shackles? What are you talking about?" "It's true that you need to get stronger, fast. But time and enemies won't wait until you get stronger. Your thinking one for all is more special than it is. Then what should I do? Izuku asked as he got back up. Gran Torino pondered and then looked at Izuku. Tell me, lad. What is your quirk? One for all and prid dash. It seems like my theory has proven to be true. Gran Torino cut him off. For a genius like you, it's shocking that you have not figured out what your problem is. Izuku raised his eyebrows. And what exactly is my problem? The problem is within your mind. You're just like that Todoroki kid. You have not accepted both sides of yourself. You have much more power than you think. It's just that you're unable to bring it out because you're limiting your own self. You're strong, but you're trying to focus on one thing at a time when in reality, you can make it much more simple. That green form, full cowl was it? That's actually an incomplete transformation of your true power. Call it an omen, if you will. It's a sign. You're close, but not quite there yet to fully mastering your own power. You think that you have two separate powers, when in reality you don't. You're one step closer to accessing your true power, but you must first get over your own internal issues within your own mind before you can even taste a portion of that unspeakable power. Combine that with your admiration of All Might shackling you, you're completely stunting your own growth and you don't even know it. Gran Torino walked towards the door. Think about everything that I have just told you. I'm going to go buy some grub. I'll leave the cleaning to you. Ah. Hold on, wait, what? Do you may a dash, but it was too late as Gran Torino had already left. Izuku sat down on the floor to think over everything that was just told to him. My admiration for All Might is a shackle. Full cowl is an incomplete form. An omen. I don't have two powers, but I do, right? What the heck? It's only the first day and this internship is making me rethink my whole perspective. Izuku began to rub his temples as this was now giving him a headache. My admiration of All Might is a shackle. Even though I understand how to use it, there's still a discord in my mind. The problem is within my own mind. It has nothing to do with my physical ability. He said that I'm actually stronger than what I think. I'm thinking of one for all as something as more special than what it really is. Is that what's making my movement stiff? What does stiff mean in the first place? Thinking about it another way, what makes movement flexible? And I think I have two separate powers, when in reality it's much more simple. Isn't key and one for all two completely different concepts, or is it? My current full cowl, it's incomplete. It is only an omen, a sign of the true, complete, and mastered form. How can I achieve this mastered and complete form though? The problem is within my mind so. Wait a minute. That's right. Izuku sat on the floor and got into a lotus position. He took a deep breath and tried to concentrate. He closed his eyes and began to empty his thoughts. Gran Torino said that the problem was within his own mind. So Izuku thought if the problem was in his head, then why not go inside of it? He had to enter through his mindscape and deep subconscious once again. He has only been there when he was asleep, so going there when he was awake is something new to him. But if he focused strong enough, he believed he can do it. It's his own mind after all. After a couple of seconds of emptying his mind, Izuku felt a sort of pull. He then opened his eyes and found himself floating above the Earth's atmosphere. Oh snap, I actually did it. Okay, I'm in my mind, so where is the problem? Izuku asked but then stopped as he immediately picked up on 8 energy signatures that he did not pick up on the last time he was here. Look guys. The kid has finally come to meet us. Izuku lopped up to see 8 figures in front of him. They all carried a mystic and powerful aura around them. Each of them were levels above the average pro hero, and they all seemed like they could challenge him in a fight if he went all out. Welcome ninth. They all said in unison. Izuku observed all of them. The first 2 figures were completely shadowed and blacked out. But he could still sense their energy and power. For some reason, Izuku could tell that these 2 were the oldest and wisest of the group. The first one had a glowing white star shining behind him. It was the smallest and the coolest in temperature. The second one had a bright blue star and it was bigger and hotter than the first, but it was still nothing compared to the rest. The third one was a young man with medium-length hair that went slightly past his shoulders. His left eye was covered by his hair as he seemed to be only wearing a plain white shirt. The fourth one was the tallest of the group and had a green star behind him, similar to Izuku's. He had a scar that went down to his left eye and seemed to be wearing very old-school hero attire. The fifth person had an orange star behind him and was wearing a long jacket that covered the bottom half of his face. He was the shortest of the bunch, but that didn't fool Izuku. He could tell he was a formidable sixth one was a bald man of average height with some sort of type of goggles on his forehead. He had a jacket that was kept open to reveal that he had ammunition of some kind behind it. His star was purple, and it is the third brightest, strongest, hottest, and biggest one. The seventh was an appealing young woman with black hair, gray eyes, and a cute little mole at the side of her chin. She was wearing a hero costume which consisted of a dark sleeveless bodysuit, yellow gloves, white boots, and white cape. Even though she was the only female of the group, Izuku didn't let that make a false judgment on her because he could clearly tell that she was the strongest out of all the people he just observed. Her energy levels were on a whole other levels. Behind her was a super large violet star, and it hummed with kind energy and made Izuku feel at ease. Her star is the second brightest, biggest, and hottest one. The eighth and final one was a little more different than the rest. The reason being that this person's figure was still materializing bit by bit. He wasn't done yet. Even so, he had a yellow star like the sun, and it was the greatest out of the other seven. When Izuku paid closer attention, he realized that this silhouette had the same exact energy signature as All Might. It even looked like him. The entire presence felt the exact same. And that is when it hit Izuku. You are all of my predecessors. The previous users of One for All. I've seen all of you before when I saw that vision in the sports festival during my match with Shinso. Well, it didn't take him long to figure that out. The sixth said. Yes, he is rather observant. The third spoke up. So have you all been inside of my mind this entire time? Izuku asked. He was wondering why he had not seen them before. Yes, young man. We have been watching from within ever since you were chosen as the ninth bearer of One for All. The reason we haven't made ourselves known until now is because you have to unlock more control of One for All in order to see us. The reason being, if you didn't have proper control of the quirk, then all of our energies at once speaking to you would have completely destroyed your body. But since you have gotten a quarter of it down, and you have a much stronger body and mind compared to others, we decided that it is all right to make ourselves known. The second said, his red energy bursting like fire every time he spoke. And it seems like you are having trouble getting a grasp on your true power. So now is as good a time as ever to introduce ourselves so that we can assist in your dilemma. The first said. His voice was just filled to the brink with wisdom. Okay, thanks. So what exactly is my problem? Gran Torino said that I think One for All is more special than it really is and that my admiration for All Might is a shackle. But I'm still having a strong time understanding what exactly he means by that. He also said that there is some kind of unbalance and discord in my mind, but I don't see any problem with you guys, so I don't think you're the problem. I'm trying to change my incomplete and omen full cowl into the true full cowl that he was talking about. So do you guys have any advice? You all must have gone something like this before, right? So what should I do? Izuku asked. He assumed that he wasn't the only one to have this kind of problem. The first was humming as he rubbed his chin. Tell me, young man. What is One for All to you? What do you really think it is? Izuku sighed as he looked down. It's a gift. Something I was lucky to get, and it's All Might's power that he entrusted to me because he had no choice since he was running out. I will use his power to become the next symbol of peace and will carry on his will until the day I die. The first shook his head, and therein lies the problem, child. You honestly think that One for All is a gift? Absurd. Do you even the true origin of One for All? All Might never told me anything about an origin. All seven immediately face-bombed. No wonder the boy is having trouble. The fool. He may be the symbol of peace, but he really sucks at teaching. Why is he waiting so long just to tell him? Does All Might really think that he can hide it forever? He's only delaying the inevitable. I told you we should have revealed ourselves to him much sooner. The first raised his hand. Quiet down. He looked at Izuku in a calculating gaze. I can already see the problem. It's clear as day. Izuku perked up. Really? Well, what is it? The first then appeared right in front of Izuku in a burst of speed. You're too good for your own good. Ah. The sucker punched Izuku straight in the face and sent him flying through his mindscape. What was that for? That's a cheap shot. You have a noble and pure heart, but you're too noble. Your humility and pride are out of balance. If you're too modest, you will downplay yourself and stunt your own growth. If you're too arrogant, then you will overestimate yourself and make yourself believe that you're stronger than what you actually are, and in turn will have a negative effect on the people around you. Thus, you only hurt yourself based on your own perception of your own self. You can't have too much of either. You have to be in the middle. You have to find the balance. That's why your full cowl is incomplete. It is because you still have not realized your own full potential. The first then turned to the remaining 6. We're all going to fight him at the same time. Let's show him what one for all truly means. Wait a minute. That's not fair. A 1v7. What the hell is that? How am I supposed to win against all of you? Izuku yelled. Life isn't fair. You think villains are going to care if they outnumber you in battle. No, they are going to do whatever it takes to destroy you. If you really want to become the #1 hero, then that's something you must understand. There will be times when the odds are stacked against you. But true hero doesn't care. If there's a chance that you can pull through, even a slim chance, then you have to find out no matter what. And that's the bottom line. Let's go beyond plus ultra. And with that, all 7 of them rushed towards Izuku. You asked for it. Full cowl. He powered up to 25% and immediately fired a barrage of ki blasts in order to distort them. When there was still smoke covering their vision, he snuck up behind them and Detroit smashed the first user of One for All away from the group. I have to separate them and make every situation a 1v1. If they all gang up on me, I won't be able to do anything. Divide and conquer it is. Once they were a good distance away from the group, Izuku took this opportunity to lessen the numbers by hitting him with a Chicago smash headbutt. Izuku was just too fast for the first and he ended up collapsing after that smash. Izuku then finished him off with a roundhouse kick, which effectively eliminated him. Izuku then flew all the way back where the others were and they were very confused. Where did he go? Right behind you. Izuku grabbed the second and third wielders of One for All by the leg and waved them around like ragdolls. He then sent them flying and threw ki blasts at them to take them out of the equation. Oh, so fast. I barely even saw him move. This kid is something else. You fools. Don't you see what he's doing? He's picking us apart one by one. He's trying to lessen our numbers by taking us out individually. Stop standing around. We have the numbers advantage. Just rush him. Fine. The 4th, 5th, and 6th users of One for All charged Izuku at the same time as they prepared their attacks. Moscow smash. Paris smash. Madrid smash. Light green, orange, and purple auras illuminated their fists as they went in for the punch. Izuku merely smirked. He blocked each of their punches with his left hand, right hand, and knee respectively. He yelled out, Oklahoma smash. Izuku spinned around at supersonic speeds and created an electric green whirlwind that sent all 3 of them flying. He didn't stop there though. Carolina smash. Izuku blew even more gusts of wind with his arms as it struck all 3 of them and eliminated them from the battle. 6 down. 1 more to go. Izuku turned around to see the 7th user of One for All waiting patiently with her arms crossed. Why didn't you help them out? You could have helped them gain the upper hand on me. She shook her head. Nah. I much rather prefer a good old 1v1. Plus, from what I seen of you, I knew you were going to after all of them one at a time anyways, so I decided to test your strength on my own. All right then. Don't regret it. She cracked her knuckles and got into her stance. Oh, don't worry, I won't. The name's Nana Shimura, by the way. The 7th bearer of One for All. Has Toshinori ever told you about me? Izuku scratched his head. No, he's never even mentioned you to me in any of our conversations. Nana got an angry tick mark. That buffoon. And after all I've done for him. He's lucky I'm dead. She then activated her One for All. Immediately, A violet aura enveloped her figure. There was violet lightning illuminating the aura as she powered up. The area around them started shaking due to the power she emanating. Her power level just spiked out of nowhere. She is on a whole other level than the first 6 users of One for All. Is that her version of full cowl? Izuku pondered as Nana's violet form did look really similar to Izuku's full cowl. Nana gazed up at him and smiled. Then a split second later, she appeared right behind Izuku in a violet streak of lightning. Louisiana smash. Nana punched Izuku at the side of his head and sent him tumbling towards the moon. When Izuku got back up, he had a very annoyed expression. What is it with you guys and cheap shots? I thought the fight already started. My bad. I should have given you a warning. Izuku sighed. Just forget it. Izuku used 25% to blast off from the moon back towards Nana. She smirked and prepared another fist. Izuku saw this and decided to fire off a couple key blasts to distract her. But to his shock, Nana used her palm to send out violet-colored lightning to completely disintegrating Izuku's key blasts. What the? How did you do that? What do you mean? All One for All users have the ability to shoot and manipulate lightning. What? I've never seen All Might do that and I can't do that. Well, Toshinori doesn't usually do it because he prefers using his fists. But when he gets serious, he can do it, and he can do it a lot better than any of us can. He doesn't do it at all nowadays because it just costs too much stamina and it would lower down his time limit even more. So wait, that means I'm the only one who can't do it. You really can't. That's really weird. Man, Sorihiko was right. You do have an incomplete form of One for All. Right now, it's nothing but an omen. So, can you help me complete it? Let's find out. Nana then shot multiple lightning bolts at Izuku. It took nearly his maximum speed to dodge all of those lightning bolts that were coming at him all at once. He could tell that they would do a lot more than sting if he was caught by any of them. Nana then flew up to him a streak of lightning and faster than Izuku could react to, she uppercut him and punched him right in the gut. She followed up with a Montana smash and sent him flying through space. She didn't stop there though. She continued her assault on the green-haired scion and began pummeling him into next week. Nana was just way faster and stronger than Izuku anticipated. He tried to block her attacks but she just kept on firing off rapid violet lightning bolts. Izuku was shocked. Quite literally. Quebec smash. Izuku was thrown back into the moon where parts of the surface were shaking due to Nana's overwhelming strength. It took more effort for Izuku to get back up again. Man, I'm no match for her. Her completed form of full cowl is leagues above my incomplete version. She's been training and mastering One for All for years, while I only had it for a couple of months. Damn it. I said I wouldn't do this for a little while, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Nana smugly smirked as she saw Izuku get back up. It seems like Toshinori has been slacking on his teaching. He may have given you One for All, but that doesn't mean he's good at teaching it. Looks like I'm going to have to teach you myself. Izuku smirked. We'll just have to see about that. Izuku began charging up his power as it kept on increasing and increasing until Kaioken. Nana widened her eyes as the shockwaves from Izuku's One for All Kaioken was making the area of space they were in shake uncontrollably. Now, I'm serious. Izuku cupped his hands at his side and shouted, let's see if you can handle this. Sparking Kamehameha. Izuku fired off the turtle hermit wave straight at Nana. She attempted to shoot violet lighting at it, but the lightning was completely disintegrated. She then powered up her fists and fired off a Louisiana smash. She did her best to contain and hold the blue blast from hitting her, but Izuku was just too strong. He put more effort into the blast and it eventually ended up overtaking Nana and blasting her head on. Blue light illuminated the space they were fighting in. After a couple of moments, Izuku was shown panting as smoke was coming out of his hands. Nana was floating in the air as she was now out of commission. Izuku had won. Izuku continued panting as his full cowl and Kaioken disappeared. His body was feeling painful again after breaking his limits again. Just ignore the pain. That's what they were trying to tell you. You have an unbalance. You can't control your true power. Izuku looked up to see inner Deku floating above. Inner Deku frowned in disgust. What a mess. He then waved his hand and all of the destruction caused within Izuku's mindscape was erased. He also healed all 7 of the previous users of One for All back to full health. What do you mean? How can I control my 2 powers? How can I use both my ki and One for All efficiently? Inner Deku looked at him in a serious gaze and said, "You said that One for All is a gift, you're wrong." "What? How is it not a gift? All Might gave it to me." Inner Deku grit his teeth. "He entrusted the power to you because you earned it." Izuku gasped. Inner Deku continued, "All this time you've been thinking as One for All as a cheat code. The crux, if you will. Something that is unfair and that isn't truly yours. Gran Torino said that your admiration for All Might is a shackle. And he is 100% right. You keep on idolizing him. So, stop trying to be a copy of him. You are Izuku Midoriya. You are Deku. Accept both halves of yourself. You are a scion, yes, but you also have your human side. That human side represents One for All. Your scion power is your pride and One for All is your humility. One for All is the crystallization of power that has been passed down from generation to generation for the sole purpose that one day a hero will use it for the benefit of mankind. You are the descendant of the legendary warrior race that has almost gone extinct. You and your father are the last of your kind. Have pride in the fact that you have the opportunity to represent the scion race as the greatest hero in the world. You don't have 2 quirks, you have 1. Izuku was shaving in epiphany. All this time, he's been looking at it all wrong. He thought that his scion power and One for All were completely 2 different entities, when in reality, it can be much more simple. He finally gets it now. His mind is free, he has found the balance. Izuku put his fists to the side and began looking deep within himself. He found One for All and his pride of a scion. Now all he needed to do is make them one. Inner Deku smiled as Izuku finally got it. He then turned his attention to the other One for All users. Listen up. He is about to complete his power, but he needs your help. Everyone, combine your powers and shoot it straight at him. Don't worry about the backlash. I will handle that. Right? They said in unison. All of the stars came together and started to heat. When all of them connected, there was a rainbow-like energy that started to form. Then all of them shot that rainbow energy towards Izuku. Okay, here we go. Hold on, Izuku. Once the energy hit Izuku, he was in a world of pain. His body felt like it was about to split in 2. He was trying to combine both of his powers together, but it was a lot harder and more painful than he imagined. He was screaming in agony. Just ignore the pain. Don't worry about the consequences. Empty your mind. Forget about everything. Forget about All Might. Focus on yourself for once. Break through your limits. Inner Deku yelled at the top of his lungs. Izuku did as his inner self told him. He emptied his mind. The only thing that he cared about at the moment was to get stronger. Then at the moment, everything changed. It was like the powers of One for All and the pride of a scion finally agreed on something. They agreed that they must get stronger, no matter what. It was at that moment that the powers finally were brought together for real. Once Izuku felt the 2 powers coming together, he let out one mighty yell. Ha! The entire mindscape was shaking. Izuku's green sun got exponentially bigger. The 4 sacred doors got a green electric aura around them as they also got exponential stronger and bigger. And right beside, there was a tumbling, more doors were being made. SHT. I forgot about those transformations. I have to get them under control fast. Inner Deku looked at everyone else and said, call me if you need anything. For now, I got to go handle something before the backlash becomes too great. Inner Deku then flew away. Right as that happened, Izuku exploded. Gran Torino entered the house as he had just gotten back from getting groceries. When he got back, he saw Izuku meditating on the floor in a lotus position. It seems like he has taken heed to the fact that the problem lies within his mind. Then, all of a sudden, Izuku smirked. He got up and opened his eyes. They were glowing with pure power. Ha-iya! Izuku yelled out as a dark electric green aura enveloped him. This aura, however, was much more defined and powerful. The green electricity around him was a lot more fierce. There was also rainbow sparks that illuminated his figure. His hair spiked up as it glowed a neon green color. It stayed that way and went all the way up. It was the exact same hairstyle he had when he first transformed into a false Super Saiyan against Momo. He then capped it off with neon green eyes that caused rainbow sparkles to complement his dark green lightning. Gran Torino smiled. He had done. Well, it didn't take you too long to figure out it. He dropped the grocery bags. Can you fight in that state? Izuku nodded. I sure can. I feel like a new world has just opened up for me. I'm intoxicated with power. And so much control. I feel unstoppable. Izuku had done it. He combined his ki and one for all. Harder. Better. Faster. Stronger. Gran Torino got into a battle stance. Well, do you feel like testing out this new unstoppable power? You bet. I'm itching to fight. My power is rising. It's overflowing. Izuku then got a curious gaze. I wonder, what should I call this new form? He then smirked as the name came to him instantly. Perfected full cowl. Gran Torino nodded in approval. Now let me ask you this question again. Izuku Midoriya, what is your quirk? Izuku hummed in thought before the name came instantly again. Pride for all. So this was the answer I've been oblivious to all along. I needed to think of one for all and my pride of a scion as one power, not two separate powers. Thus, pride for all is born. Izuku thought as he stood in awe of the overwhelming power rushing through him. Gran Torino smirked as he saw Izuku's new perfected full cowl. I have never in my life witnessed an aura of power like his. It's amazing how much potential this boy has. He's going to become a real monster in battle when he masters his quirk. I need to think of pride for all as my own quirk, and spread it evenly throughout my entire being. What Kaken and the others can do as naturally as breathing, I have finally obtained through perfected full cowl. I feel so relaxed. It's like I don't even need to command my body to activate the quirk anymore. It just subconsciously does, and I have so much more control now. Even at only 1% my power is surging. Get ready. I'm coming at you at full speed now. I'm not holding back. I'm going to go harder on you than I did with Toshinori. Gran Torino pulls out a stopwatch from his pocket. We'll start with 3 minutes. Let's see if you can try to get a hit on me during that time frame. While Gran Torino is moving at ridiculous speeds, but with this newfound power I can see him. I can react to him. Izuku's aura spikes up and gets into a stance as his power rises up. Gran Torino bounces around the room at massively hypersonic speeds just like before. Only this time, Izuku has his eyes on him the entire time. I can see. Gran Torino then goes in for a kick to the face, but Izuku sees it coming from a mile away, and then meets with a clash as he stops his kick with a punch. Okay, you're a lot faster and quicker than before. Gran Torino proceeds to jump from wall to wall, side to side, and even hits the chandelier as the speeds he's going at is enough to create miniature sonic booms. It seems that you are actually able to react to me this time, boy. Not many people can make a claim like that. You might just be cut out to become the next symbol of peace. From wall to refrigerator, to chandelier, to wall, Gran Torino goes for another strike at Deku. However, he is met with another counter. This kid is able to react to some of my fastest speeds. Ha ha ha. This kid is seriously on another level from anyone I have ever seen before. Gran Torino starts using his quirk again to bounce from wall to wall, but this time Deku starts to match his very top speeds and goes from wall to wall in unison with Gran Torino. You think you can keep up with me? Pretty bold of you, but let's see if you can back it up. Gran Torino then began going 100% full speed, now going even beyond hypersonic speeds, and was starting to create gusts of wind that were shaking the furniture of the house. Deku's eyes widened at seeing Gran Torino's power level skyrocket. So tell me, Big Green, you think you have what it takes to keep up with me at my absolute best? Gran Torino asked as Deku stood there bewildered at the display of the old veteran hero's maximum power. Deku then smirks cockily. What made you think that I was going all out this entire time? Deku ball his fists and begins charging up his sparking electric green aura. His power began rising and rising until Kaioken. Deku's electric green aura transforms to a crimson red ki aura which spikes his hair with up higher than before and his muscles bulged, becoming even more defined. Oh my god! This is way more power than I had during the sports festival. And I even have more control over it. I don't even feel the drawbacks of Kaioken slowing me down. Deku said internally as he was even surprised at his new level of ridiculous power. Even while suppressing his power, Deku's power was high enough to bend the earth to at will. Oh, so you have way better control than you did at the sports festival. Perfect. It will be much easier training you now that you actually have a grasp on that huge power pool of yours. Now, let's finish this spar. Gran Torino shouted as he started jetting across the room. Deku smirked as he reappeared right next to Gran Torino in a flash of crimson lightning. Gran Torino gasped as he narrowly dodged a kick to the face from the lightning-fast Kaioken Deku. I barely even saw him move. He's even faster than Nana and Toshinori combined when they were his age. I better be on my guard at all times. This young man can take down an average pro hero easily. Gran Torino jumped up to the ceiling to distance himself from the wrecking ball that was Deku. Deku then went under the couch. Gran Torino shook his head and chuckled, "Don't be stupid. I can still see you. I can end this one fell swoop." Deku then punched the couch up towards the veteran hero, which blocked his line of sight. "Stupid, I'm not even gonna let you get the chance." Izuku yelled as he appeared right in front of Gran Torino in a flash of crimson lightning. By the time Gran Torino even knew where he was at, Deku was already powering up his finishing blow. Deku pulled his right arm back as pride for all rainbow sparks began to engulf his entire arm. And once he was done powering up his final blow, he yelled with a mighty roar, "Perfected Detroit Smash." Izuku smashed Gran Torino straight in the face as the old man was sent to the other side of the room with a loud thud. Deku's smash moved at far beyond regular lightning speeds, so Gran Torino, whose line of sight was blocked, had no way of dodging, blocking, or countering the attack. After Gran Torino got back, he picked up his stopwatch and pressed the stop button as he held the side of his face in pain. 66 seconds? You did it in almost a third of the time I set. Excellent job. Izuku, with his Kaioken still active, looked at his fist in awe. Wow, that perfected Detroit Smash is leagues ahead of any Detroit Smash I have ever done up until now. And the control was perfect. You really are something, ain't you, kid? You were able to attack me when I was unguarded through analysis and prediction. You clearly put that big brain of yours to good use. You think many things through before heading in straight first. Something that Toshinori had to learn, develop, and grow into, but you already have that down packed. Just since yesterday you've changed a lot with just one attempt, and you made me actually try dodging seriously. With the rate you're going, you might become a monster, Gran Torino said as he continued rubbing the pain away on his cheek. Izuku deactivated his Kaioken and perfected full cowl. Alright, since you've gotten a firm grasp on your quirk, let's take a short break and have some breakfast. So go heat up the taiyaki again. Gran Torino turns to find the taiyaki fish sprawled all over the floor due to his and Izuku's sparring match. They fell. I'll go buy more. Izuku yelled as he ran out the house towards the supermarket to get some breakfast. I've still got a long way to go, but I could see the light. Pride for all, perfected full cowling. I'll definitely MSTR this power. Izuku's Mindscape. In the deep space within the Mindscape of Izuku Midoriya, the green sun which represented one for all, has now changed into something even greater. It was exponentially more potent in size, temperature, and luminosity. The energy it had stored within itself was so much that it almost seemed infinite in power. However, the green sun wasn't the only thing that was generating power. Around it were 8 other stars all revolving around the largest green star. The colors of these stars represented the souls of the previous bearers of One for All. The smaller and weaker ones represented the color of the first users from white to blue, to red, and so on until it all culminated into 9th and final one, which was Izuku's massive green star. All 9 of these stars were powerful on their own. But when put together, They created an energy so strong that it held endless possibilities that not even the most imaginative person on Earth could even begin to fathom. But that wasn't the only thing that was lurking within Izuku Midoriya. To the direct right of the 9 stars were the sacred doors. Numbers I through 4 were still there, but they were a lot more buffed up than before. Each of them had an electric green fire surrounding them. The fire was clearly from the green sun of One for All. This made the power stored into each of these doors be multiplied exponentially. This will also allow Izuku to unlock the incredible power stored within these powers a lot more efficiently and easier now. However, it didn't end there. Right next to the 4th door were a new batch of doors that have manifested inside of Izuku's Mindscape. The first one was red in color and had crimson hot flames surrounding it. The numbered sacred doors completely paled in comparison to this one. The power it stored was infinitely greater than anything even the 4th door could produce. It was in a whole other realm of power. It dwarfed all of the ones before it in size, and there was a giant crimson dragon made of flames engraved on the door as it burned with the heat of a mighty inferno. It emanated divinity as the dragon roared, shaking the very fabric of the universe within the Mindscape. Just like the core of Mother Earth, it pulses and swells with bright crimson radiant heat. That red is a clear sign of visceral, primitive power. It is the sparking place for big blasts of raw creation. The energy is so pure and divine. The exquisite crimson energy breathes life into the universe. It is the sonic boom of powerful action propelling one forward. The spark. The red heat ignites the seat of the start of one's physical and spiritual growth. The hot coal of one's perception and the great fuel maker for one's desires. On the door, the word God engraved smack in the middle. The door right next to that was even more powerful and luminant. Instead of red, it was surrounded by blue flames and overall color of the door was light blue. The sacred door emanated calmness and inner peace within one's mental state. Compared to the previous door, the power was much greater, but it was also more controlled and peaceful. Instead of a red-hot raging inferno, it was nice and cool blue flame. But when it needed to, it could get angry, and when it did, its heat and flames put even red ones to shame. This door had a blue dragon engraved on it, and the dragon was a lot more peaceful and rested. It is concerned with the senses of inner and outer hearing, the synthesizing of ideas, healing, transformation, and purification. Blockage can show up as creative blocks, dishonesty, or general problems in communicating one's needs to others. The word Bluk was written in the center of this door. There was a door right next to that one as well. It was extremely similar to the previous except this time, it was a much darker shade of blue. Take everything that is known about the blue door and amplify it by tens of times. The blue flames were much more intense, the temperature skyrocketed, and the amount of pressure that the power was emitting was almost unparalleled. The blue dragon was even more majestic as now it had gained complete mastery over its strength. The dragon contained the power within itself, but that didn't mean it couldn't release all of the power if the situation called for it. This dragon represented all of the emotions that fuels the drive of a mighty warrior. This was the peak of its power. The unbridled wrath and pride culminated into the true power of royalty. The royal blue flames bursted out as the heat transformed itself into the power of a true king. A king who had pride and care for his people. The king would stop at nothing to prove his dems and to show to his people that he was a king worth following. The king values his people above all else, and he will continue to lead them until the day he perished. This was the power of a selfless king, who would sacrifice his whole being just to ensure the safety of all of the people he swore to protect and lead. The name of this door is Evolution. After witnessing the divine power of all of these sacred doors and their majestic auras, one would think that there could not possibly be one more. Surely, there shouldn't be anything else that could top evolution. However, they would be dead wrong. There was one final door that were even greater than any of the previous combined, well, technically two. Located above the 7 previous doors, were 2 doors that were directly linked with each other. First, there was a smaller door that was black in color with light silver markings. This door marked the beginning of the journey to true mastery. Even this power was far above of evolution as it opened up the pathways to grander limits. The power stored within this door kept growing and growing until it leaked out, generating a massive amount of heat. This heat kept on going and going until it led to something even greater and beyond. The name of this door is Omen. And that heat, it transfers to the door right behind it, which was the biggest and most powerful there was. It was completely silver in color, as white-hot flames surrounded it. All the heat that was generated from the Omen culminated into the final door, which was the epitome of self-mastery. The secret of selfishness. This door contained an unrivaled power that even surpassed the gods themselves. It bathed in pure silver light that was reminiscent of the moon. It grants the key of egoism, an extremely rare and advanced mental state. It held transcendent power that surpassed the limits of mortal boundaries. This was the true state with the ultimate offense and defense. This was when a true warrior has perfected both his mind and body. An accelerating rise of energy, not from confusion, but from impulse. This causes the user to only focus on his heart and soul, heating themselves up intensely and wildly. All blocking emotions such as hesitation, panic, rage, sadness, happiness, excitement, greed, envy, lust, pride, fear itself turn to nothing in the flames, and all the warrior CNA feel is himself, his opponents, and the fight. In time, he becomes so hot and fast even such perception grows dim and fades. As he dives into a state deeper than instinct, there he finds Mastered Ultra Instinct. The name of this door is Migat no Goki. All 9 of these doors combined with the 9 stars create the true untapped potential of Izuku Midoriya. His 2 powers have finally combined into one and have created his quirk called Pride for All. As the green-haired scion grows and matures, he will illustrate to the world what it means to be the greatest hero of all time. League of Villains hideout, so, you want to add me to your numbers. No matter what you want to accomplish, it is necessary to have conviction and longing. Those without it and those who are weak will be weeded out. It is only natural. The hero killer Stain said as he stared into the eyes of Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. That's why it turns out like this? Then, in a burst of speed, Stain pinned down Shigaraki by stabbing his shoulders with his swords. Neither Tamura or Kurojiri could react in time. The hero killer's speed was on a whole other level. In a blink of an eye, Stain had already toppled him and seemingly won the fight before it even started. Oh, that's too strong. Kurojiri, take this guy back. Tamura grunted as he realized that he made a mistake in trying to recruit the ruthless hero killer. I can't move my body. It must be the hero killer's quirk, Kurojiri said painfully as his left sleeve was bloodied. It seems like the hero killer had also landed a sharp blow on Kurojiri as he attacked Tamura. This society overgrown with fake heroes, where the world itself has lost its true meaning, and the criminals who wave their power around idly should all be purged. Stain exclaimed. Shigaraki grabbed one of Stain's swords. Hey, wait a sec. Not this palm. He proceeded to use his decay quirk to break the sword. I'll kill you. Stain widened his eyes in slight shock as he witnessed one of his swords be broken into pieces. You sure talk a lot. Conviction. I don't have anything grand like that. Stain's sword disintegrated into dust. If I had to say, yeah, it'd be All Might. I feel like I really want to completely crush this society, where trash like that gets worshipped. Tamura said with a psychotic smile on his face as he reached his palm toward Stain's face. Realizing that he probably shouldn't let Tamura touch him, Stain immediately jumped away and drew a knife as he prepared to fight against the leader of the League of Villains. My last injury was finally about to finish healing. We don't have a healer in our party, you know. Will you take responsibility for this? Shigaraki proceeded to scratch his neck as he angrily looked on upon the hero killer. Stain looked at him in disgust. So that's who you are. It seems our goals oppose each other. However, we do agree on one thing: to destroy the present. Stain said as he was able to find some common ground. Stop messing around. Go home. I'm the kind of person you hate the most, right? I was testing your true motives. People show their true colors when they are on the verge of death. It's different, But there is longing, a warped sprout of conviction living inside you. How will you bud? It might not be too late to wait until after I've seen that to dispose of you, Stain said as he outstretched his arms. You're gonna dispose of me? Shigaraki questioned. He's moving, Kurogyari stated. Kurogyari, I don't want someone as crazy as this to be a party member. Tamura Shigaraki, H will be a great asset if he joins us. The negotiations were successful. Kurogyari tried to reason with Tamura. My business is done. Now, return me to Hosu. There are still things I must attend to there, Stain said as he licked his lips with a bloodthirsty grin. Internships, Day 3. Izuku and Gran Torino were once again sparring. Izuku was still currently using 1% of pride for all, perfected full cowl as he weaved and dodged Gran Torino's attacks. The former sensei of All Might instructed Izuku to maintain the 1% so that he can be accustomed to it and become second nature to him. He was making good progress as his control was getting better and better each time he fought and was making his way to unlocking the higher percentages of pride for all. Both Izuku and Gran Torino met in the middle with a huge fist clash. They then separated as Gran Torino rubbed his chin in thought. Let's stop now. If you fight against my tactics more than this, you might fall into weird habits. Izuku deactivated his perfected full cowl. I'm not trying to think about tactics right now. Right now, I'm trying to get the hang of my perfected full cowling. Please let us fight some more. No, that's enough. Change into your costume. Let's move on to phase 2. Gran Torino said with a smirk on his face. Izuku proceeded to change into his Scion gear and walked with Gran Torino outside of the front door. In other words, let's go fight some Vlanes. Gran Torino exclaimed as he raised his wooden cane. What? All of a sudden. If you only fight against me, then you will have trouble when you come across a completely different type. The next phase is to let you experience different types and situations. In the first place, this is an internship. Of course you'll be fighting villains. What you are saying is quite right, but don't you think I need more time to prepare myself? I just got this new power. I would like to master it first so that I can use it more efficiently against villains. Izuku said with concern. You've already experienced combat against villains, right? Besides, we're not even gonna touch anything that big. Plus, you're a big boy. You are completely capable of handling small fry. You are an exceptional talent, so this might actually be a little too easy for you. Gran Torino waved a taxi cab. We'll go on a little excursion. Because of the decreasing population in this area, the crime rate is also low. The reason there are a lot of hero agencies in urban areas is that there is a lot of crime. And the higher the population density, the more trouble you'll find. Around Shibuya, you'll find lots of small fights that break out on a daily basis. By Shibuya, you mean the one in Tokyo. I didn't think I'd be wearing my hero costume in such a fashionable town. Izuku said, flustered as he was a little excited to know that he would be going to the nation's capital. You wouldn't get to wear it if you weren't with a hero, right? Be happy that you'll get to display it on such a wonderful stage. Gran Torino reassured Izuku. Which means, we'll take the bullet train from Kofu heading toward Shinjuku. Yeah. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he looked out the window and thought, we will pass through Hosu City. I wonder how Tenya is doing. I'll try to get in touch with him later. The hero killer Stain was standing on the edge of a rooftop before he heard a swirling purple vortex behind him. Hosu City looks nicer than I expected, Shigaraki said as he came out through Kurogyari's portal. So, what are you gonna do? I will reform this city. In order to do so, I require more victims. Stain replied as he looked on at the city below him. Is this what you meant the other day when you said you had business to take care of? Kurogyari asked. I see you're someone who understands. Hey, what are you trying to say about me? Tamura said in an offended tone. Stain outstretched his hands as he took in the view of the city. Hero is a title given only to those who have accomplished great deeds. There are too many. Too many who act like heroes but are really money-worshipping. Until this world realizes its mistake, I will continue to appear. With that said, the hero killer jumped from the rooftop and went towards the city to proceed with his deed of purging the corrupt society of today. He talks all high and mighty like that, But basically he's trying to start a grassroots movement, huh? He's so noble I could cry. Shigaraki joked sarcastically. You can't make fun of him too much. The reality is that in all the cities where Stain has appeared, the crime rate has fallen. Some critics attribute this to a rise in Hiro's consciousness and shoot him down, though. Kurojiri replied as he realized that Stain did actually have a point. That's wonderful. Heroes are working strong to bring down the cost of food, so the hero killer is also a hero breeder. Shigaraki said as he laughed. It's too roundabout. We just can't agree at a basic level. And he annoys me. Kurojiri, bring out the Nomus. A purple vortex appeared as several humanoid monsters came out with their brains exposed. They looked similar to the original Nomu, except they were smaller and were gray in color. You think you can get away with stabbing me? If I want to kill you, I just will. That's all. It will be a wild contest. I will crush your honor and your pride, sir. Near Hosu City, this train won't arrive until. Is that okay? Izuku asked as he was seated next to Gran Torino on a train heading to their next destination. That's why it's good. There will be more skirmishes then, so it will be more fun. Gran Torino replied. Izuku's sweat dropped. It doesn't sound like that much fun, but I guess I understand. Izuku proceeded to open his phone, using his smartphone with someone next to him. Kids these days. Izuku looked through his messages with Tenya. He recently sent a message telling him that he will be passing through Hosu today, and Izuku asked him how he was. He read the message but didn't reply. Tenya usually responds within 3 minutes of reading the message. We're almost at Hosu Station. Izuku looked out the window as he worried for his friend. Hey, look at that. A passenger shouted. That building just exploded. Where? What's going on? Gran Torino asked. Could it be a fire? Izuku said. Passengers, please hold on to your seats. The operator said. But right as he said, there was a huge crash through the train. Everybody yelled in panic and shock. A pro hero was seen getting up as he was bleeding through his mouth due to battle injuries. What's with that dash? Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand smashed the hero's face onto the ground with a violent boom. The perpetrator went inside the train to show himself to the passengers. No. Izuku shouted in shock. Where did this come from? Kids, sit down. Gran Torino told Izuku as he used his quirk bounce off of the Nomu's head and send him out of the bus straight to a nearby building. Gran Torino sensei. Izuku yelled as he ran to the train's opening. He then heard a loud explosion and saw a huge fire on the other side of Hosu City. What is going on? Around the city, there were multiple Nomus causing havoc and chaos all around Hosu City. Civilians were running for their lives as the Nomus set everything on fire. It was a war zone. This is good. Let's make this flashy. Tamura shouted from the rooftop. He laughed in amusement as he sees the destruction that his Nomus stirred. Everyone, please calm down. Please return to your seats for now. The villain is not here anymore. Please wait calmly for the heroes, a train attendant said as he tried to get the situation under control. Excuse me, sir. I'm getting out. Izuku said as he activated perfected full cowl and flew away in a burst of green lightning. Wait, kid, it's dangerous. Hold on a minute. Was that just Izuku Midoriya? As Izuku was flying through the night sky, his brain was going a mile a minute. They look different, but there can't be that many with their brains spilling out like that. Could it be Nomu's brother? Why here? Izuku then proceeded to sense out the key signatures of everybody in Hosu City. He found out that there were multiple Nomus sprawled around the city. He tried to look for the source and found out that there were 2 very familiar villainous signatures. Shigaraki and Kurojiri. No wonder there are so many Nomus that popped out of nowhere. Kurojiri must have transported them here with his quirk. I wish I could go straight to them, but I don't have any time for any detours. I need to show the fruits of my training. I have to do what I can and save as many people as possible. Izuku then realized there were other familiar energy signatures in the area. Tenya. Oh no, he's in trouble. His power level is going down extremely fast. I also sense other injured people around him. There's also an intense amount of killer intent directed at them, It's the hero killer. Damn it. I should have known that Tenya was gonna go for revenge. The clues were all right in front of me. I have to go help him quick. But I don't know if I can take the hero killer on by myself though. Wait a minute. Hold on, is that? Izuku closed his eyes as he sensed two other familiar energy signatures. These two were especially hot. It is Shoto and Endeavor. What a coincidence. This makes this a whole lot easier. Now I got a plan. Izuku brought out his phone and sent out a text to Shoto with his location, tracking him with it. Izuku then sensed Gran Torino struggling with a Nomu nearby. I should probably lend a hand. These Nomus are significantly weaker than the one I fought at the USJ, but they are still extremely tough to deal with for the average pro hero. I should also let Gran Torino sensei know my plan as well so that he doesn't have to worry about me. It's a villain, civilians shouted as they ran away in fear. Gran Torino came in and kicked the Nomu away. How many years has it been since I've fought in earnest? I've gotten mixed up in something crazy. I won't let you do whatever you want. The Nomu screeched as it went to attack Gran Torino. But before it could, perfected Texas smash. Izuku landed a punch to the Nomu straight to the dome. It knocked the creature away as it was knocked out in one shot. Izuku. Boy, didn't I tell you to stay in the train? Gran Torino scolded. I'm sorry, sensei, but one of my friends is in trouble. He's facing the hero killer, and if I don't go to help, he will surely suffer the same fate as his brother or even worse. And you know I can't let that happen as long as I'm around. Hero killer. Are you out of your mind? There's no way that you can handle such a villain on your own. You may be strong, but you still have to remember that you're still just a kid and lack experience. Gran Torino said. I'm well aware of that, but I already have a plan covered. One of my friends named Shoto Todoroki and his father Endeavor are in Hosu. I've already sent him a text saying that me and him will team up against the hero killer, while you, Endeavor, and the other pros in the area deal with the Nomu. Shoto is an exceptional strong student and is almost as strong as I am. So with our combined strengths, we should be able to take down the hero killer no problem. And with you and Endeavor, the Nomus shouldn't even be a problem as his quirk is. Especially useful in this situation. I have to do this. I can't just sit around and watch people die. I've already made up my mind. Gran Torino sighed. Well, I guess there's no stopping you. You're just like Toshinori. You just won't sit around and do nothing knowing that you can help. Fine. I'll allow it. I hereby grant you permission to use your quirk against the villains. That way you won't get in trouble for using your quirk without a license. But listen carefully. If for one moment, the situation is looking grim and you know you can't win, grab your friends and leave immediately. Do you understand? Yes. I'll make sure to stay safe. Thank you, sensei, and good luck with the Nomus. Izuku shouted as he flew off. That boy is gonna be the death of me. So noisy. The idiots have come out. I will dispose of them later. Right now, I will do what I should be doing. Stain said. He had somebody pinned to the wall. It was the pro-hero native, and Stain had reduced him to a bloody mess. It seems as though that the pro-hero had tried to engage the hero killer in battle but was easily outclassed. You be sturdy. The native said painfully as he was completely paralyzed. He couldn't do a thing as the hero killer continued to have a vice grip on him. If you call yourself a hero, you should choose your last words carefully. Stain said as he drew his sword and was ready to deal the final blow. Stop. Please. Don't kill him. Stain turned his head to the left to see a black-haired teenage girl with cerulean-colored eyes. Her hair was bob-shaped and she had an athletic build. She was wearing a hero costume that consists of red bodysuit with a white collar trim, a matching V pattern going through her chest and upper arms. She had a white skirt with a red design at the front, as well as a baseball cap-like hat. She has a belt at her waist and straps around her shoulders. This young woman's name was Yui Kodai, who was a member of Class 1B. She was interning with the pro-hero native. When she went on her internship, she did not expect to get caught up in a situation like this. Due to her not making much of a showcase during the sports festival, she didn't expect to get much offers. When she signed up to intern with Native, She thought she was only going to learn how to maximize the capacity of her size-altering quirk. Never in the day would she have believed that she would unironically run into the dangerous hero killer Stain as she was patrolling with Native. He wasn't much of a famous hero, so the fact that Stain targeted him was a shock in of itself. "Kodai no. Leave me and go get help." Native pleaded as he didn't want to be responsible for his in turn to suffer life-threatening damage from the infamous hero killer. "I can't move. And even if I could, I wouldn't run away and leave you by yourself. That's just wrong," Yui said as she coughed. She too was paralyzed as she suffered wounds from the weapons of the hero killer. Stain wasn't expecting for the pro-hero to have an intern with him. She wasn't his target, so he was willing to spare her and only focus on Native. But she tried to attack him by shrinking his swords and knives to the point where he would have no weapons to defend himself with. Realizing that Yui was not going to leave him attend to his business, he paralyzed her as well so that he would not get any distractions as he finished his latest purging. "Well, would you look at that? The young lady is actually heroic and is concerned for your life, unlike you. Too bad the innocent girl is gonna have to watch as I purge you, fake hero, from society." Stain yelled as he swung his sword to finish Native off. But before that could happen, a large clank was heard as Stain's sword was met with metal. It turned out to be Tenya Ida as he blocked Stain's sword with his armored leg. However, the blow sent Ida backward as he landed on the ground. "A child wearing a suit. Who is he?" Stain questioned as Ida looked at him with angry eyes. Yui widened her eyes. "I know him. That's Tenya Ida from Class 1A. He made it to the quarterfinals of the sports festival. He has a speed quirk. But what in the world is he doing here? It's dangerous." Yui thought in shock as she didn't expect another first-year student of UH to stumble upon the hero killer in a random alleyway in Hosu City. "Go away. This is not a place for children." Ida got up as he stared at Stain. "A scarf as red as Bill, carrying blades all over your body? You must be the hero killer, Stain. You're alert. I have been chasing you. I did not think I would find you so soon." Ida was cut off by Stain pointing a sword at his face. "Your eyes? Are you here for vengeance? Be careful of what you say. Depending on the situation, even children may become my targets." Ida balled his fist in rage. "Are you saying that I am not even a target? Then listen, criminal. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. The younger brother of a most excellent older brother. I have come to stop you in his place." Ida slowly got up as memories of his brother flashed in his mind. The day when he learned that Ingenium was officially retiring and wanted his younger brother to take his name. "Remember my name for as long as you live. Ingenium. It is the name of the hero who will defeat you." Tenya exclaimed with vigor as he finally accepted the name that his brother had passed down to him. Stain stared at Ida before saying, "I see. Die. Like I would." Tenya yelled as he activated his engine quirk and swung a kick at Stain full of pent-up rage and aggression. However, Stain swiftly and easily dodged the kick as Ida widened eyes at the amazing speed of the hero killer. "Ingenium, your brother said. In order to let news of me spread, I let him live." Stain proceeded to stab Ida in the shoulder with sharp spikes from his shoes. He pinned him to the ground as he stepped on him. "You're weak." The hero killer coldly stabbed Tenya near the shoulder area with his sword as Tenya let out a painful scream. Yui cringed as she saw one of her peers be utterly defeated by the hero killer as BLD seeped out of his body. Yui is shy, quiet, and reserved girl. She isn't one for violence. She only wants to be a hero because she cares about the safety and well-being for others. So seeing such a graphic scene in front of her made her want to shut her eyes and cry. The worst part was that she was completely helpless as she paralyzed all over and couldn't move her body at all. So she was forced to witness Tenya get stabbed to death. No young aspiring hero should have to endure such a trauma like that at such a young age. Especially when you're completely powerless against it. You and your brother are both weak. Because you're fakes. Stain said matter-of-factly. "Shut up, villain. He's paralyzed from the waist down due to spinal cord damage. He can't work as a hero anymore. Tensei is an excellent hero who saved many people and lead them until now. There's no reason for you to crush him. Memories once again flashed through Tenya's head. He remembered the humble words that his brother spoke to him about being a hero to live up to their family name. A hero who supports others. Tears began to leak out of Tenya's eyes as depression overtook him. He's my hero. He was an excellent hero who gave me a dream. I won't forgive you. I'll kill you. Stain chuckled in amusement as he witnessed the depressed boy cry. It's funny that you call me a villain. But look. He pointed towards Native and Yui. You have not so much as spared a glance to those injured people. Save that guy and young girl first. Reflect on yourself and save others. Don't use power for yourself. Being taken in by the hatred before you and trying to fulfill your own desires. That is the furthest from what a hero should be. This is why you are weak. This is why you are a fake. You put your selfish longing of revenge before the selfless longing of saving others from harm. You understand now. That is the hypocrisy of the society of heroes today. This why I must purge all of them so that this disease of fake heroes is cured. Stain lifted his bloodied sword and brought it to his lips. And that is why you must die. Stain proceeded to lick the BLD off of the sword. Tenya then felt a painful jolt of shock go through his body sporadically. My body won't move. Stain then readjusted his sword as he pointed it towards Tenya. Goodbye. You're just an offering to a more just world. Shut up, shut up. If you admire me, Tenya, then I might become an amazing hero. No matter what you say, you are the criminal who hurt my brother. As Stain was about to finish the deed, he widened his eyes as he felt a new presence enter the battlefield. Smash. Just then, Stain was sent hurtling through the alley as an irresistible force punched him with a mighty strength. Tenya gasped as he looked up to the one who just saved his life. Midoriya. Izuku, who was in his perfected full cowl state, looked towards his friend with a determined expression. I came to save you, Tenya. Stain looked on in shock as nobody had ever punched him as strong as that. That kid. He's the one from Shigaraki's picture. He was number 1 on his kill list. He's also the one who shocked the world with his unbelievable feats of strength in the sports festival. It seems I've attracted his attention. Yui gasped as she looked on who just entered the battle. That's Izuku Midoriya, the class president of 1A and the winner of the sports festival. What is he doing here? Is he interning here too? And cool hair. Yui thought as she witnessed Izuku's new perfected full cowl. Midoriya, Ida asked. I sensed your energy signature. They also talked about it on TV. That 60% of the hero killer's victims were found in places without many people. That's why I searched away from the center of the commotion in the alleyways near normal hero agency. And then I put 2 and 2 together and realized that there was a high chance that you were probably hunting down the hero killer to avenge your brother. I should have seen this coming from a mile away. But thankfully I came just in the nick of time. Tenya, can you move? Izuku asked. No. I can't move my body ever since he cut me. I think it is his quirk. It's just as the commentators on TV guessed. So cutting is how he activates his quirk. Izuku said. He then looked over to see Native and Yui injured as well. I knew I sensed other people nearby. If it had just been Tenya, I could have carried him away on my shoulder. See, this just got a lot more complicated. The pro-hero Native is here and is that. Yui Kodai from Class B. She must have been interning with him and got caught in the crossfire. Great. Now I have to fight him no matter what. Midoriya, don't get involved. This has nothing to do with you. Tenya yelled. Izuku turned around surprised at the words that just came out of his mouth. What are you saying? Your friend came to save you. That's a great line, isn't it? But I have a duty to kill him. If we clash, of course, the weaker will be called. Stain said as Izuku now stared at the hero killer. Now, what will you do? He's different from the guys at USJ. His eyes are those of a killer. Izuku thought as he realized that he was now dealing with a serious person who will not hesitate to kill him. The pros are busy dealing with the nomis, and my backup hasn't arrived yet. I have no other choice. It is my duty now to protect the 3 who can't move and stall for time by myself. I'll try to drive the hero killer away if I can. Stop it. Run away. I told you, didn't I? It has nothing to do with you. Tenya yelled as he practically begged Izuku to not get involved. What are you talking about? If you say that, then heroes can't do anything. Tenya widened his eyes at Izuku's sudden outburst. Izuku balled his fists. There are a lot of things I'd like to say, but I'll say them later. Right now I have a job to do. Izuku got into his fighting stance. Meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. I will put my life on the line and protect you all with everything I have. But because it's the right thing to do, and that's all the reason I need. Izuku yelled defiantly as he powered up. His green electric ki aura flared as the pressure of his ki created high-speed gusts of wind. Everybody present, including Stain, were thunderstruck at the level of power that Izuku was emitting. Is this really energy from a kid's? Native said as he never would have thought that somebody so young could have so much raw power within them. This is incredible. This pressure is even stronger than when he went all out in the sports festival. Just how strong is this guy? And such a pure resolve. I can't believe I'm in the same grade as him. Yui said in her head as she had her jaw dropped at such a display of strength. Although the pressure of his ki was strong, it was also claiming in a way. It inspired hope and told her that everything will be okay as long as he was here. She would dare say that it made him look exquisite. The aura and his vibrant green eyes combined with the raw power, and it just created a sense of beauty that made her even blush as his costume outlined his muscular frame. Midoriya, just how strong are you? This power is insane. I've never felt anything like it. Tenya said as he never witnessed his friend in this state. Stain smiled in glee. Yes. That's it. That's what a hero should be. I like your attitude, kid. And it seems as though you have the power to back it up. Now let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Izuku rushed towards him in an arc of green lightning. I have to get close to him in one movement, and strike quickly. To shorten the distance between him and an opponent with a long reach. It was a good decision. Stain acknowledged Izuku's combat strategy. Stain then proceeded to draw his sword. Oh. If you get cut dashed, Tenya yelled. I'm well aware. Izuku shouted back. Izuku dodged Stain's blade and went through his legs. Stain turned around to counterattack, but Izuku wasn't there. He disappeared. Stain then looked above him. No. Izuku was above him in the air as he arched his right arm. 1% perfected Detroit smash. Izuku landed a clean hit on the top of the head as Stain went tumbling down. What's with that movement? How is he able to control that much power? He's not even breathing strong after that. Tenya thought as Izuku was much stronger and faster than he remembered. Whoa, so cool. He was able to weave and dodge his attacks while simultaneously hitting him with a heavy blow. How can someone so big and tall move so fast? Yui thought as Izuku's speed was on par with his monster strength. Let's go. I got a good hit in. If I can actually win this. Izuku thought. However, Stain licked his blade. This caused Izuku to feel a jolt of shock spread throughout his body. What the? My buddy. Did he graze me? Are you kidding me? Such a small graze made me unable to move. Izuku looked to see his BLD on Stain's sword. Oh, is it? It's you pack quite of a punch, kid. But it wasn't powerful enough. It's not that you saw through my movements. You left my field of vision and maneuvered so that you would definitely be able to bring me down. That was what your movements were like. People who are all talk are a dime a dozen, but you are worth letting live. You're much different from these guys. Stain said as he walked to Tenya and pointed his blade towards his face. Izuku was paralyzed, making him helpless. Do you mean it? I was careless. Stop it. Please leave him alone. Izuku shouted, but his plea fell on deaf ears as Stain raised his blade ready to strike. Stop it. Right as he was about to end Tenya's life, a torrent of flames stopped him in his tracks, making him jump back and dodge. One after another, there are a lot of people getting in my way today. Izuku smirked, seeing who had just arrived. It's about time. What took you so long? Well, your text was kind of sudden. Plus I had to deal with Dad, and you already know how he is. You should give a proper heads up in times like this. So yeah, that's my excuse for being late. Shoto Todoroki stated as his left side was ignited with orange flames. Todoroki, you too? Tenya asked. He's here too. Yui thought in shock. Izuku grinned, glad to see you using your flames. Finally got over your daddy issues? Yeah, thanks to you, I also got over my mommy issues since she came back home. By the way, my parents told me that they invited you to dinner at out home whenever you can. No problem. As soon as we get back from our internships, I'll make sure to drop by. Shoto then lunged his right foot forward, creating an ice wall to cover Izuku, Native, and Yui. But first we have to deal with this. Don't worry. The pros will also get here in a few minutes. They're almost done with the Nomus. Shoto said as he launched a fire attack towards Stain, who dodged. Someone's time will be up soon, huh? This is just like the information about him implies. I won't let you kill these guys, hero killer. Shoto said as he stood on guard. Shoto, you can't let this guy see your BLD. I think he controls his opponent's actions by ingesting their BLD orally. That's how he got all of us. He got me because I was careless. Don't make the same mistake I did and keep your guard up at all times. Izuku warned. He sucks BLD to keep people from moving. That's why he uses blades. I can keep my distance and dash. Stain threw a knife and made a small cut at the side of Shoto's face. Shoot? Shoto cried out in shock. Did I not just tell you to not let your guard down? You have good friends, Ingenium? Stain said as he attempted strike Shoto but was blocked by an ice wall. Shoto saw something in the air, a sword. He threw it at the same time as the knife dash. Stain then reached to lick Shoto's cheek wound, but he quickly ignited his flames, which forced the hero killer back. That was close. Shoto screamed mentally. Watch out. He's super fast, so you have to be on your toes. Izuku yelled. He's strong. Stain thought as he sliced through an ice wall, only to be met with more ice. Why are you too? But please, stop. I've inherited my brother's name. I have to do it? That guy is mine. Tenya yelled. You've inherited it. That's strange. Todoroki created another ice defense. The Ingenium I saw before didn't have that look on his face, though. You've got a lot going on behind the scenes in your family, too, huh? Shoto? Izuku grunted. Izuku noticed that he was able to twitch his fingers. Stain sliced up the ice walls, to block your own view against an opponent faster than you. What a foolish plan. Stain roared. I wonder about that. Shoto said as he ignited his left arm only to be stabbed by 2 knives. You're pretty good too. Stain said as he aimed his sword towards Native to finally kill him, which was his main objective. Kaioken. Izuku grabbed Stain and dragged him through the side of a building. Izuku. Shoto shouted. I can move normally for some reason now. A time limit? No, that kid should have been the last one he got. Neither me or Kodai can move yet. Native said. Is this guy's BLD type O? Stain pondered as he knocked Izuku off of him. Get back, Izuku. Shoto shouted as he fired an ice attack. Izuku got out of the way and regrouped with Shoto. He takes in a person's BLD to keep them from moving. Since I got free first, I can think of 3 possible reasons. It could be less effective with more people, the amount ingested could affect how long it works, or there could be a difference in effectiveness based on a person's BLD type. Izuku said. BLD type. Mine is B. Native said. So is mine. Yui said. Type. Tenya added, BLD type. That's correct. Stain confirmed. Name, hero killer. Stain quirk, blood curdle. Just by tasting someone's BLD, he can stop their movements for up to 8 minutes. Type O, A, B, and B. The amount of time he can stop them goes in that order from least to most. Even with knowing exactly how his quirk works, he is still a difficult opponent. Izuku said as his Kaioken aura flared. I wanted to hurry up and carry those 2 out of here, but he can react so fast, he can avoid ice and fire. I can't leave myself that open. I think our best option is to hold on by avoiding close combat until the pros get here. Shoto concluded. I don't think we have time for that. Shoto, you've already shed too much BLD. I'll fight him head on, so you support me from behind. If we work together, we can bring this guy down. That's a pretty big risk, but yet, the 2 of us will protect them. 2 against 1. It won't be easy. Stain said as he got into his stance. Tenya, I've been worried about you since your older brother was attacked, because I know well the face of someone who would act on pent-up resentment. Izuku launched himself towards Stain as he began to clash with him. I also know just how narrow the field of vision can get for someone like that. The day my mother came home, I told her everything about what had happened and about who I am now. Mother cried and apologized, forgiving me with a smile surprisingly quickly. She said that for me to move forward without anything holding me back would make her happy and be her salvation. The old me would definitely not have been able to choose my old man's agency for the internship. It was so I could experience the fact that he is the number 2 hero with my own eyes and body and accept that. No matter what a scumbag he is, I had to appreciate the judgment and instincts of the man called the number 2 hero. Everything was so simple. But even though it was simple, I didn't see it. It's your quirk, not his. Just a few words. Those few words, Shoto thought as he supported Izuku with ice and fire as he went head-to-head with Stain. Please stop. I'm already. Tenya said with tears leaking. Shoto grit his teeth. If you want us to stop, then stand up. Stain knocked away Izuku. Stain then turned his attention to Shoto as he went to strike the bicolored teen. The only words I can say to you are, be the hero he wanted you to be. Tenya gasped. Ingenium. It is the name of the hero who will defeat you. What kind of hero am I, protected by my friends? Having them bleed for me. Save that guy and young girl first. Hero killer, Stain. In order to teach him a lesson, I used my brother's name. I only saw what was in front of me. I couldn't see anything except myself. It's just as you say, hero killer. I'm different from them. I'm immature. I can't hold a candle to them. Even so, Stain rushed Shoto again. Ice and flames. Stain said as he made his way to Shoto. I would like to see you dodge this. Shoto yelled as he sent multiple ice shards in his path. No one's ever told you. You're too focused on your quirk. You're being careless. Stain then blitzed Shoto as he had his sword in between his arm and shoulder. He's a monster. Shoto thought in shock as he couldn't believe the speed and reaction time of the hero killer. Shoto, Izuku yelled in horror. If I don't stand right now, I'll never ever be able to catch up to them or Tensei. Tenya thought as he got up. Stain noticed this. Dien, it stopped working. Recipro. Burst. Tenya landed a thunderous kick as he knocked away Stain and his sword. Tenya. Izuku shouted. You got free. Shoto asked. That quirk isn't as great as I thought. Shoto, Izuku, this has nothing to do with you too, and I apologize. Tenya said. You're saying that again. That's why I can't allow you two to bleed more than this. Ida said with a new resolve. It's no use trying to be reformed for appearance's sake. A person's essence does not change so easily. You will never be anything but a fake who prioritizes his own selfish desires. You are a cancer to society that ARPs the idea of heroes. Someone must set you straight. Stain said with conviction as he narrowed his eyes with a violent resolve burning deep within him. You're an anachronistic fundamentalist. Tenny, don't listen to the logic of a murderer. Shoto said as he tried to make sure that Stain didn't taint Tenya's ideals. No, he's right. I have no right to call myself a hero. Even so, I cannot give in. If I give in, then Ingenium will die. Tenya yelled. Izuku smirked. All right. Now that's the spirit, Tenya. I'm all fired up. Let's take this hero killer down once and for all. Izuku shouted as he charged his Kaioken aura and began to show his true power. We will see about that, Stain said as he charged towards Shoto again, who responded with a blast of fire. Idiot. The hero killer is after me and that kid in white armor, right? Don't fight back. It'd be better if you ran away. Native yelled. It doesn't look like he'll give me an opening to do that. Something clearly changed just now. He's flustered. Shoto said as he fired more ice walls. There's the uncertain element of BLD type, and he needs to get in close for it to work. On top of that, it doesn't last very long. Looking at just his quirk, he's not especially powerful. Taking on multiple opponents alone must be strong for him to deal with. He's gotten desperate trying to kill Tenya and this person before the pros come. He's got crazy tenacity, Shoto thought as he kept on spamming fire blasts to keep the hero killer at bay. Tenya tried to activate his engines but they weren't working. It seems as though the last kick busted the radiator. Shoto, can you regulate temperature? I'm not used to it with my left yet. What? Freeze my legs. Without plugging the exhausts. You're in the way. Stain yelled as he threw a knife towards Shoto only for Tenya to take the blow for him. Tenya. Izuku looked at the hero killer in rage. Don't hurt my friends. Izuku yelled as he flew straight to Stain and punched him in the gut. He then uppercut him and kicked him to the side of the building. Stain slowly recovered but not without taking some damage. Izuku looked towards Shoto and Tenya. You too. Do whatever it is that you're planning and do it quick. I'll hold him off in the meantime. Stain then re-emerged and went straight for Tenya. Oh no you don't. Izuku met with Stain as they clashed. Why are you doing this? Why are you killing so many innocent people? What have they done to you? They don't deserve this. Izuku asked as dodged one of Stain's slashes. Innocent. Oh my poor boy, they are definitely not innocent and they most certainly deserve everything that's coming to them. How so? They haven't broken any laws, have they? Laws. Exactly, you see that's my point. The system is flawed. They give you laws to make you think that you're doing the right thing but they are not at all. None of these people are heroes at all. All they care for is fame, fortune, and attention. They couldn't give two shits about the safety of the people or holding true to heroic ideals. They are hypocrites. Every single last one of them. There are almost no true heroes left. That's why I must purge this society and create a new and just world. You may believe that you are following a just system, but boy, you are getting played. The higher powers are using you as pawns. They have already placed the strings. They discriminate against people based on their quirks. Not on their drive or passion, but by your quirk. Something that you are born with. Something that you have absolutely no control over. You think that's fair and just. To be judged and outcast by society just because of the luck of the draw. Izuku widened his eyes as he processed Stain's words. He didn't want to believe it, but he actually understood some of the things that Stain were referring to. He had experienced it firsthand when he was diagnosed as quirkless. He was putting the pieces and realized that Stain must have gone through something similar as well. His quirk was exactly flashy. And it seemed to be more fitting for a villain even though it had very great uses for a hero as well. Nonetheless, he was probably isolated due to having a different quirk. He empathized with Stain in a way. It is kind of unfair in the world they live in. Izuku should know that more than anywhere. He was born quirkless after all. Izuku sighed as he looked Stain directly in the eye. To a degree, I understand what you're trying to get at. I also feel you on the point where we are unfairly discriminated against just because of the quirks we are born with. It's messed up and it is not right. But what you're doing is still against the law. And sometimes the law may be unfair. However, there is one law that I will never break no matter what. You are murdering so many people in cold blood. Do you understand how terrible that is? You are ruthless. You are a living nightmare and you delighted in every moment of it. You didn't even show a shred of decency or mercy. And that's why it has to end like this. You will have to learn the strong way. How would you feel if it was your life, taken against your will? It's wrong. No matter how you want to look at it, it is wrong. Purity. Point blank. Bottom line. Stain smiled evilly as he stared upon Izuku's determined expression. You really are something else, aren't you, Izuku Midoriya? Truly a hero straight to the core. You are the last of the real ones. You're the last of a dying breed. A rare jewel. A true unyielding heroic spirit who will stop at nothing to do what he believes is right. But I just have one question for you. Are you going to remain a puppet to this current system and follow the hypocrisy of today's heroes? How will you end this cancerous cycles of fake heroes? Izuku thought long and strong about that, before he came up with a response. I don't know. To be honest with you, I've never really given that much thought. But one thing I will tell you, if there's a way to stop it and fix this world, then I damn well will find it no matter what. Don't care what I have to do. I will become the #1 hero. And I will be the symbol of hope that will drive a new generation into a brighter tomorrow. I will beat this. I will bust my butt and work as strong as I need in order to overcome any obstacle in my way. Believe that. Izuku yelled as he charged up his ki. Everybody was shocked at the speech Izuku just gave and his interaction with Stain. His drive and courage to be the very best was unparalleled. When he said he was going to do something, you just believed in him. He changed everyone around him as he motivated them to do their best as well. You kids are something else. Native said with a smile on his face. You tell him, Izuku. Shoto shouted with a grin on his face. I will do my best to hold true to the ideals of a real hero just like you. Tenya yelled. Incredible, was all that Yui could say. Deep within her, she felt a beating sensation that gave her goosebumps and made her flustered when she looked at Deku. What is this feeling? Thank you Izuku and Shoto. Tenya said mentally as Shoto put ice on Tenya's calves. I will fight. I'll throw away my arm. Recipro. Extend. Ida shouted as he blasted off toward Stain. Pride for all, perfected full cowling if I just. Both Izuku and Tenya simultaneously rushed Stain at full power. Have my leg. Have my fists. Shoto smiled. Go get him guys. That's all I need right now. Both Izuku and Tenya shouted at the same time as Tenya landed Stain with his strongest kick and Izuku landed him with a straight fist to the face. They stopped him. Here's my chance. Shoto said as he got ignited his flames. However, Stain was not down for the count yet. He grabbed his sword and grazed Tenya's hair. Tenya grit his teeth. I will defeat you. This time, you, as a criminal dash, keep after him. Shoto shouted as he launched his fire attack. Tenya then hit Stain with another recipro burst kick. And I, as a hero. Shoto landed his fire attack. However, the hero killer was still conscious. What in the world? How is he still kicking after that? Shoto yelled in disbelief. We hit him with our strongest moves but he's still not out. What is this guy made of? Izuku grit his teeth as he saw the hero killer still moving. I'm not finished yet. I still have one more move I want to try out. Kaioken times 3. Izuku's power skyrocketed as he cupped his hands into a familiar pose. Cyan energy began to form as an orb of pure power began to grow. Detroit. The orb of energy began to get bigger and bigger before it reached its maximum size. Kamehameha. Izuku fired off the combination energy blast as it completely enveloped the hero killer. There was a bright flash of light. After it subsided, there was the hero killer Stain, on the ground and defeated. Izuku sighed in relief as he deactivated his Kaioken and perfected full cowl. It's done. We beat him guys. Izuku said as he sat to rest. Then, let's restrain him and get out to the street. Is there anything to tie him up with? Shoto asked. Just in case, let's take all his weapons off him. Izuku said. Good idea. After Izuku and the others tied Stain up, they went ahead to the street. There they met up with Gran Torino, who was relieved to see Izuku alive and well. Other heroes came onto the scene surprised to see 4 UA students who had already dealt with the hero killer, although Yui stressed that she did absolutely nothing as she was paralyzed throughout the entire fight. Tenya apologized to both Izuku and Shoto for dragging them into this mess. But they told him that it was no problem as what are friends for. Gran Torino saw something in the sky. Get down, he shouted. A flying Nomu was flying straight towards them. A villain. Then to their shock, the Nomu had taken Izuku and began to fly away with him. Izuku! Everyone shouted. Oh no, if he gets too high, then I won't be able to reach him with my quirk. Gran Torino thought. Unbeknownst to them, Stain had a knife and used it to cut his binds. He then licked the BLD of a nearby hero to slow the Nomu down. This society overgrown with fake heroes, and the criminals who wave their power around idly. Stain jumped up and stabbed the Nomu right in the brain. This caused it to fall down, thus saving Izuku. Should all be purged. This is all, to create a more just society. Everybody just looked on in shock. He saved the boy. Idiot, he took a hostage. He killed someone with no hesitation. Anyway, get ready to fight for now. What are you all idiots doing? Save Izuku. Endeavor roared as now he arrived on the scene. Stain looked at him with bloodthirsty eyes as his headband came off. Endeavor. Endeavor smirked. Hero killer. The number 2 hero was about to send a volley of fireball. Wait, Todoroki. Gran Torino shouted, stopping him. You fake? Everybody looked at the face of Stain in horror. I must make things right? Everyone was shaking in their boots. Someone must be died in BL'd. Gran Torino stepped back as the killer intent was just too much for him to handle. I must take back what it means to be a hero. Try and get me, you fakes. Even Endeavor stepped back as everybody was filled with absolute fear of the hero killer. The only one I'll let kill me is the true hero. All Might. Stain yelled as his killer intent made everyone fall to their knees. Oh, is that right? Everybody widened their eyes as they heard a deep and strong voice. They looked and saw that it had come from Izuku. Izuku began glowing a red fire aura as his hair lifted up and became spikier. His pupils disappeared and his pressure that he was emitting was so strong that it felt divine. So you think that we're fakes, huh? And that the only person worthy enough to kill you is All Might? Well, let me tell you something about the green-haired young man that you're staring at right now. Izuku walked towards the hero killer as his crimson red fire aura kept on expanding and expanding. It was so powerful that it was sent throughout the entire universe. His whole planet was destroyed. He's the last of a holocaust. He grew up in the dirt, finding out abruptly how different he was. A kid discovering every day how cruel the world is. His hopes, dreams, and spirit crushed in just a single day. A torture that continued and worsened every day forward. But now he has the power to tear the world apart. And he could. With everything it did to him, it should not be his world. You should not be his people. You should be ants to him. Imagine that. Always being on the outside. The pain that would come from always being on the outside. And yet, he took that pain and will use it to become the symbol of hope. Izuku then raised his right first. Crimson divine ki began to encircle it. He then moved it forward as a mini red dragon enveloped Stain. There was a crimson flash, and then that was it. Stain was down on the ground, knocked out. Izuku had collapsed. His divine aura now gone, he now slipped into unconsciousness. Deep within the other side of the universe. A purple humanoid cat was currently sleeping and having a dream. In that dream, he saw a silhouette. He had seen this same silhouette millennia ago when the oracle fish prophesied when he will find a rival that will challenge him in battle. However, this silhouette began to change. It got taller. The hairstyle changed. And also, he saw 9 stars surrounding it. These 9 stars bathed it in rainbow light, granting it infinite power. The purple cat woke up abruptly. From this dream, he then felt a sensation. A divine energy that was spreading across the universe and shaking it to its core. Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, smiled. Finally, I have been waiting for years. The return of the Super Saiyan God. Inner Deku POV. It is always a good feeling when you finally reach completion, or at least a form of it. When I was born, my father, Hisashi Midoriya, named me Izuku Midoriya. However, I was born with too much latent power and potential within me. This is because I was the last descendant of the legendary warrior race known as the Saiyans. I had the royal BLD of Vegeta running through my veins as well as the BLD of the strongest Saiyan to ever live, Kakaroto, or otherwise known as Son Goku. Quite the irony, isn't it? Both the bloodlines of an elite and low class joined together to make the ultimate bloodline. The perfect manifestation of the Saiyan race to create the ultimate warrior. However, the power was too great for the body of a newborn to bear. That's when my genius of a father, Hisashi, decided that it would be the best course of action to seal my latent power into separate halves. The outer half and the inner half. I am the inner half. I was placed with all of the memories of my ancestors. I hold the knowledge of the great battles that have taken place on planet Earth and beyond. I am the pure Saiyan half, while my outer half is more kind-hearted and is reminiscent of the human heroes of old. Through the 15 years that I have lived, I have watched from the inside how my outer half has suffered. Since our powers were sealed away, my outer half had the power level of an average human boy. Usually scion babies should be a lot stronger, but my father knew that if a toddler was flying around going on a rampage, it would surely raise suspicion. So I decided to lay low for a while and waited for our so-called quirk to manifest. There was no point in me showing myself to my outer half if we still wouldn't be able to do anything. As we grew, outer Izuku was always astonished by heroes. He loved them. He couldn't go past a minute without thinking about them. He was a true fanboy. But I understood why. It was in our BLD. We were born with the purest of hearts. We had the DNA of heroes who have given up everything for the sake of this planet. I smiled at the fact that my other half wanted to be a hero just for the sake of helping people. There is no purer motive than that. As time went on, the essence of what a true hero is meant to be slowly faded. Nowadays, the ideal of a hero is just a celebrity. A celebrity with flashy powers. That's about it. It disappointed me. What has the human race come to? It's a disgrace. These DMN earthlings are so pathetic. They lust for fame, fortune, and once they are satisfied, they don't bat an eyelash when the real danger comes through. So I decided that once we got our quirk, I would reveal myself to my other half to begin training immediately to show these insignificant humans just how pathetic they really are. Unfortunately, it turned out we weren't exactly blessed with a quirk. It had to do with us having a double-jointed toe or something like that. It was some dumb SHT. I felt the emotions of my other half. The grief he felt when his dreams were crushed just because of a quirk that practically lays out how your entire life is going to play out. I was so angry. Have we really reached a point where just because of what we were born with, something we have absolutely no control over, is something that dictates everything for us and we can't do anything about it? Bullshit. It makes me sick to my stomach. Buffoonery to the utmost level. How could they subject an innocent 4-year-old boy to such a harsh reality? So what if we weren't born with a quirk? Who said that we still couldn't be strong? Who said we still couldn't protect? Who said we couldn't hang with the pros? Who made these rules? Who was the one who made all of this SHT up? I really want to have a talk with them and Kamehameha their faces open. How dare they mock me? How dare they destroy my dreams? How dare they? They will pay for this. I will not allow my dreams to be broken just like that. And then, that was the night that my father returned. My outer half went to sleep after our own mother didn't inspire hope into us. I was mad at her as well, but I honestly didn't really blame her. You're supposed to love your mother and cherish her, not hate her. I also looked at it from her perspective. Would a mother want their kids to be risking their lives against super-powered criminals on the daily when the kid doesn't have any powers of his own? Yeah, when you look at it that way, I just couldn't bring myself to feel any lasting animosity towards her. I also knew that she meant well and that she really cares about me. As my parents were talking, I overheard their entire conversation. It seems like my father was the only person who didn't lose faith in me. He knew just how powerful I could become if I worked strong enough. He is a good man. He knows what a true hero can and should be. However, it still wasn't time yet. I needed to wait. And wait I did. Over the past decade, I have witnessed my outer half endure probably one of the most depressing experiences any human can go through. So apparently if you don't have access to a quirk, you're labeled as a useless outcast that will never amount to anything. And that's the kid's fault. Are you kidding me? I saw all of it. The name calling. The physical and verbal abuse. The physical pain. The psychological pain. The beatdowns, the bullying, getting flushed down the toilet. Getting embarrassed in front of everyone in the school. No matter how much good he did. No matter how nice he is to everybody, it didn't matter in the slightest. Life really was cruel. It didn't matter what he did. The poor guy could not catch a single break. The mot-halves kept on abusing him no matter what. It pissed me off. I wanted so badly to eviscerate. All of the bad things that were happening to my outer half was because he was quirkless. I was hellbent on getting revenge. I was just about to snap when I realized something. I was becoming a villain. Only villains act out of pure hatred like that. I then saw the thoughts and feelings of my other half and saw not a shred of hate or wrath for any of the people who brought upon him harm. He endured all of it. He took everything that life threw at it and said F you. Despite being the human equivalent of a punching bag, Izuku Midoriya never gives up. He never starts moping around aimlessly. He never whines or complains about his problems to others. Instead, he takes all of the unfair punches and kicks he receives, and he just sucks it up. He never hit back. He never looked at anyone with malicious intent. He just smiled, dusted himself off, and got up and continued to live another day. He was the embodiment of what a true hero should be. A hero who endured all of the misfortunes in life and used it to make himself stronger in order to overcome every single obstacle. He earned my respect. It doesn't matter if he was powerless. He has the heart and mind of a true warrior. He didn't care if he wasn't born with a quirk. He was going to overcome all of the hardships life threw at him and find a way. So I respected his decisions. I didn't lash out at the bullies. I stayed quiet and waited for the right moment to come out. The right moment to tell the world that the last of the Scion race is here and will take this world by storm. And after 15 years, it was time. I sensed the #1 pro hero All Might was in town. He was one of the last true heroes in today's age. I had prior knowledge of One for All. So I knew he was looking for a successor. This was as good as time as ever. That was the day that will mark out first steps to becoming a hero. Even when All Might told my outer half that he couldn't become a hero without a quirk, it didn't matter. We were going to show them that there was no such need for a quirk in order to be a hero. When I heard the sludge villain making a ruckus, I subconsciously made outer Izuku walk towards the location. There he saw that the villain had taken someone hostage and no heroes were doing anything about it. That made me SCK my teeth, but then I saw Katsuki being the one that was taken hostage. Katsuki Bakugo was the main person responsible for outer Izuku's grief. He bullied him endlessly. He was in butt. No other way around it. But for some reason, my outer half still held a familial kind of love towards the explosion quirk user. The boy was just too nice for his own good. And when he saw him struggling and begging for someone to help, I knew that it was time. Outer Izuku's selfless longing to help people overwhelmed him and he rushed straight ahead. I smirked and finally reawakened our powers. After that he accepted One for All. I was a bit skeptical at first, not even gonna lie. It was just the Scion in me. I held too much pride in order to accept power that wasn't mine. However, I respected the fact that if it was anybody that deserved to be the 9th bearer of One for All, then it was Izuku Midoriya. No doubt about it. However, I actively refused to cooperate with One for All. I still didn't think we needed it. But as time went on, I realized that One for All isn't just some toy that is to played with. It is a torch. A torch that is passed down from generation to generation. When we went false Super Saiyan, I decided to make myself known. I had to help my other half train in order to reach our full potential. When the powers of Pride of a Scion and One for All merged into one creating Pride for All, I finally felt complete. Our potential increased to even more and our true power was ready to be unleashed. I thanked all of the previous users of One for All as now it was time to work our way to being the greatest hero there is. Then the battle with the hero killer Stain came. He was an assassin. A killer. His ideals were very nuanced. He exposed the fact that today's hero society is F up and I couldn't help but agree with him on that. However, there were still things I disagreed with. He doesn't have the right to go and just kill people. My outer half made that known as we defeated the hero killer. However, the hero killer wasn't done yet. He got back up and leaked an enormous amount of killer intent. So much so, that everyone present was forced to take a step back. I was watching intently to see what his next move would be. And then suddenly he started spouting some SHT about fakes and that the only person worthy enough to kill him is All Might. I got pissed off at that remark. Who does this guy think he is? So absolutely nobody else is worthy enough to put him down. Let's see about that. I then did something that I probably should have done a long time ago. I took control. I decided to take the wheels and take control of the body we shared. It was a pretty cool feeling. While I did see, experience, and feel everything that outer Izuku has done in his life, it wasn't the same as actually controlling the muscles and feel the BLD pumping through your veins in the heat of battle. The cold night air and the scent of the city filled my nostrils. I gripped my fists and smiled internally as now I had the opportunity to showcase our true power. I looked at the hero killer in disgust. This was the image of man who had gone mad. Right now he was in a psychotic stage. No amount of reason will be able to snap him out. He was boasting about fake heroes. I'll show him fake. I slowly unlocked the crimson sacred door that was entitled God. I allowed the energy to leak through the seal. I felt pure power rushing through my body. Nothing like this has happened ever since the USJ incident. But unlike that time, now I'm in control instead of outer Izuku letting his rage control him. I know it was crazy to jump straight to this form, but I wanted to set an example. I was mad and I needed a release. This is all of the pent-up frustration that I have held deep within for over 15 years. I'll be damned if I let this so-called hero killer talk all of this theory right in front of me. Outer Izuku probably wouldn't do this, but he isn't in charge right now. I am. My scion instincts overtook me as I felt my hair rise up and turn crimson. The pupils of my eyes disappeared. The red-hot fiery aura enveloped me as I let my divine ki emit all around the entire universe. So you think that we're fakes, huh? And that the only person worthy enough to kill you is All Might? Well, let me tell you something about the green-haired young man that you're staring at right now. I said. I knew I had to get this over with quick. This body wasn't ready for this kind of transformation yet. If I let this fight drag on, then the door would leak too much energy and it could destroy me and everybody in my vicinity. I was only using the incomplete version of the transformation. False Super Saiyan God, as I would call it. I looked straight at the hero killer as for the first time in a long time, he felt fear. I could sense it from him. Everyone else was frozen. They weren't making a move. I took advantage of that as I chose my next words carefully. His whole planet was destroyed. He's the last of a holocaust. He grew up in the dirt, finding out abruptly how different he was. A kid discovering every day how cruel the world is. His hopes, dreams, and spirit crushed in just a single day. A torture that continued and worsened every day forward. But now he has the power to tear the world apart. And he could. With a pinky. After everything it did to him, it should not be his world. You should not be his people. You should be ants to him. Imagine that. Always being on the outside. The pain that would come from always being on the outside. And yet, he took that pain and will use it to become the symbol of hope. I probably shouldn't have worded it that way. It really made me sound like a self-righteous prick. But I just couldn't help myself. I couldn't hold it in any longer. These were pent-up emotions that I stored deep within myself for over 15 years. These were the thoughts that my other half didn't even know existed. But I meant every single last word. I was done letting these people have their way. I knew the consequences that my actions would have, but it didn't matter. I'm doing this out of respect for my race and out of respect for outer Izuku. If you think I'm being a prick by doing something like this, then so be it. At this point, I don't really give a SHT. I'm going to do what I think is best for me and for outer Izuku to achieve his goal. PRD. Point blank. Bottom line. I raised my right fist and summoned a crimson godly dragon fist. It completely overwhelmed the hero killer and rendered him to unconsciousness. I felt the ki expel all the way to space as it was probably felt all around the universe. I did my best to contain, but like I said, the body isn't quite ready yet. So after I saw that the job was done, I immediately closed the sacred door and went back into the Mindscape as I knew that the body would be exhausted even using a little bit of the godly energy. My job here was done, for now. Tamura Shigaraki was looking through his binoculars as he saw all of his Nomu defeated and being taken captive. The damage seemed minimal as they were already cleaning up the mess that they made. The leader of the league scratched his neck in annoyance as used his quirk to completely disintegrate the binoculars he was holding in frustration. His plan had failed. Let's go back. Tamura simply said. Were you satisfied with the results, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked. His purple portal began to open in the background. Idiot. That depends on tomorrow. The next day. Hosu General Hospital. Izuku opens his eyes to find a white ceiling looming over him. He looks around to see equally white walls and he notices that his right arm is bandaged up. For some reason he feels awfully sore. He believes it is probably because of the fight with the hero killer Stain. He looks around to see Shoto and Tenya sitting down on their hospital beds looking at him get up as he winced a little due to his soreness. "Good morning, Izuku," they both said simultaneously. "Good morning, guys, how are you feeling? What happened? Did Stain get away?" Izuku asked frantically. Shoto and Tenya had confused looks as they looked at Izuku. "You don't remember?" Shoto asked as he vividly remembered exactly what happened to the hero killer last night. Izuku rubbed his chin as he did his best to recount the events of the night previous. Well, I remember us subduing the hero killer. Then the pros showed up and all of a sudden, I felt a Nomu take me away flying. Before I knew, Stain took down the Nomu and saved me from it. I then sensed an insane amount of killer intent from Stain, and after that it just went blank. Next thing I knew, I wake up here with you guys. I didn't even have any dreams as I usually do. That's very weird. If something would have happened last night after the fact, I would remember it. Tenya was about to say something, but Shoto sent him a look that said, "Keep quiet. We will talk about it later." Tenya understood and nodded and decided to drop the subject for now. Izuku sighed and looked up as he went over the events of last night. "Thinking about it now, we did something amazing." "Yeah." Shoto replied as it almost felt unreal that they just got done fighting and beating a serial killer and villain on the level of the hero killer. Seeing an ending like that really makes you feel like it is a miracle we are alive. We are just freshmen that are only beginning to get some real-world experience. The hero killer is a man who took down countless pros. The fact that we even came out of that battle alive is an achievement in of itself. Izuku continued as he thought back to the power of the hero killer. He truly was an opponent worthy of the name. Yes, it was due to our teamwork and strategy that we were able to get the job done. You two were amazing to have been able to face him head-on with no hesitation. Especially with all of that murderous intent. Shoto commented as he is content filling up the support role during that battle. "No, that's not it. I wasn't brave. I was only confronting him for selfish desires. That's not brave at all." Tenya thought, but before he could say anything, the 3 students of Class 1A heard the doors to their room shuffle open. "Oh, are you wounded kids awake?" At the door was revealed to be Gran Torino and the pro-hero Manuel, who was the hero that Tenya was interning with. "Torino-sensei." "Kids, I've got a lot of complaints for you," Gran Torino scolded. "Oh, Sordash, but before that, you've got a visitor." Just then a tall figure walks through the door. He is an anthropomorphic dog with a black suit and tie with paw patterns. He is Hosu's chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami. The chief of police. Tenya and Shoto immediately stood up. Izuku tried to get up as well, but the chief of police stopped him. "Oh, you can just stay seated, woof." Izuku thought comically. "You must be the UEH students who brought down the hero killer, right?" the chief asked. The students nodded. "The chief of police came all this way, but..." Shoto thought suspiciously. "Regarding the hero killer we arrested? He had fairly serious injuries with burns and broken bones, and is receiving treatment under strict guard, woof. Since you are UEH students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police attached the highest importance to leadership and standards and made sure quirks were not used as weapons. And then the profession of hero emerged to fill that gap, woof. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill others' actions that normally would be appropriate to denounce to be accepted officially is thanks to early heroes who followed the ethics and rules of the profession, woof. Even up against the hero killer, for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. I'm well aware that Izuku Midoriya was given permission by the pro-hero Gran Torino to use his quirk to defend himself against the hero killer and Nomu, but that act was reckless as he let Midoriya go and fight against the dangerous hero killer, who was a renowned serial killer, on his own. You 3 don't have proper licensing to go and do such an act as you all did. And for your instructors to allow you to do so does not set a good precedent. The 3 of you, and the pro-heroes Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino must receive strict punishment. Todoroki grit his teeth as a surge of anger went through his Wait just a moment. If Tenya had not done anything, the pro-hero native and UA Class 1B student Yui Kodai would both be in body bags by now. If Izuku had not come, then the three of them would have been killed. No one realized that the hero killer had appeared. Are you saying we should have followed the rules and watched people get killed? Are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it is okay to bend the rules? The chief countered. Who cares about some meaningless rules when people's lives are at stake? So you're putting rules above the lives and well-being of a pro-hero and a hero in training. What kind of logic is that? Do you actually care about the well-being of other beings, or are you solely focused on following your own agenda? That is why you are not a full-fledged hero yet. Goodness, what are you being taught by UA and Endeavor, woof? Shoto clenched his fists violently. You dog? He began to make his way towards the so-called dog. Shoto, that's enough. Izuku put his hand on the bicolored teen's shoulder in an attempt to calm him down. Don't let your emotions get the best of you. I completely understand where you are coming from, but if you don't calm yourself right now, you are going to say or do something that you will regret. I know DM well, you are intelligent enough to understand that this is a battle you cannot win. So don't go ahead and try to throw hands with the chief of police. Trust me, it is not going to end well for you. The green-haired scion calmly explained to his classmate. Shoto sighed. Fine, I'll control myself. At least hear me out until the end. Geez, you young ones today get so tempered easily, woof. The chief cleared his throat. That was the official opinion of the police. The punishment and such would only happen if this were all made public, woof. If this were made public, you would probably be applauded by the public, but you would not be able to escape punishment. On the other hand, this is a bit underhanded, but if it is not made public, the burn scars would support Endeavor being the hero who saved the day, and it would end there, woof. Thankfully there were very few witnesses. This violation could be crushed here, woof. But this would also mean no one would know about your good judgment or achievements. Which do you prefer? Personally, I don't want to be the one to find fault with promising young ones because of one big mistake, woof. The chief finished with a thumbs up. Either way, we will need to take responsibility for being negligent in our supervisory duties. Manuel added. Tenya bowed to the hero. I am truly sorry. Alright, you'll cause trouble for others. If you understand, then don't do it again. I won't. Izuku also bowed his head. I'm sorry. Even though I was given permission, I abused it and put myself and others in danger. It won't happen again. Please take care of it. Todoroki followed his classmates with a bow of his own. Because of the unfairness of adults, you will not be able to receive the praise you would probably gotten, but at least. The chief bowed as well. As someone who also protects the peace, I can say thank you. Please start with that next time. Shoto said as he looked to the side in embarrassment of his outburst. Izuku nodded his head as he thanked the chief for his efforts. Although he knew he wouldn't be getting the credit for his deeds, he understood it was a small price to pay in order to avoid punishment. But he couldn't help but think back to the hero killer's words about the hypocritical society that they live in. Instead of getting rewarded for saving the lives of others, he and his classmates were going to get punished for not following the rules. This incident just further proves that point. As a little boy, he thought that all heroes were righteous and didn't hold any other agenda aside from saving the lives of others no matter the cost. But as he grows older and matures, he is beginning to understand the harsh reality of the world he lives in. He could see why the hero killer was doing what he did. It may not have been morally right or the right way to do it, but there was reason and logic behind it. The world may not be as black and white as the green-haired scion would have thought. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Yes, hello. Toshinori said as he answered his phone. What is that? Aizawa said mentally as he and Present Mike gawked at the ridiculous ringtone All Might uses. Sir. Toshinori suddenly yelled as BLD spilled from his mouth. Izuku Midoriya. Goodness. Thanks to him, I'm getting a pay cut. After this next week, my teaching license is getting suspended for 2 months. Well, considering the extenuating circumstances, it couldn't be helped. The part where he just starts moving without thinking is just like you, Toshinori. Gran Torino yelled in the phone. I humbly apologize. It is because of my insufficient training to cause you such trouble. Oh dear, Toshinori began to sweat exasperately. It doesn't matter. I don't care about my teaching license anymore anyway. I only got it to teach you so I could my promise to your predecessor, Shimura. And I truly appreciate what you did. I am who I am today because of your teaching. You say that, but you never come to visit. It's just that. My new life as a teacher is so busy. I called today to talk about the hero killer and Izuku Midoriya. I only saw the hero killer for a few minutes, but even so, he had me shaking. To be able to frighten someone like you, Gran Torino, but he had already been tied up, so what was it? And what does it have to do with young Izuku? All Might asked as he locked himself in the teacher's lounge. The pressure I felt from him was probably his strong ideology, or the intimidation from his obsession. I'm not saying this to praise him, but it is the same quality as that symbol of peace thing you have. And to answer your question with what it has to do with Izuku, well, you see, your successor was the one who defeated the hero killer while he had us all frozen. Some sort of violent aura enveloped Izuku and it was producing even more killer intent than Stain did. I almost couldn't believe it. It was almost like it wasn't even him. But for some reason it seems like the boy has no recollection of the event. And after he dealt the final blow, he passed out. Toshinori, is this the first time that something like this has ever happened, or have you experienced something similar from the boy before? Toshinori hummed as he remembered the time in UV. I have. It was very similar to what you described. Young Izuku had a violent aura and his voice wasn't at all like his usual tone. This happened in the USJ incident when the League of Villains attacked. Izuku just finished defeating the Nomu. One of the villains tried to attack me, but Izuku stopped him before he had the chance. He then passed out. The next time he woke up, he had no memory of what took place. It is almost the exact same to the T, Gran Torino hummed in thought. I'll deal with it later. But there's something else I must talk to you about. As I was saying about the hero killer, as the investigation continues, she ideology and opinion will be all over the media, online news, TV, magazines. The current age, for better or worse, is one of suppressions. People influenced by his ideas will definitely appear. It is true that there will be those influenced by him, but they will probably appear sporadically. When they appear one by one, heroes will take care of them like they did this time. That is where the League of Villains comes in. The Hosu incident suggests that Stain and the League are connected somehow. With this, the League will go from being thought of as a bunch of juvenile delinquents that attacked UH to being recognized as the group with that ideology. In other words, there's a receptacle ready to receive them. Even if the malice of each individual is small, if all that evil gathers under one will, it will swell up to hundreds of times that. If the enemy general knew this would happen from the beginning, then he's pretty good. He's steadily getting rid of obstacles, trying to create conditions to further his own purpose. Toshinori began shaking nervously as he heard his old mentor's words. When I heard from Tsukachi that Nomo had multiple quirks, I knew. The man who killed my sworn friend and your Emu, the previous one for all holder, Shimura, and opened that hole in your stomach? All for one must be starting to move again. Toshinori grit his teeth as Gran Torino confirmed his suspicions. To think that he was able to survive after such an injury is a reality I don't want to believe. Toshinori, that young man admires you so bravely. I'm going to take the rest of this week in order to train him and help him control his hidden powers. But you're going to have to find time to tell him properly about everything concerning you and one for all. Toshinori sighed. I understand. You are 100% right. He has the right to be informed of the very power he possesses. All right, kid, pack your things. We are leaving. Gran Torino yelled out to Izuku. He had just gotten back from the hospital. After the Hosu incident, the official story was that Endeavor had taken care of the hero killer. Just like the chief of police said, the students from UA were not given any credit to the defeat of Stain. And thus they received no punishment for their actions. I just got back. Where are we going? To train. I still have to prep you on how to control your power. For the rest of the time we are going to be in the wilderness. We need to get you out of the urban area and get you into honing your instincts and learning to tap into your inner power at will. Consider it a camping trip. I already got the tent, sleeping bags, and everything covered. What? I've never slept in the wilderness before. Izuku yelled. And that's exactly why we are going. Toshinori may have gotten your physical body in shape, but he has done a lackluster job in developing your skill set. You've had to do that on your own. Honestly, it is a miracle that you can even fight properly with all that muscle and power you carry. But I'm going to fix that. So let's go. No time to waste. I was so not expecting this. The sensei and student duo carried on as they relocated to a forest a ways away from civilization. There was no cell service and the nearest town or city was hours away. There were lots of trees and grass, and many swampy areas as it was clear that they were not in a relatively safe place. Many wild animals lurked around and Izuku could see why Gran Torino chose this location to train. The first order of business was that Izuku had to carry Gran Torino on his back as he made way throughout the entire forest. There was a catch though. Izuku was not allowed to use quirk or powers unless Gran Torino said so. Just the body. This was done so that Izuku had to rely on his instincts and skills in order to go through the wilderness. Not just by powering through as he usually does. Right? Gran Torino ordered and Izuku went right and had to avoid the obstacles of the forest. Let the strength and energy flow through you. Don't let fear, anger, or aggression consume you. If you do, then you will lose control of yourself and will give in to your self-hatred. How do I know when I have mastered my control? Izuku asked as he dodged a tree branch. You will know when you are calm and at peace and passive. A hero uses his powers for knowledge and defense. Never attack without thinking first. You must clear your mind of question. Now to our next stop. Can I use my powers now? Absolutely not. If I allowed you to, it would kill the purpose of this exercise. You call this an exercise? I think climbing the tallest mountain in the world is much more than a simple exercise. Quit your yapping and keep climbing. People have done this before anyways. And without quirks too. I mean yeah, but they had proper equipment. I'm using my bare hands and I also have to carry you. Izuku shouted. The reason for his distress is that he is currently attempting to climb the tallest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. And of course, Gran Torino is on his back and Izuku wasn't allowed to use his powers. You'd re the ninth bearer of one for all, you should be able to do this no problem. Now hurry up. We don't want to stay here for too long. The further we go up, the less dense the air becomes. Meaning less oxygen and it will get harder for us to breathe. So get moving. We still have more tasks to do. Fine. Let's go. With a second win, Izuku raced up the mountain. It eventually took him 27 hours to climb up and then back down. Very impressive seeing as he wasn't allowed to use his quirk and how dangerous the air can be at a distance so high up. Izuku was panting once they returned to their camp. I think that was the craziest thing I have ever done. Climbing Mount Everest. You don't hold back on training, do you, Gran Torino? Of course not. I said we were going to be training for real. No student of mine will be slacking off as long as I'm around. Today's session is over. Get some rest. We will pick up early in the morning tomorrow. Yes, sir. Once he was sure that Gran Torino was asleep, Izuku snuck out and decided to do some training on his own. With his newfound power of pride for all, he discovered he now has a wide variety of techniques he could use since he could now use his ki and one for all energy in tandem with one another. He was working with his lightning techniques as that was the newest ability he gained. He practiced using them in combos and tried to integrate it into his fighting style. He could now be quick and precise while also still being deadly. He was able to come up with his own meteor combination, where he would start off with light quick attacks, but then keep getting heavier and heavier until he combined a Delaware Smash, Detroit Smash, and then finish it off with what he called Rage's Rage, which was a green bolt of lightning he summoned from the sky. He still needed to work on conserving his energy when did a combo like that, but progress is progress. Izuku decided to take a little break and appreciate the night sky. It was an appealing night out, and the nature of the woods made him appreciate the scenery much more. He looked up at the stars and was awed at how appealing they were. Ever since Izuku awakened his scion powers, he hasn't had the time to just look up and gaze at the night sky since he was either training or sleeping. Even now, he was technically supposed to be sleeping, but he couldn't help himself. Man, I should do this more often. Just look up at the night sky. I feel so at peace. He then looked at the moon. It was a full moon tonight. Now that he thinks about he hasn't seen a full moon for a pretty long while ever since he started training with All Might. He was always working or sleeping. And it only happens once a month, so he wouldn't have many chances to just look up at the full moon. Wait a minute. I feel like I am forgetting something really important here. But before Izuku had time to figure out what exactly that was, his heart began to beat unnaturally fast. As that was going, he was also hyperventilating. He felt his bones and muscles changing. They began to enlarge as his overall body structure kept on growing and growing. He grew fangs as the pupils in his eyes disappear, turning BLD red in color. Green-colored fur began to replace his skin as he lost control of himself. Izuku kept on growing and growing until he reached to about 100 feet in height. He had the features of a titanic gorilla. His fur was completely green and an electric aura surrounded him. Izuku had transformed into the Oozer. A bestial roar shook the landscape. It woke up all of the creatures living in the area. Gran Torino woke up with a start as he looked around. What the hell was that? Izuku, where are you? Izuku. Gran Torino ran out of the tent to see what was making all of the ruckus but was shocked to see an oversized monkey of about 100 feet tearing the forest apart. What in the world? That monkey is huge. Where the hell is Izuku though? Why did that boy go out sneaking in the night? Hold on a minute. Gran Torino took a closer look at the great ape. He saw its fur color and very distinct electric aura surrounding it. It looked oddly familiar. Oh wait, Izuku, is that you? But how? Can he revert himself back? Oh my god, Toshinori. What kind of brat did you find? You never told me he can transform into a giant gorilla. Gran Torino used his quirk to speed his way to the now turned Oozer Izuku. As the great ape was laying destruction in his path, the veteran hero yelled to get his attention. Young man. Izuku Midoriya. Can you hear me? It's me, Gran Torino. Do you recognize me? The great ape turned around and stared at the old hero for a second before attempting to crush him with his fists. I guess not. Gran Torino said as he moved out of the way. Boy, you need to regain control. Did you all of a sudden forget what I already taught you? Peace and tranquility. Without it, you will be victim to your very own power. The Oozer simply roared and sent an energy blast through his mouth in the direction of the jet hero. Gran Torino moved out of the way just in time to see a straight line of the forest be completely rendered to a wasteland. The damage stretched on for hundreds of miles. Yeah, I probably shouldn't let myself be caught in that. Well, if you aren't going to listen to reason, it seems as though this old-timer is going to have to beat it into you. The veteran hero attempted to attack Oozer, but before he could make contact, the ape simply swatted him away like a fly. Gran Torino regained his balance before he fell to the floor, preventing further impact. Then that hurt like a beach. Not only does he have great force and power, but he's also fast for size. But that size also limits his mobility since he can't move around like he usually does. Gran Torino assessed as a line of BLD ran through his forehead. Oozer roared again, as all of the animals and wildlife in the area immediately evacuated, not wanting to be part of the beast's destruction. He kept on spitting out energy blasts from his mouth that was effectively destroying the forest. I can't attack him head-on. No cell service, so I can't call for backup. And the nearest town is hours away. It seems as though I'm going to have to handle this myself. This brat is way more troublesome than Toshinori ever was. I'm just going to have to help him regain control. Gran Torino jumped up so he could be at eye level with the beast. Izuku, listen to me. You have to clear your mind. You're letting the power and the negative emotions get to you. You should be able to control this easily. Think of everything that you have worked for to get to this point. If you can't control your power, then your power will be absolutely useless and you will not be able to save anyone. Oozer didn't seem to have listened, or he probably just didn't care. It did not matter, however, as he aimed a punch towards Gran Torino, forcing the veteran hero to get out of the way quickly. Doesn't this boy know that I'm not in my physical prime anymore? I can't be jumping around repeatedly with these old bones. Before Gran Torino knew it, Hosu grabbed Gran Torino and had him locked in his hands and began to crush him. Torino yelled in pain as he could feel his bones cracking due to the pressure that the great ape was creating with his humongous hands. He tried to get out of it, but Izuku had him in a trap. The old man just could not overpower the beast. Please find control. If you don't stop yourself now, I don't think you would be able to live with the consequences. I want to see you prosper as a hero, not being depressed with guilt. Gran Torino screeched as Izuku continued to squeeze him to death. I remember what I said. Don't let fear, anger, or aggression consume you. If you do, then you will lose control of yourself and will give in to your self-hatred. Those words seemed to have sparked something in Izuku as he stopped squeezing Gran Torino. Inside the mind of the Hosu, the spirit of Izuku was being consumed by the hatred of his primal scion power. He has been trying to break free this entire time, but every time he tried to power out, he failed miserably. The hate seemed to have overtaken him, but when Gran Torino reminded him of those words, he found out how to overcome the hatred of the primal instinct. Fear, anger, rush. You are nothing to me. You have no power here. So I command you to stop. You won't win. You won't make me hate. You won't make me fear my own power. It is my power and I control it. You follow my orders, not the other way around. Izuku let out another bestial roar as there was a flash of green light. After the light dispersed, Hosu looked to be way more calm and peaceful. He carefully laid Gran Torino down as he looked at the destruction he caused. He shook his head and began to decrease in size. He kept on shrinking and shrinking until all was left was Izuku in his base form with nothing but his underwear. Gran Torino started to gain his bearings as well as he was relieved to see Izuku was back to normal. Hey kid, you in control now? Izuku nodded, sorry about that. I kind of let my primal instincts of my heritage control me while I went on a rampage. But thanks to your teaching and training, I was able to finally get a hold of myself. Primal instinct of your heritage. What do you mean? Izuku smiled sheepishly, oh yeah, that's right. I should probably tell you why I turned into a giant monkey. It's the least I can do for all of the trouble I caused you. And he did just that. He revealed Gran Torino his biggest secret, which was his scion heritage, and explaining his transformation and outbursts. By the time he finished explaining the history of the scions, he eagerly waited for the reaction of the old-time hero. So you're part alien? Gran Torino asked, rubbing his chin in thought. Twice. Basically. Izuku nervously replied. I guess it can't be helped. Although it does explain what happened in the USJ and against the hero killer. It is nice to know that so I can adjust your training. Izuku widened his eyes in surprise. Wait a minute, you don't think I'm a freak? I literally just turned into a giant monkey and almost killed you. You don't think any less of me. You don't think I'm dangerous. Gran Torino looked on in confusion. Why would I think less of you for that? You have no control of that. And as far as I'm concerned, you're still human and the same person Toshinori saw who was worthy enough to be his successor. This doesn't really change anything except for the fact now I'm able to understand that we will need to focus on harnessing the power of your heritage. Izuku sighed. Phew. That was a relief. To be honest, I was scared to tell anyone because I didn't want to be labeled as an outcast for being different. Just like when I was quirkless. Gran Torino looked on in thought. Have you told Toshinori? No. You're the first person I have told. Then the next time you see him, you should tell him. He has something to tell you too once you return. Izuku nodded his head. You're right. It is only fair. He entrusted me with his greatest secret. I should do the same. Izuku did wonder what Toshinori was keeping from him though. Well, in any case, let's get some rest. We will relocate in the morning and continue our training. We will also get you some clothes as well. Yash. Izuku had finished his intern with Gran Torino and was on his way home. Instead of taking the train, Gran Torino instructed him to just fly home since it would be better for him to get used to utilizing all of his abilities on a daily basis. The rest of Gran Torino's training was very strenuous as he was forced to do even more crazy exercises. One day, Gran Torino made Izuku fly all the way to Antarctica and lift and move glaciers in the cold weather. Izuku also had to meditate constantly. Gran Torino explained to him that, in order to have a strong body, must also have a strong mind to go along with it. Gran Torino told him to focus on nature and the natural energy it emits and use it to enhance his senses. It took a lot of trial and error, but Izuku was able to get the hang of it, and if he focuses strong enough, he could use the natural ki energy of nature to power his abilities and senses. It was a really cool trick, and it made things a lot easier for him when he had to use a lot of power. As Izuku was flying in the skies of Mizudafu, he was making plans on training again and using the lessons that Gran Torino taught him to make it more efficient. But before he could ponder on, he sensed something coming for him. Green boy. Heads up. Izuku sensed a strong energy attack heading straight for him. He barely dodged it in time as he felt it would have left a mark. What in the world was that? Oh, good dodge. I thought for a second there, you were gonna let it hit you. Izuku heard a feminine voice said as he looked up to see a teenage young girl with long blue hair that reached down to her knees. She had wide, curious blue eyes. She had an impressive bosom, with a good figure to boot. She seemed pretty harmless, but Izuku could sense high energy levels from her. What was that for? You could have hurt someone. Izuku yelled as he was confused as to why a young girl, who seemed to be around his age, maybe a year or two older, was doing in the skies sending blasts to random people. Yeah, you're right. Let me make it stronger. What? She used one of her hands to send another shockwave, only this time, it was several times stronger than the last. Izuku was forced to block it. He was able to tank it with minimal damage, but it did sting. Are you crazy? Hey, you're pretty strong. Let me make it just a little bit harder for you. The girl then decided to use both hands this time. She summoned an immense amount of energy and shot it in bursts. Ring wave. Izuku widened his eyes and countered with a green ki blast. The two attacks canceled each other. When the smoke cleared, she wasn't in front of him anymore. Don't let your guard down. She proceeded to elbow Izuku in the gut, using her quirk to enhance her blow. It was strong enough to make Izuku feel winded. This girl is tough. She then attempted to attack him again, but Izuku blocked just in time and went on his assault. They were actually matching each other blow for blow. Izuku was shocked and impressed that this random blue-haired girl was actually rivaling him. I got you now. She yelled as she landed an uppercut and was about to send him away with another ring wave. Oh, screw this. Izuku thought. Ah. Izuku yelled as he powered up. A crimson aura enveloped him as he activated Kaioken. Whoa. The girl awed as she was able to sense the power emanating from Izuku. Me and you use similar powers. You also use the energy and life force of your body in order to make your attacks stronger, right? Yeah, I guess you can say that. Oh cool. I would like to ask you some questions, but my job here is done. I think you're a little bit too strong for me anyway. You're a better match for somebody like Mirio. Well anyway, see you bye. Just about she was gonna fly away, Izuku stopped her. Hold on. Test for what? For your final exams, of course. It seems as if you're ready. But don't slack off, be prepared for anything. See you later. And with that, she blasted off. Final exams. Izuku powered down. Who was that?